Ciao,
I think we're good
Miyari,
to go.
hola,
Frankie, please
hello,
let
and
everyone in.
Mabríka, Manawa, bienvenidos, welcome. Welcome to
Perfect.
Reencuentro Taíno
Yes, it
Conference.
hasn't been
My
turned
name
on
is
just yet.
Yacelia Ponte, and I am your co-host for this second biannual conference, along with Rahiko Teaniakuno Ruiz León and the conference director, Priscila Colón.
Ciao, hola, hello. I'm Priscilla Colon, conference director of this event that started off as a seed of an idea in 2022 and has now blossomed into a vibrant gathering of Indigenous communities. You'll be hearing a lot from me throughout the day. So for now, I'll turn it back to my wonderful co-hosts who will guide you through a few important housekeeping notes.
Hey everyone, I am Rahiko Teaniakuno, and on behalf of the planning team, we are honored to welcome you to this gathering. Whether this is your first time joining us or you've been with us before, we're excited that you are gathered with us here today.
Yes, we can't wait to share the exciting lineup we have for you today. But first, we'd love to know who's in the space. So we invite you to please use the chat to say hello in your Indigenous language or any language that you identify with, and let us know where you're joining from. So for example, I would type Miyari, I am joining from Boriken, which is where I live and where I'm tuning in from. Miyari is hello in the Hiwatahia Taino language.
Okay, I'm trying to see if anyone, I know where we have folks here from Boriken, New Hampshire, Long Island, Orlando, and many, many places.
Wow, we have
Awesome.
North Carolina, Tua Baja,
Wow.
Puerto Rico, Texas.
We ask that you keep your microphones muted throughout the event, but we encourage you to continue using the chat to engage with the presenters and with each other throughout the day. We also invite you to use the Zoom emojis to show your love and presence during the presentations. This is an interactive space, so we want you to enjoy yourselves and let us know how you're feeling about the presentations.
Yes, we're so excited for the powerful teachings and voices we'll hear from today. The theme of this year's conference is We Are Connected, Estamos conectados. This is a reminder that as Indigenous people, our spirits, our lands, our languages, and our stories are all deeply interwoven across islands, continents, and generations.
Let me go over a bit of how today's conference is structured. We will begin with opening ceremonies with prayers by spiritual leaders. Then we will have a keynote remarks from incredible guests representing national and international organizations. After the keynote remarks, our 15-minute speaker sessions will begin. As I mentioned, please keep your microphones muted, but send your questions in the Zoom Q&A feature at any time, and we will get to those when we are able to. So that's going to be the icon at the bottom of the Zoom window that looks like an image of two chat bubbles. At the end of each session, we'll select one or two questions to answer. Along with the live presentations, you will also see videos throughout the day.
Live streaming is available in English, American Sign Language, Español y el Lenguaje de Señas de Puerto Rico, LSPR. Thanks to ASL Caribe Access, who are providing interpretation today, LSPR will gain 6 more hours of Cobra, helping preserve this endangered language for future generations. So show your love for ASL Caribe Access, joining us straight from Boriken. Now I'll turn it over to Eric Romero, who will review the live interpretation functionality.
Good
Eric?
morning. Good morning. Buenos dias. 1 second, I apologize. Okay. Okay, welcome. Before we start, we want to ensure everyone can access the information that will be shared today. We will now have our interpreters introduce interpretation. Bienvenidos. Antes de comenzar, queremos asegurarnos de que todos puedan acceder a la información que se compartirá hoy Ahora nuestros intérpretes procederán a presentar la interpretación. Hola, mi nombre es Eric y junto con Susana y Patricia estaremos interpretando en inglés y español durante la sesión de hoy. Hi, my name is Eric and along with Susana and Patricia, we'll be interpreting in English and Spanish during today's session. Para los presentadores de hoy, pueden ayudar hablando a ritmo moderado, voz alta y claramente. Si necesitamos que hablen más despacio o más fuerte, les dejaremos saber a través del chat. Si ven estos mensajes en el chat, por favor ayúdenos a recordarles a las personas hablando. For those presenting today, you can help by speaking at a moderate pace, loudly and clearly. If we need you to speak more slowly or loudly, we'll let you know through the chat. If you see these messages in the chat, please help us remind the person who is speaking. Para todos los participantes, por favor no sufran en silencio. Si la interpretación no está funcionando o está teniendo otras dificultades técnicas, déjenos saber en el chat para poder asistirles. For all participants, please don't suffer in silence. If the interpretation is not working or you're having other technical difficulties, please let us know in the chat so we can help you. En un momento se encenderá la interpretación de Zoom y verán un globo en la parte inferior de sus pantallas con un mensaje sobre la interpretación de idiomas. Hagan clic en el globo y elijan el idioma en el que les gustaría participar y escuchar durante esta sesión. In a moment, the Zoom interpretation will be turned on and you'll see a globe in the lower part of your screen with a message about language interpretation. Click on the globe and select the language in which you'd like to participate and listen during the session. Si nos acompaña a través de su celular o tableta, puede hacer clic en los 3 puntos en la esquina derecha de la parte baja de su pantalla, elija interpretación de idioma y después seleccione su idioma. Asegúrese de hacer clic en finalizado y estarán listos. If you're joining through a smartphone or tablet, you can click on the 3 dots on the bottom right corner of your screen, select language interpretation, and then choose your language. Make sure you click on done and you'll be set. Para las personas que necesiten el lenguaje de señas de español puertorriqueño o el español, pueden también hacer su selección allí y para el de español tienen que fijar pueden seleccionar el español o español puertorriqueño fijando con un pin el lenguaje que ustedes gusten. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you so much, Eric. So I think that brings us to start. So is everyone ready? Guac Otapi, let's begin. Comencemos.
We live amidst the highest peaks of the world, the lowest peninsulas, the great plains of the world, the African savannas, and the islands of the seas. No matter where we come from, we are all connected through our work to revitalize, preserve, and celebrate our languages and cultures. Our unity is our strength and our inspiration. Join us on our path to ensure that all languages have a voice. With one voice we proclaim, we are connected.
Honnet tanan katrumun.
Ayni keriatok.
Khatiqom qib.
Kulel qib. Kunan qibem.
Kachaponchi kaka okkonoge.
Kashimon qib.
Mucha anoon.
Kihatsanki qaqorbal taqi.
Enahwach wilkoh wi.
Ka kamam qib.
Komasanil tol hunonkal.
Wankochi hunahengi.
Turikume.
Detenebe garu.
Ani metuta.
Titstoke sansetko.
Kunosh oyon kutiki.
Dato osta ayo.
Tikla kalone muchek balon.
Kunash me ayotiki.
Sanseko titstoke.
Nganso chikdujie.
Eta pahaka'a hapoya.
Nihye alhita tanyiti.
Sawa. Teka duda eos.
Queo mataro. Awatenon tron. Awatenon tron.
Neka kich tekun noa. And that means we all grow together.
આપણે જોડાયેલા છીએ.
Tau Apuchi, Dakanulia Priscilla Colon, Ota Guactoca Ukahat. Thank you so much for that beautiful tribute from Masterword and the Mayan Languages projects. I was telling the team that they made my Moana dreams come true with that video. Mabríka, Apuchi Otaguaitianago, Mun Reencuentro Taíno Conference. Sokai Guacuarico Abumatunai Otagois Doliho. Guac Ukaha Hek Ara Otaguactoca Teketa. Guacat Seminago Toka Ani Aboguac. Guacuarico Akan. Guacahilla Guacat Anaikinago. Guacuarico Akan. Guacachirua Ani. Guacuarico Akan Guactoca Ucahat. Bienvenidos familia y amigues a Reencuentro Taíno Conference. Hoy venimos con el corazón y el alma abiertos. Nos reunimos como un pueblo y somos muchos. Nuestros ancestros están aquí con nosotros. Venimos a declarar que hablamos nuestros idiomas. Venimos a declarar que seguimos aquí. Venimos a declarar que estamos conectados.
Nawa, Itaikena Kuiribano a Reencuentro Taíno Conference, Ukaidan Wowariko Omadara Anikino Kena Kahuno. Wo Uatira Ke Abanluku Kena Wodo Yoba, Ka Hebeyono, Wo Yaha Oma Wakia. Wowariko a Esahi Tosa Wo Ahia Wa Ahianiwano. Wowariko a Esahi Tosa Wodo Kwa Yaha. Wowariko a Esahi Tosa Wodo Adurawaki.
Welcome, family and friends, to Reencuentro Taíno Conference. Today we come with our hearts and spirits open. We unite as one people, and we are many. Our ancestors are here with us. We come to declare that we speak our languages. We come to declare that we are still here. We come to declare that we are connected.
I have the distinct honor of introducing someone who's very, very special to me, to my partner Yaseli, and to so many people in our community. Akutu Bohutio Irka Mateo, Ikiskeyana Taino ceremonialist, spiritual healer, researcher, and singer-songwriter with 35 years of experience in the music industry, research being at the foundation of her work. She has several recorded albums and toured the global stage. For many years, Akutu Irka has been helping the younger generation of Tainos connect back to their culture via spirituality with her full moon and new moon ceremonies through her organization, Sacred Taino Healing. She is a mentor and a guide to many of us in the community, and because of this, she is loved and respected by so many. So Ariko Mabu, Akutu Irka, for being here.
Woo!
Ariko Mabu for the invitation. I am so happy. My heart is so grateful for the opportunity for being here. Miyari Daluku, greetings my people, everybody that is here today, the presenters and the audience. Thank you, Arikomabu, for being here and nourishing your heart and your spirit with this conference. So I will begin by asking our grandparents for permission to start the conference. And I will start with the ancestor song. Ye yo ye ku yeah, 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 oh, yeah, 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 oh, yeah, okay, hey, oh, I will continue by calling on the sacred elements that weave life together. To fire, hikihi. May your flame awaken the mind so that every talk today shines with clarity, truth, and the courage to speak from the heart. To water, ni. May your flowing spirit soften us so that listening becomes deep, compassionate, and without judgment. To earth, aku. May your grounding strength hold us steady so that we root our knowledge, our music, and storytelling in respect for all life. To air, ahuay. May your gentle winds carry words, melodies, and ideas that uplift, inspire, and travel far beyond this virtual space. And now I call to the ancestors, the cosmic, those of blood, of spirit, and the islands. Walk among us today. Bring light to our minds, sweetness to our words, and harmony to our hearts. May every exchange today be a seed for peace, beauty, and understanding. Ahankatu. The Taíno Conference is blessed.
Thank you so much, Hahu.
Arikomabu, Arikomabu, Akutu. It is now my honor to welcome Miguel Sague Jr., a respected artist, musician, and Behique, or spiritual leader and medicine person in the Taino community. Miguel is the founder of the Cane Indigenous Spiritual Circle, an organization that supports Caribbean Indigenous people in reclaiming their spiritual traditions. He composes sacred ceremonial music and is an active Native community initiatives in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Please join me in welcoming Miguel Sague Jr. for our opening prayer call to the four directions.
Ay, güey, Tatiao, no. Ay, güey, di tú, no. Buenos días, hermanos. Buenos días, hermana. Esto voy a usar el dialecto del idioma taíno que nosotros usamos en el círculo Caney. I'm going to be using the Taino language dialect, that we use in the Kane circle. Wa semino, wa opiano hahom. Oikiano quiere toca. Wa ani. Oikiano quiere kai. Wa yano. Wakia quiere akobai. Oikiano. Bai seneko kakona. Wakia quiere waiba. Oikiano quiere música wakia. Toku. Kia, yere guayba, lo kia no bai, lo kia no, yeri música, guakia loy, ansi, loy, rakan. Oh seres divinos, semíes, oh nuestros difuntos ancestros, opías, nuestra gratitud les ofrecemos humildemente. Ustedes moran en nuestros corazones, ustedes nutren nuestras almas. Acudimos a ustedes en busca de nuestras bendiciones abundantes. Acudimos a ustedes para que ustedes nos den vida. Acudimos a ustedes en busca de nuestro amor, vuestra fuerza vital. Oh divine spirits, oh our departed ancestors, we offer you our gratitude in all humility. You dwell in our hearts and you nourish our soul. We look to you seeking your abundant blessing. We approach you seeking life. We approach you seeking to be granted your love, your vital strength. Hanhankatu.
Hankatu.
Aho, Miguel, thank you so much for those beautiful words and the prayer. It is now my great honor to welcome Jacques Dutoit to Reencuentro Taíno Conference. As head of the UNESCO office in Kathmandu and representative to Nepal, Monsieur Dutoit brings decades of experience in communication, digital inclusion, and multilingualism. His leadership in advancing Indigenous language rights, especially through the Global Action Plan of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, has had lasting global impact. I've had the pleasure of engaging with Monsieur Dutoit in my role as co-chair of Ad Hoc Group 1 for the International Decade, and I'm especially grateful to welcome him here today. His presence is profoundly meaningful as we, the descendants of Taino ancestors, once declared extinct over 530 years ago, reclaim our language and identity on the global stage. Please join me in welcoming Monsieur Jacques Dutoit. Especially grateful to welcome him here today.
Thank you so much,
His presence is
Priscilla,
profoundly meaningful
and dear
as we, the
participants
descendants
and
of Taino
organizers.
ancestors,
It's
once
a
declared
great pleasure to be here with you at this 2025 conference. And I would like to begin by extending UNESCO's sincere appreciation for the organizers in inviting UNESCO to this important event. As Priscilla already mentioned, my name is Jaco Dutoit. I'm the head of the UNESCO office in Kathmandu. And before taking up this role, I led the section on universal access to information at UNESCO, where I was responsible for overseeing the initiatives such as those related to the International Decade and where we have met. Now, in 2016, the UN Permanent Forum on the Indigenous Issues stated that 40% of the estimated languages spoken around the world were in danger of disappearing. And the fact that these indigenous languages are disappearing put cultures and knowledge and our identities at risk. This is why in 2019, the UN General Assembly proclaimed the period 2022 to 2032, the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, to draw global attention to the critical situation of many indigenous languages and to make sure that we take action for preservation, for revitalization, and promotion of our languages. Because languages are more than just communication. It ensures access to education, It ensures that knowledge can be transmitted also among different generations. And it ensures our cultural heritage, who we are, our identity. This interdisciplinary nature of language preservation and use is encapsulated in the Global Action Plan of the International Decade, which presents 10 interlinked thematic areas. And those areas point to the complexity of actions that are necessary so that languages are preserved and languages are used, even in a digital sphere. We are now at the 4th year of the International Decade, and when each year passes, it means that we should make sure that we made a difference so that more languages are being preserved, that more languages are spoken, that we have our vocabulary transmitted to our young people, to those that don't know the languages. So a lot of action is necessary in order to make sure that language is preserved and is being used. As a result of this endeavor, and also making sure that we involve Indigenous peoples and member states, UNESCO established a global task force and ad hoc groups in order to guide us in our implementation. And Priscilla and others that are here today are members of the ad hoc groups that work relentlessly to make sure that education, language transmission and recognition, and digital equalities are part of our actions, and that we can make use of their collective wisdom. One of the actions that I want to highlight that is led also by the ad hoc groups is a global survey on Indigenous languages, to make sure that we can collect more data on languages and use among different communities. And policymakers, members of Indigenous communities like those that are present here, civil society organizations and others can participate in the survey until the 15th of September. Now, while we recognize the importance of these different partners, governments still have responsibilities to take. And the way that we go about in making sure that governments are involved, are engaged for a period of 10 years is through national action plans. Now, UNESCO work with governments and making sure, first of all, that Indigenous communities are involved in these action plans, to make sure that there's commitment for a 10-year period, and to make sure that there's coordination among a number of institutions that are necessary to make sure that languages are used and preserved. We developed guidelines to make sure that we can learn from the collective good of others. We also highlight good actions, but first of all, the most important thing is that Indigenous peoples are at the forefront and at the driving seat of these action plans with commitment from governments. Now in Nepal, where I have been now for the last 3 months, we also engaged in such a national action plan because there are more than 60 Indigenous communities, 124 languages, of which 93 are Indigenous. And for this national action plan is in the final stages of its drafting. And this process is led by a steering committee and supported by a dedicated task team composed of course, Indigenous Nationalities Commissions, the Language Commission, and our university. So the draft plan of action looks specifically at action to revitalize Indigenous languages, strengthen legal and policy and institutional frameworks, and work in the field of education, media, and public services. it's at the core of the Nepal's plan that the local ownership and sustainability is at the focus of our action. And UNESCO stands ready to help this action plan to be implemented. And I'm sure that the other UNESCO offices around the world will also assist those communities that are interested in furthering the preservation and use of languages. So in conclusion, the International Decade is a unique and urgent opportunity for all of us to contribute to the preservation and revitalization of our languages around the world. Collective action is necessary at the national level, at regional level, because languages don't always even respect the borders of countries. So we should also work at regional level, but also at community level to make sure that in our communities, our languages are spoken, are being used, and are present in our everyday life. We warmly invite you to connect with UNESCO and to share the work that you are doing, because we know a lot is already ongoing. And by sharing your experiences, we are sure that we could build stronger and more coordinated efforts so that languages are not just something that we talk about and talk, but languages is something that reflect who we are. Thank you so much to the organization team for this opportunity. Over to you, Priscilla.
Merci beaucoup, Jaco. Thank you for the lovely words. And I urge everyone here today, regardless of what group you belong to, please partner with UNESCO. Partnership means that we are able to raise more awareness on an international level. We're able to partner with other partner organizations, regardless of which group you belong to, whether you're in Puerto Rico, Boriquen, Hawaii, Quisqueya, wherever you are. So I really appreciate that. And we'll be speaking a little bit more on the global survey as well later this morning. And I've also left a link in the chat for everyone to participate in that global survey. So next, it is my honor to introduce U.S. Representative Adriano Espaillat, who proudly represents New York's 13th Congressional District, home to many vibrant communities of Taíno descendants. Representative Espaillat is the first Dominican American to serve in the U.S. House of Representatives. A proud Caribbean indigenous descendant from Quisqueya, he is recognized for his leadership as chairman of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. His presence at this gathering reflects the growing recognition of our shared heritage and the caucus's ongoing commitment to uplifting indigenous communities throughout Abya Yala. Please join me in welcoming Representative Adriano Espaillat.
Thank you. Good morning, familia. I am Congressman Adriano Espaillat. I have the honor of serving as the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, and I'm happy to be here at this conference, the Reencuentro Taíno. The Hispanic Caucus is a coalition of more than 40 members of Congress of Latino descent, and I am proud to be here this day today on this important International Day of World's Indigenous People to celebrate and uplift the living legacy of Taíno people. This conference is more than just an event. It is history in motion. Reencuentro Taíno is showing the world that we already really know. The Taíno language is not lost. It is alive in memory, in music, in family, in faith. 2 years ago, over 800 people came together in Borinque from across the world. That momentum is even stronger today. This is how we reclaim our roots and build our future. This year's theme is clear. Estamos conectados. From the Caribbean to the Andes, to the Pacific Islands, we are one community. And when we lift up our indigenous language, one story is told and we lift them all together. That is the power of solidarity across culture and generation. The Taíno language shaped the Americas and is still very much alive on how we speak today. Words like hammock, hurricane, canoe, barbecue come directly from Taino, not just in Spanish, but also in English. These words appear in languages across the world. That is not extinction at all. That is legacy. That is global influence. And I want to recognize incredible leaders who are here today. We heard from an important leader from UNESCO. We also have Evelyn de Jesus and Victor Bonilla Santos from the American Federation of Teachers, and Lumilda Golobine of Masterworld. And our respected Taino elders and spiritual leaders are also here with us today. And a heartfelt thank you to you, Priscilla, founder of Casa Areito, who is leading in the charge of preserving and revitalizing Taino language and serving as co-chair of the UN's ad hoc group on indigenous language education. Your leadership is powerful. Language is power. Culture is power. Memory is power. For too long, indigenous voices have been erased or ignored, but we refuse to disappear. We are here, very present now. You are showing the world that the story did not end. The Taino language is still spoken and it still sings. It still resists. And today, all of us must listen. As a member of Congress, as an Afro-Caribbean Latino, and as chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, I am proud to stand with you. The work you do every day, not just about language, it's also about justice. It is about dignity. It is about survival. Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this moment. Para adelante siempre. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Jahom. Thank you. You're going to bring me to tears. This is beautiful. And we appreciate you being here, helping us raise awareness at the national level as well. As you said, for too long, our ancestors were quiet, we were reserved, but now it's time to speak up. It is time to raise our voices as one. So we really appreciate you. Thank you.
Gracias.
So now it is an honor to welcome back a Guaitiao friend, amiga of Reencuentro Taíno Conference, Evelyn de Jesus. In 2019, Ms. de Jesus became the first Latina officer in the American Federation of Teachers' 109-year history and continues to lead across multiple task forces and national boards, passionately advocating for multilingual learners, indigenous communities, and working families. A proud Boricua and fearless advocate, Ms. de Jesus brings both expertise and heart to everything she does. Please join me in welcoming Executive Vice President of the American Federation of Teachers, Evelyn de Jesus. Adelante, Evelyn.
My friends, it is good to be with you. Hola, hermana Priscilla. As Priscilla said, I am Evelyn de Jesus, Executive Vice President of the AFT, whose 1.8 million members work in education, in healthcare, and public services. I'm the first Latina in 108 years. Boricua al fin. It is my great honor within the AFT to serve also as the presiding officer of our Native American and Indigenous Issues Task Force. Mis amigos, my friends, I have to be honest with you. These are difficult times for those of us who are committed to multilingualism, to the welfare of the Native American and Indigenous issues and communities, and to the recognition of diversity, of equity, and inclusion initiatives and programs, whether they be in educational settings, government policies, or business and corporate life. The United States was a different place when Deb Haaland was Secretary of the Interior. She was the first Native American to serve as a cabinet secretary, one of the first to serve in the United States Congress from New Mexico, and a proud member of the Pueblo of Laguna, a 35th generation New Mexican. While those of us here at this conference belong to a much larger group of people deeply committed to indigenous language protection and revitalization, the current U.S. administration has made English the official language of our linguistically diverse country. While, if you can believe it, trying to abolish our Department of Education and successfully eliminating that department's Office of English Language Acquisition. Of course, the painful reality is that it comes at no surprise to the people in this Zoom room, that a country built on genocidal policies toward North America's original residents would take such steps as part of a right-wing effort to make America great again for white folks and especially for straight white men. And with our leaders insisting on America's first in all members, economic, diplomatic, educational, and cultural, we cannot be surprised that the administration will pull the United States out of UNESCO. But just because we're not surprised doesn't mean that we accept those terrible policies and decisions. And in my union, the AFT, we stand up for diversity, equity, and inclusion. We stop the administration from defunding public schools over our DEI initiatives. And we sued the administration over trying to kill the Department of Education. We continue to stand up for honest history and the courage to teach it. When the administration tries literally to disappear Black, Latino, women, and Native American history, we stand up and fight back. Through our Native American and Indigenous Issues Task Force, we champion the hard-won legal rights of Native Americans and do our best to champion Indigenous rights and the sovereignty of tribal nations, even in the midst of this right-wing whirlwind. We will always be witness to those assertions of identity, even when the process of formal tribal recognition leaves numerous tribes unrecognized and unseen by the federal government, including the Taínos. We are, as I like to say in Spanish, presente, and in English, we see you. On a personal note, blended as I am proud of my Taíno heritage and my humbled to be with you all here today. Let me encourage you in the future to put the theme of this conference to work by attending Indigenous gatherings on the mainland and move beyond La Isla del Encanto. I'd like to encourage you to be part of the National Indian Education Association and attend its annual conference. At least one member of the NIEA leadership will be joining us via pre-recorded panel later on today. I wanted to share with you that Cassie Wise, the NIEA Senior Program Director, gave a powerful presentation to the AFT Teach Conference last weekend in Washington. She pointed out that even after generations of federal assimilation policies, genocide, and forced removal, Native nations and Native students are still here, presente. In fact, more than 600,000 Native students attend K-12 schools, 93% in public education. Today, she pointed out, there are 574 federally recognized tribes, 63 state-recognized tribals, and more than 175 native languages still spoken in the United States. But unfortunately, she also pointed out, fewer than half of U.S. states require teaching standards that acknowledge Native history past 1900. In other words, education was once used to erase Native identity, and for many students, it still can be. I also urge you to explore connections with the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage, founded in 2018. At bottom, though this conference and everything I'm trying to say to you is matter of identity, it's a matter of solidarity, and if you don't mind me saying so, spiritual and emotional identification. Truly, we are connected through our history, through our cultures, and through our spirits. No matter how much the colonizers try to erase our individual and collective identities, we remain, as I like to say in Spanish, presente siempre. Have a great conference. Estoy con ustedes en alma y espíritu. Gracias.
Thank you. And that is what we call a powerful Boricua woman who is leading the charge, making sure that our Department of Ed is not defunded, that we continue receiving quality public education. And I find it surreal that our country would leave UNESCO, that our country would try to defund the Department of Ed. And that is why we're here today, because it is groups like us, it is grassroots efforts, it is teachers, it is artisans, it is musicians that are going to continue this important work. Jajom, Evelyn, gracias. Thank you. Hermana, Efaya.
Gracias. Buena suerte. Have a
Gracias.
great conference.
Now, I am truly blessed to introduce our next speaker, Ludmila Golovin, President and CEO of Masterword and a true global leader in language access. With over 30 years in the industry, she has championed linguistic equity through initiatives like the Safe AI Task Force and the Mayan Languages Preservation Project. Without her and her incredible team at Masterword, this event would not be possible. Please help me give a warm welcome to Ludmila Golovin.
Well, thank you so much for this very warm welcome. And I'm very humbled, and I want to correct that it is without the people on this call, the people in this room, and everybody who works every day tirelessly that things won't be possible. I want to, today, unfortunately, 40% of the world do not have access to education in the language they understand. And a person cannot learn a new subject and a new language at the same time. A great example of this is Haiti. Haitian Creole is spoken by 90% of the people of Haiti. Education is only available in French, or mostly available in French, and as a result, only 10% of the students finish secondary school, and nearly 60% of the people live in poverty. Digital map mirrors the map of access to education. 2.6 billion people don't have digital access today, yet 93% of the global wealth is controlled by those who do. Languages can change this. A beautiful example of this is Estonia, a country where only 1.3 million people speak Estonian. Today, they became the first fully digital nation, and their GDP per capita is among the top in the world. Quoting Liisa Pakosta, Estonia's Justice and Digital Affairs Minister, for a country of just over 1.3 million people, language preservation is not just an academic concern, it's a matter of national identity. I want to mirror those words. It's a matter of national identity for every language and for every speaker. Technology is not enough. True change happens through community collaboration. And today I want to recognize leaders like Elder Wayne Jackson, who is revitalizing the Nihiyawan language in Canada, one person, one child at a time, bringing immersion programs to reconnect youth with culture. I want to recognize Indigenous leaders like Ayana Twid, who is a Tunaxa citizen of the Blythe tribe, who co-authored Safeguarding Your Language Through Documentation, and the document that has been shared through the UNESCO decade. The Sami people have built powerful digital tools and share their knowledge freely with others. When a community brings their language today to the digital world, and our world is increasingly digital, every community faces unprecedented barriers. First, you don't know where to start. There is no add your language button on any of the platforms, and all of the instructions are in major languages like English, Spanish, French. And even after you figured out how to potentially start that journey, and even after you find the right contact within a large tech company to ask to add your language, you will often hear that your language is not commercially viable. But what is return on investment on identity? What is the price of thousands of years of history, wisdom, and culture? What is the cost of not adding a language? Quoting Karen Howe, who recently published a book, Empire of AI, language is key instrument of colonization. Erasing language erases stories, erases history, erases national identity. And the Taino language is a living example of this. However, we cannot be erased. Often communities don't know where to start, and the Mayan Languages Preservation Project started on the journey of creating a practical roadmap to digitization that will be published through the UNESCO decade. Speakers today, later, community leaders will be talking more about this project. Technology is shaped by those who create it. If we only build for dominant languages, we widen the gap. Prioritizing indigenous and under-resourced languages actually drives innovation. We unlock the power of the other 40% of the world left behind. What if every child, every elder, every person can type in their language? What if technology became the greatest force for language preservation in history? The value of those languages isn't measured in today's GDP. It's measured in the untapped human potential it represents. And we have the power to make the change because we are connected. And I want to thank once again Priscilla Colon and all of the organizers of this conference, everybody who is here today making a difference. Our voices matter. And I believe that we will make the change happen.
Ahom, Ludmila, spasiba. Thank you so much for those beautiful words. I want to reiterate how important it is as we move forward with our languages to think about technology. Technology is how we communicate nowadays. And on our end at the ad hoc groups, we're working together, establishing collaborative efforts with Unicode, the gate to all of our indigenous languages, so that over the next 5 to 10 years, we have a digital pathway for digitizing all indigenous languages. Thank you so much. So before we continue on to our first presentation, I want to say hahom, thank you to our sponsors. First and foremost, we extend our heartfelt thanks to the United Nations International Decade of Indigenous Languages for their partnership on this event, which brings much needed global visibility to the Taino language and culture revitalization.
Our sponsors, that is our friends, amigues, include Casarito, founded by Priscilla Colon, who creates educational resources and events to revitalize Taino language and culture, including Reencuentro Taíno Conference. So give it up for Casarito, which is led by Priscilla. Masterword and the Mayan Languages Preservation Project, who generously are powering our event with Zoom access and live interpretation in English, Spanish, American Sign Language, creating a truly inclusive and accessible space. American Federation of Teachers and the Asociación de Maestros de Puerto Rico, who continue demonstrating their ongoing commitment to Taino language revitalization by supporting our events for the second year in a row. The dedicated volunteers at TechFleet, who helped create the Taino World, an interactive educational space for the whole family, which we will be showing some more info about that later today. Edmonds Books for Young Readers, publisher of the powerful work, What Makes Us Human, the official book of the United Nations International Decade of Indigenous Languages, and 7,000 Languages, who empowers Indigenous communities around the globe to preserve and revitalize their languages through technology.
Our Guatu Fire Fuego sponsor is Ile Oso Owonrin, led by Dr. René La Santa, a longtime member of our Taino community.
And last but not least, our Que Earth Tierra sponsor, the Multi-State Association for Bilingual Education Northeast, led by Executive Director Phyllis Hardy, a proud Boricua and former teacher at my elementary school, I cannot believe this, who now champions bilingual education across New England. I am a living, breathing example of what bilingual education, multilingual education can do for our children. So I am extremely proud to have Mabe as one of our sponsors. Bomatum, thank you for your generosity. Let's show our love for all of our sponsors here today. So without further ado, we are ready to begin our day's presentations. It is my absolute honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Sean Sullivan, President of the Anthropological Research Council and a leading voice in Caribbean archaeology. I first came across an online paper and the extraordinary research that Dr. Sullivan conducted at the Thebes Indigenous Ceremonial Center in Ponce, Puerto Rico. It completely changed the way I understood the depth of Taíno knowledge systems, and I just knew I had to have him at our event. Today, Dr. Sullivan will share his insights from his keynote presentation, Celestial Calendar at Thebes, Utilized in Support of Social Scheduling. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sean Sullivan.
Thank you for the introduction. We're going to be engaged in a cooperative effort between
Celestial Calendar at
my
Thebes,
Computer
Utilized in
and
Support of Social
technical
Scheduling.
support
Please join me in welcoming
back home
Dr.
at your home
Sean
office.
Sullivan.
I will be
for
announcing
the
the next
introduction.
slide. We're going
By
to
the
number, and if this coordination falls out of sync, then please let us know. We'll slow down and we'll get it right. This presentation is an exploration of the role of celestial calendars that appear to have supported scheduling of ceremonial events at the Thebes archaeological site. I welcome follow-up dialogue via email. 2, wish to express my appreciation for support and assistance to Irma Zayas, Antonio Curet, Luis Martinez, and the staff at Thebes. 3, Thebes is a pre-Columbian archaeological site situated north of Ponce, Puerto Rico, along the Rio Portugues. 4, the site occupies several acres and is composed of more than a dozen stone-edged plazas or bates, forming rectangles and radial formations. The bulk of these constructions occurred between 1100 and 1300 CE. 5, Thebes is the earliest documented ceremonial center in the Caribbean, meaning it was a site dominated by large public spaces with a limited resident population. It was a place where we believe people from surrounding communities gathered periodically for recreation, that is, the ball game. 6, it included also public song and dance celebrations, arretos, religious and ceremonial social gatherings, most likely for adjunct market activities as well. We're on slide 7. Thebes was the beating heart of a cultural interaction sphere, the probable seat of a cacique. Scheduling of an annual cycle of gatherings and ceremonial activities at Thebes would have been facilitated by the use of a calendar. We explore here the presence of celestial calendars at Thebes. 8, be sure to tell me if we are out of sync. Anthropologist Fabio Hara observed consistencies in astronomical beliefs and practices among Arawak speakers throughout their scattered communities that persisted into the historic era. Astronomy survived as an element of core cultural knowledge across the 3,000-year Arawak expansion from a hearth zone in Venezuela. The pre-Taíno people of Thebes were reasonably presumed to have been part of the Arawakan diaspora, and thus would have been inheritors of astronomical knowledge passed down through more than 100 generations. 9, in the absence of a written language, astronomical knowledge was passed down through conversation, observation, and demonstration. 10. The sun played a role in the Taino origin myth. Key solar events include the solstices, the period when the sun reaches its furthest point north, 21 June, or south, 21 December, and pauses on the horizon for about 4 days. Equinoxes, transitory event, circa 21 March and 21 September, when the days and nights are equal length. Zenith passage, Paso Centenal. In the tropics, a transitory event, the day on which the sun is directly overhead at solar noon and a vertical pole casts no shadow, occurs twice, early May and late July in 1200 CE, to which this presentation is calculated. The moon is also a prime element of the Taino origin myth, with the Taino lunar calendar as evidence and with the planting season for cassava coincident. It is associated with the fertility deity Atabe. The lunar cycle spans 29.5 days. It is out of sync with the sun cycle. It consists of 14 plus days waxing to full and 14 plus days waning to a crescent new moon. Please remember this 2-week zig and 1-month zigzag pattern. It has relevance. Slide 12. We began recording astronomical alignments at T-Base in 2016 and have continued with on-site experiments this year at the spring equinox, solar zenith passage, and the summer solstice, 13. The astronomers at T-Base created 2 calendars, a large-scale calendar that is embedded in the astronomical alignments of the Plaza Principal, and a more precise calendar that is recorded in the calendar stones found buried in the Plaza Principal. The Plaza Principal, slide 14, was chosen for focus study because of its size and complexity to include a concentration of petroglyphs on the eastern causeway and a central stone offset to the east, a known correlate with astronomical alignments from the classic Taino site MC6 in the Turks and Caicos Islands and from Woodhenge, a contemporary site at Cahokia in Illinois. Azimuths were observed using a theodolite centered over the central stone, correlated with celestial rising and setting positions adjusted to 1200 CE, that is the current epoch, calculated by Stellarium software. 15. The observed alignments included 70 degrees, sunrise at the summer solstice, which occurs on the court between 2 petroglyphs in the eastern causeway. And just to the east of the Plaza Principal, an integrated element, the Bate de una Hilera, which spans from 72 degrees north to 88 degrees. 72 degrees corresponds with sunrise at the zenith passage, 88, sunrise at the equinox, and Venus rises circa this marker on the equinox. 16. 114 degrees, rising sun, winter solstice. 115, full moon rise near the summer solstice, both by the southeast portal. 294, sunset, summer solstice. 208, Beta Crucis, Southern Cross, setting position at the summer solstice, southwest portal. 272, sunset on the equinoxes, corresponds with a petroglyph in the western causeway. Note, the sun rises and sets over the northwest and southeast causeway stone flanges in the days leading up to the solstices. 17. This is a view of the stone pavement on the plaza floor along the western causeway. The petroglyph shown in the image at 272 corresponds to the setting position of the sun at the equinox. 18. Translating the astronomical alignments into dates demonstrates the Plaza Principal functioned as a large-scale calendar, marking the solstices, equinoxes, and the zenith passages. 19. Found face down in the Plaza Principal in 1975, these carved and etched stones have been a mystery for 50 years. This matched set of artifacts, which we term calendar stones, are now being decoded and have revealed a sophisticated celestial calendar. 20. The calendar stones featured a straight central line, a shared center opening capable of hosting a vertical pole, and show opposing arcs at the upper and lower ends. These features match perfectly the shadow pattern created by a gnomon, that is a shadow pole, and trace the movement of the gnomon shadow tip as it moves across the stone surface at the solstices, equinoxes, and at zenith passage. The diagram on the left is the product of a study of gnomons that was conducted in India. 21. Experiments with full-scale reproductions of the calendar stones with gnomons were conducted on-site and off-site. 22. The calibration date and time for the sunstone, that is the stone that is featured in the following discussion, was solar noon on 21 December. It appears in the image on the left. At that point, the sun's at about 48.5 degrees. In order for the shadow to reach that arc, it needs to be just over 14 inches. On-site observation of the 2025 zenith passage in May showed no shadow at noon. The sun was vertically overhead. That's the center image. Removal of the gnomon at the moment of zenith passage allowed the beam of light from the vertical sun to shine directly on the central stone datum point. At that point, the deity of the sun is looking directly at your village, at your observation point, and no place else on earth in that exact moment. Slide 23. At the equinox, 21 March, the gnomon shadow tip traces an east-west line. That line defined the orientation of the central cut of the stones, and it may have defined the orientation of the Plaza Principal as well. That line also corresponded with a specific point in the zigzag pattern on the east side of the stone. We have 3 dates definable on the stones at this point. The winter solstice, December 21st, which is the end arc. The equinox, March 21st or 20th, specific point on the zigzag incisions that we observed at the site at this last equinox. And solar zenith passage, 5 to 6 May in 1200 CE, which is the center line. Slide 24. We can further refine the dating. The period of 20 March to 5 May is 6 weeks. That time span is represented on the stones by 3 diagonal lines. Each diagonal line appears therefore to represent 2+ weeks, which is half a lunar cycle. The 2-week half-lunar cycle appears to be a standard time abstraction used by the T-base astronomers. We use the term fortnight for such a 2-week period. Slide 25. With that 2-week symbolism in mind, additional dates can be interpreted from the zigzag inscription on the stone. The first day of the T-base calendar year appears to be our December 21st, the winter solstice. T-base months, a standardized time abstraction similar to our own concept of a month, loosely linked to the lunar cycle, follow up to the solar zenith passage circa 5 May, which coincides with the center cut of the stone. The time progression is marked by the position of the gnomon shadow tip in late afternoon along the zigzag inscription on the left. This is the sun shadow, and hence we term this the sun stone. After the second zenith passage, in that time period that occurred around 25 July, the shadow movement and dates run in reverse. They're marked in blue on the illustration, returning month by month to the starting and ending point, which is December 21st. Slide 26. The steep angle of the sun at the summer solstice, which is about 84.5 degrees, 90 is vertical, that would require a 9-foot plus gnomon to cast a shadow on the stone. A 9-foot gnomon is awkward to use. It seems more likely that a short gnomon, similar to the one that was used with the sunstone, was used on the second stone. But there's reason to believe that it was used to record the position of the full moon closest to the summer solstice. Refer to this other stone as the moonstone. Yes, the calendar stones can be read at night as long as the moon is at least half full. 27. These images show the gnomon shadow cast by the full moon on a replica of the moonstone. The photo was made with a cell phone. Note how the shadow tip traces the course of the arc at the end of the stone in the period surrounding the peak of the moon's arc, which is called the meridian. 28. The markings on the moonstone are very different from those on the sunstone. They appear to correspond with the position of the gnomon shadow when the full moon is at its meridian, and on separate days reflecting the position of the half moon in twilight, roughly a week before and a week after the full moon. Collectively, these moon phases encapsulate the period in which the moonstone can be readily read in moonlight by the T-base astronomers, when moonlight eclipses sunlight. The full moon in June, close to the summer solstice, is at its lowest point, closest to the horizon of any time in the year. This may have been interpreted by T-base astronomers as the moon's closest approach to the Earth, an appropriate time for moon-centered observations. 29. So how was the summer solstice recorded? Interestingly, there is a third arc that may have been used for this purpose. It appears on the backside of the moonstone. While the 9-foot tall gnomon, illustrated here in the image on the right, can in theory be installed, it is awkward. It requires use of plumb bobs and guy wires to keep it vertical, which are essential for accuracy. This can be done for a short period. In fact, we did it this last summer solstice in June. While difficult, it could have been done for the day of the solstice. However, long-term use of such a gnomon would require constant adjustments. 30. The astronomers at T-base created 2 calendars, combining solar and lunar cycles that could have supported ceremonial scheduling. A large-scale calendar is embedded in the astronomical alignments of the Plaza Principal. A more precise calendar is recorded in the calendar stones, which also came from the Plaza Principal. The T-base astronomers appear to have employed a solar year beginning on the winter solstice, 21 December in our system. This was complemented with use of time period abstractions of 2+ and 4+ weeks, similar to our concepts of a fortnight or a concept of a month, loosely linked to the lunar cycle. The period around the summer solstice appears to have been a time of special attention to the phases of the moon, when the moon annually appears to be closest to the earth. The calendar stones were meant to be read by a person familiar with the local lunar and solar cycles to include the local timing of the solar zenith passages, which are site specific. The calendar stones are likely to have been created and used by specialists associated with the cacique and may have been used to train the next generation of tea-based astronomers. Follow-up dialogue is welcome.
Thank you so
You
much
can
for
reach
that.
me at sullivan_email@yahoo.com. I welcome questions.
Thank you so much, Home. Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. I have also left Dr. Sullivan's email in the chat. We do have one question that just came in from Ellen. Is it known whether the Nomen stones were once one piece or was it two halves like is shown on the screen?
It's two halves. It's very interesting. The cut across the middle and the way they fit together makes it tempting to think that one is used up and one is used down. They could have been used, and they probably were used separately. The straight cut, which looks like an intention to fit the two stones together, is the corresponding line with the east-west line at the equinox. The straight cut was used to orient the stones to ensure that they fit with the movement of the sun and the moon. Does that answer your question?
Oh, yes. And just to know that the cut was intentional as well.
The cut was intentional, and it is the only straight line cut through stone at the site or in the region from this time period. That was a meticulous, careful job.
Wow. And did I hear you say this at the beginning? You said that there were at least two other sites that were similar. You said the Cahoya
Yes,
site?
and there's more. For the sake of brevity, not all was mentioned. Nomens were used by the Incas at Machu Picchu, by the Maya more generally, certainly at the site Caracol. A nomen was definitively used at the contemporary site Cahokia, which is a Mississippian site, 1300 AD, at Woodhenge, which is a very large astronomical observatory, similar in structure to Stonehenge, but done with vertical poles. However, the use of an omen has not been documented for the Caribbean previously.
So you made history by showing that our people also had calendar systems embedded in their entire structure, as well as these specialized stones that were meant to read the stars and basically orient us and keep calendar systems.
Indeed. And what this site does is it illustrates in, I was going to say concrete form, in stone form, astronomical practices that were probably characteristic of Arawak speakers and Arawak culture for hundreds or thousands of years. You have reached a point at T-Base in which this is codified into a formal village arrangement and into a formal, lasting, non-perishable object or pair of objects, which are the calendar stones.
That is beautiful to know, understanding that this is hundreds of thousands of years of knowledge being passed down and folks are specializing in this. So we have a couple of questions that I will leave in the chat. Maybe you might be able to address them because we will need to move on to our next presentation. There is one that says, asks where is the information published, if you wouldn't mind leaving the link in the chat. And any other information follow up, please leave it in the chat. Thank you so much, Hahom, Dr. Sean Sullivan, for that wonderful presentation. I highly recommend that you read the document. It is available online. That is how I came across it. Thank you again. I really appreciate you being here with us today.
My pleasure.
Okay, now I pass it on to my co-host, Ra Ruiz Leon.
Thank you. Our next video is from Lisaide Diaz Rosa, an actress artisan from Boriquén. She began her artistic journey as a child with ballet and theater. As an adult, she transitioned into film acting, officially beginning her journey in 2022. And then Astrid Justiniano is a photographer based out of Fajardo, and she is the director and editor of this film that we're going to watch, which, yeah, I think that's all I have. Harikomavu.
Where do we come from? We all come from somewhere. One thing's for sure. We are of the earth, and to the earth we shall return. I come from Boriquén, the daughter of the sun and sea. It was not discovered in the late 1400s. There was already people here, the Taíno Arawaks. Despite the confrontations and many years of colonization, they left us a legacy. We are who we are because they fought back. We are who we are because they were here first. For some historians to suggest the Taínos are extinct is highly misleading. Perhaps they should take a closer look at us, our culture, our language, our faces, and our spirits. We are a bridge between the past and the present, carrying forward the wisdom and strength of those who walked these lands before us. Therefore, I think it's safe to say, Wak Agsirwani, until the sun dies.
Thank you, Hahom. Gracias for that beautiful video presentation. We thank Lisaide Diaz Rosas and Astrid Justiniano for their beautiful documentary. And I encourage all of you to continue showing your creativity to upraise and uplift our people in any way that you can. Now it is my joy and honor to introduce the next video by someone I'm proud to call a Paya sister hermana, Dr. Leslie Sotomayor II, Assistant Professor of Art Education and FDI Scholar at Kutztown University. In her video, My Ancestors in My Studio, she reflects on her Taíno lineage through Gloria Anzaldua's theories of conocimiento, paintings, and feminist writing, creating a visual testimonio that lives in the borderlands of time, identity, and spirit. May this video offer insight, inspiration, and connection as we journey together.
With my ancestors in my studio, looking back at my Taíno roots. This is my autohistoria teoria. It's about healing, activating self-healing by knowing who I am and my heritage and lineage. As the parts interweave, I am healing myself, curándome. As I overturned stones, some pieces rang familiar on my journey. I heard my father on 1, 2, maybe 3 occasions admit that his mother may be Taína. My abuelo's white Spanish sangre studded with betrayal. I examined family photos, looking for her, abuela, her dark, long black hair, her small stature and brown skin. I remember my abuela making my favorite dish, Guanimes. The Ceiba tree in Borinquen, the land of the courageous. May we be courageous. Atabe, Atabe, creatress, divine mother, Atabe. Atabe, embodiment, Gualban Sesh, Atabe, Ataberia. Caguana, Caraya, Yokohu, Guacal, Atabe, Atabe. I wandered into the labyrinth, my home. I recognize the Ceiba, Atabe. Snake belly to the earth, Mother Earth, Madre, shedding my skin as I go. From the snake mouth we are born, deep from the center of her belly. In the labyrinth, the only way to get out is the same way you came in. Wandering, guide me, Boitillo. Guabonito near the river, depths of death to reclaim my identity.
Ahom, thank you to Dr. Leslie Sotomayor for that beautiful offering. Next, I will turn it over to my co-host, Yaseli, who will introduce our next video presentation.
Next, we are honored to share a special video presentation from three powerful voices in public education. Evelyn de Jesus is the Executive Vice President of the American Federation of Teachers. Jason Dropic is the Executive Director of the National Indian Education Association. And Victor Bonilla serves as the President of the Asociación de Maestros de Puerto Rico and Vice President of the American Federation of Teachers. Please join me in viewing their presentation on honoring language and culture in education.
Welcome, everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. I am Evelyn de Jesus, the Executive Vice President of the AFT, whose 1.8 million members work in education, in healthcare, and public services. I am completely delighted to be here for the second year of the Reencuentro Taíno Conference. As some of you know, last year's conference was a revelation to me, as I was able to connect stories in my own personal life, from my mother and my abuelas, to the current efforts to recover and explore the rich linguistic and cultural history of the Taíno people. I am thrilled to be part of this conference, sharing and learning for future generations. On the mainland, I'm happy to report that there are increasing numbers of educators and state departments of education that understand the importance of culturally responsive pedagogy that moves beyond sharing foods and music. Don't get me wrong, I love eating foods of different cultures and dancing to almost any kind of music. But let's be clear, what we need for general cultural empowerment and educational justice goes way beyond the one day a year we celebrate different foods and different music. The truth is that language and the culture with which it is entwined is critical. And at the same time, the truth is that indigenous languages all over the world are threatened and dying out. That's one reason I was so excited when the UN General Assembly declared the decade between 2022 and 2032 as the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, to draw global attention to the critical situation of many indigenous languages and to mobilize stakeholders and resources for their preservation, revitalization, and promotion. Language, my friends, is a form of power. Whether a language is being erased by a dominant culture or whether it's being recovered and celebrated by individuals and researchers who see the real threats, in both cases, language is power. We are incredibly fortunate to have two wonderful, magnificent guests with us this morning to help us understand how, by honoring language and culture, we chart a path to empowerment for our students, to our families, and to their communities. Victor Bonilla is Vice President of the AFT, my dear friend and brother, and President of the 30,000 member Asociación de Maestros de Puerto Rico. And Jason Drapik serves as the executive director of the National Indian Education Association. Want you to know that it's a 56-year-old organization founded to bring Native educators together, to explore ways to improve schools and the education of Native children, also to promote the maintenance and continued development of Native languages and cultures, and to develop and implement strategies for influencing local, state, and federal policy and policymakers. Thank you both for being here. Victor, let's start with you. I think it's fair to say that most people think that the Taíno people and pretty much all of the Taíno culture, including the language, had been effectively exterminated by Columbus and the Spanish who followed him. Now we find out that story is very incomplete, to say the least. Please take about 5 minutes and tell us a little bit about where we are with respect to Taíno language and culture in Puerto Rico right now. Victor, take it away.
Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Muchas gracias por la invitación nuevamente para participar de este Reencuentro Taíno Conference, que tan importante es para todos nosotros. Me gustaría abordar con ustedes la importancia del lenguaje en la cultura como herramienta de empoderamiento desde la educación pública. Aunque parece similar, lenguaje e idioma no son lo mismo. El lenguaje es más que el idioma, pues es nuestra capacidad para comunicarnos mediante signos orales, escritos, gestuales y visuales. Con el lenguaje definimos la identidad cultural. Este taller abordaré la importancia del lenguaje en la cultura como herramienta de empoderamiento en la educación pública. Aunque parece similar, lenguaje e idioma no son lo mismo. El lenguaje es más que el idioma, pues es nuestra capacidad para comunicarnos mediante signos orales, escritos, gestuales y visuales. Con el lenguaje definimos la identidad cultural. La cultura no son costumbres y tradiciones, pero forman parte de la cultura. El mundo entero sigue de cerca la residencia de Bad Bunny en Puerto Rico, la que se cataloga como un homenaje a la cultura puertorriqueña. La cultura son prácticas, ideas, tradiciones, modos de vida y de pensamiento. Es el proceso a través por el cual producimos y compartimos significados sobre nuestra identidad. La cultura es un campo de lucha porque con ella construimos simbólicamente el mundo. Más allá de ser homogénea y armoniosa, es un espacio de conflicto y disputa, precisamente por el significado. ¿Podemos crear significados y mundos fuera del lenguaje? El lenguaje nos atraviesa. Construimos el mundo a partir de nuestras historias, afectos, formas de pensar y manera de resistir. El lenguaje no es solo una herramienta para comunicar ideas, es una forma de habilitar y de tener el acceso del mundo. Es una forma de empoderar, de que las comunidades sientan orgullo de sus raíces. Voy a emplear ejemplos concretos. La mayoría de los libros de historia de Puerto Rico representan nuestros indígenas como nobles, buenos, amigables y hospitalarios, a diferencia de los guerreros y temibles que eran los indios caribes. Como parte del descubrimiento del Nuevo Mundo, la sociedad puertorriqueña se formó de la mezcla armoniosa de 3 razas: hispánica, africana e indígena. Y esto es un gran mito, porque ninguna invasión es armoniosa ni placentera. Ahí está nuestra tarea como educadores de crear conciencia del lenguaje. Si para el filósofo alemán Ludwig Wittgenstein existen juegos del lenguaje, es porque el lenguaje ejerce un papel central en nuestro pensamiento y en comprensión de la realidad. Bad Bunny desafió las residencias de Las Vegas por su país natal, cantando en español y creando una fiesta familiar en un acontecimiento visual de absoluto poder y preñado de significaciones que inspiran a otras culturas del mundo. En parte, el lenguaje de una nueva generación que valora las raíces de su identidad, lo mismo cantando, como lo dice la canción, lo que le pasó a Hawái, que visitando al centro ceremonial indígena de Canagua en Utuado, Puerto Rico. No solo los taínos, sino los aloides, huecoides y arcaicos, hay historia. ¿Por qué la raíz es tan importante? En este mundo se expresa con nuevos juegos del lenguaje, donde nuestras culturas juegan un rol protagónico. Nuestras culturas originarias tienen el poder. Utilicemos el lenguaje. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Victor. Muchas gracias. Now, let me turn to Jason. Jason, the NIEA works across the United States to promote Native languages and cultures in public schools. Could you give us a thumbnail picture of where we are in that overall effort and anything you can add about how Taíno language and culture can gain larger recognition? Take it away, Jason.
Absolutely. Chimigwich, thank you so very much for that question. Buju, Babami Bades Indigenous, Minawaki and Dunjaba, Magizi and Dudem, Anishinaabe and Dao. So greetings all my relatives. My name is Jason Dropik, Executive Director for the National Indian Education Association. I'm a member of the Bad River Band of Lake Superior Ojibwe, Eagle Clan. I'm very honored to be here with all of you. Thumbnail, so it's gonna be a big thumbnail, but I'll do my best to keep it concise. Across the United States, the National Indian Education Association is seeing a powerful resurgence in efforts to revitalize, preserve, to teach Native language and cultures in public education. This is thanks to decades of advocacy. We finally now see federal, state, and local initiatives increasing recognition and the importance of Indigenous knowledge systems. We've known forever how important those Indigenous knowledge systems are. It's great to finally get some recognition in other spaces. Native communities are leading the way, creating immersion schools, developing curriculum, training Native teachers, and pushing for policy change that respects tribal sovereignty in education. With all that being said, there is so much work to be done. Many Native languages remain endangered, and too often public schools lack culturally responsive materials or meaningful partnerships with Native nations. NIEA is actively working to change this by supporting Native-led efforts, providing technical assistance, advocating for sustained funding, and building broader public awareness about the values of Indigenous languages, not only for Native students, but for the health of our nation's diverse democracy. When it comes to Taíno language and culture, the path forward begins with recognition that not only Taíno people not only existed, but continue to exist, despite colonial narratives that claim their extinction. This is already changing as more Caribbean communities in the US and beyond reclaim Taíno identity, heritage, and language. Public schools, especially in areas with Puerto Rican and Dominican students, can play a pivotal role in this by including Taíno history and contributions into the curriculum, partnering with community leaders and cultural practitioners, and supporting student identity development through inclusive and affirming education. Greater visibility for Taíno language can also come through place-based projects, youth language initiatives, digital resources, and inclusion in broader Indigenous language policies. At NIA, we believe every Native community deserves the tools and respect needed to reclaim and revitalize their language and culture. The movement is growing, a lot of work to do, but the Taíno story is an essential part of that work. Miigwech, thank you.
Wow, Jason, I had no idea. There is so much important activity on so many fronts. Muchas gracias, hermano. Now, I'd like to ask you both the same question. What are the challenges you face, the obstacles you need to overcome to clear the path to empowerment we're talking about, especially given the federal government's insistence on an English-only culture these days? Victor, let's start with you.
Gracias, Evelyn, por tu pregunta. Contestando a la misma, te quiero decir que los desafíos y obstáculos que debemos superar para despejar el camino al empoderamiento respecto al idioma y la cultura taína en Puerto Rico en este momento son diversos y requieren esfuerzo constante. A continuación, te quiero detallar algunos de los principales. Número 1. El desconocimiento y la falta de reconocimiento oficial. Aunque existen esfuerzos para revitalizar la cultura taína, todavía hay una falta de reconocimiento oficial y de políticas educativas que integren plenamente el idioma y las tradiciones taínas en el currículo escolar y en la vida pública. Como número 2, podemos ver la pérdida generacional del idioma. El idioma taíno ha sido en gran medida reemplazado por el español en inglés, lo que ha llevado a una disminución significativa en el uso y la transmisión intergeneracional del idioma. La otro punto es la falta de recursos y programas de revitalización. Hay una escasez de recursos adecuados, programas de educación y materiales didácticos que permiten enseñar y promover activamente la cultura y el idioma taíno en diferentes contextos. El reconocimiento de la identidad indígena es otro de los principales argumentos. La identidad taína en Puerto Rico a menudo se ha mezclado con otras entidades culturales, lo que complica la reivindicación y el reconocimiento de una identidad indígena propia y diferenciada. Tanto el impacto del colonialismo y la historia es otro de los puntos que quiero debatir contigo. La historia de colonización y el proceso de asimilación cultural han contribuido a la pérdida de muchas tradiciones y conocimientos ancestrales, dificultando su recuperación. Y por último, la globalización y la modernización. La influencia de la cultura global y la modernización pueden desvalorizar las tradiciones indígenas, haciendo que éstas perezcan obsoletas o parezcan, mejor dicho, obsoletas o irrelevantes para las nuevas generaciones. Concluyo diciendo que para avanzar en el empoderamiento es fundamental promover políticas públicas inclusivas, fortalecer la educación sobre la cultura taína, apoyar investigaciones y proyectos culturales y fomentar el orgullo y la identidad indígena en la sociedad puertorriqueña. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, Victor. Jason, can you answer the question?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really important question. I appreciate the opportunity to share and echo the sentiments that have been stated as well. Many of the challenges that we face obviously come from a resurgence of political rhetoric and legislation efforts that promote English-only culture, often under the guise of unity and efficiency. These efforts ignore the fact that language is identity for Native people, and it's also about our sovereignty. So resistance to funding and supporting multilingual education undermines the rights and self-determination that Indigenous communities have fought for. Chronic and consistent underfunding continues to impact efforts that are made to help support students and communities. Loss of fluent speakers due to generations of forced assimilation, boarding school trauma, lots of ways that we want to continue to build those, rebuild those efforts comes from cultural healing, significant support needing to be made. Public schools themselves sometimes have constraints in them where Native students are participating. There's a lack of infrastructure, training, or willingness to incorporate Native languages and cultures. And obviously, there continues to be misrecognition and perceptions of erasure that exist within communities. For communities like the Taíno, a major hurdle is that perspective of invisibility. Despite increasing self-identification and scholarship, many institutions, policymakers, communities still treat Taíno cultures as extinct, which we know is not true. Makes it harder to gain access and resources and partnership. But with all those obstacles and challenges, we definitely can continue to overcome. We need policy change that's rooted in sovereignty. We must make sure that we affirm the rights of Native nations to control their own education, including language programs. Public education can continue to be reformed, broad investment in culturally responsive education, including Native histories, languages, and worldviews, not as electives, but as essential knowledge for all students, regardless of their background. Of course, community-led language revitalization efforts are pivotal and foundational to the work that's done in communities themselves. NIA continues to support grassroots language efforts, digital tools, intergenerational learning grounded in communities' priorities. And finally, recognition of all Indigenous people. For the Taino and others who are reclaiming identity, we must push against outdated narratives and support self-identification, community building, and cultural expressions. This road won't be easy. It hasn't been easy for our ancestors that came before us, but it's our time to pick it up and continue that work that has been on the shoulders of ancestors that fought for our identity and our languages to be present. NIA stands with all Native communities, including the Taino, to assert what we've always known, that our languages are not obstacles, they're our power. Miigwech.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much, both of you, for your advocacy, for your love, for your deep knowledge of our people. And deep thanks to the organizers of this conference. Fortunately, Native American and Indigenous cultures are accustomed to thinking in a very long timelines in terms of generations instead of presidential administrations. Thank you both for bringing your long view wisdom to our conversation today. And for those of you across the globe watching us today, you can always count on the AFT, on NIEA, and AMPR for support in your work to ensure all students and families feel heard and seen. Enjoy the rest of your conference, and muchas gracias.
All right, we hope you enjoyed that insightful presentation. So many essential points, including the need for coordinated resources, policy, research, and systemic support to revitalize and preserve languages. Re-educating our communities, educating future generations through public education, something I'm extremely passionate about as an educator. So thank you so much for that. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the Q&A field, and our team will respond as we're able. Ahora tengo el placer de ceder la palabra al presidente de la Asociación de Maestros de Puerto Rico, el señor Víctor Bonilla Sánchez, quien nos presentará a nuestras próximas invitadas. Adelante, don Víctor.
Buenos días a todos y a todas. Me llena de satisfacción poder verles y saludarles en esta mañana. Sigue el entusiasmo con la cultura y nuestros ancestros. ¡Que viva la cultura taína! En pocas ocasiones tengo un placer tan grande de presentar ejemplos prácticos de innovaciones educativas como esta sección titulada Kamishibai y narración de cuentos taínos integrando el lenguaje de señas. Seremos testigos de la presentación a nivel mundial por primera ocasión de la interpretación en lenguaje de señas de una narración de cuentos sobre los taínos. Solicito un caluroso aplauso para estas experimentadas maestras del arte, Yaret Piñeiro y Tere Marichal, quienes estarán a cargo de este taller. Tere Marichal es una experimentada escritora, ilustradora, narradora, oral, libretista, dramaturga y conferenciante que mantuvo por 25 años el reconocido programa televisivo La Casa de María Chusema. Junto a ella, Yaret Piñeiro, una mujer profundamente sorda desde su nacimiento, que es la fundadora de Advanced in Science Language Education and Services, una empresa dirigida a promocionar servicios educativos especializados en lenguaje de señas y servicios de interpretación en diversos entornos. Ahora pasaremos con nuestras compañeras.
Hola, muy buenos días. Un saludo solidario desde Puerto Rico
a todos los compañeros y compañeras que se encuentran hoy en este encuentro. Celebramos un areito rodeados de Auzubal y Yagrumo, donde compartimos las arepas de maíz y amarramos con arique, cordel sacado de la fibra de la yagua, nuestros conocimientos, memorias y datos que hemos recopilado para continuar dando vida a nuestros ancestros taínos. Es un orgullo ser parte de este encuentro tan importante. Les cuento que nosotros, descendientes de Atabey y Urayoan, tenemos muchos mitos taínos como las ranitas tona, el llanto de Guabanex, la profecía de Yocabugama, la madre tortuga, la bella maga de los mares, entre otras. Entre las diferentes leyendas taínas voy a nombrar la India dormida, Guanaracoa, la sombra de Yareya. Además, contamos con cuentos y poemas creados por diferentes escritoras y escritores que dan vida a la cultura taína. Somos un pueblo orgulloso de nuestras raíces y nuestra identidad y nos hemos caracterizado por la resistencia que hemos desarrollado, la sombra de que nos ha fortalecido. Además, contamos con cuentos durante todo el tiempo que trabajé y escritores que constantemente hacíamos cuentos relacionados con la cultura taína, el Guaguauquema, que es sobre la revuelta de 1511, la Guasábara, y el Areito de la Pluma son algunos de los cuentos que nosotros desarrollamos mientras estuvimos produciendo ese programa para que los niños puertorriqueños fueran aprendiendo palabras sencillas, sacadas casi todas del diccionario Voces Indígenas de Puerto Rico, que es tal vez uno de los diccionarios más completos que nosotros tenemos sobre el lenguaje taíno. Muchos de los mitos y leyendas.
A lot of the myths and legends, we have taken it out from this book, Enrique Pérez Díaz, where he explains that this last book, Caribe Taíno, which is a biography from Badillo, who wrote these essays that help us understand in a different political side all the situation from the Taíno culture. But in this moment, we're going to be talking about the Charichimay, which is a Japanese technique. It's an oral, which is we have found that is a very important element for the sign language for the Taino languages. And for this reason, we're going to be talking fast because we only have a few minutes to talk about this. But I want to show you a video that Jared made it because we wanted the whole community to learn, because in Puerto Rico, they didn't have the sign languages for the Taino language. So it was very important that the Suruyos in Puerto Rico learn about this knowledge of the vocabulary in the Taino language that we brought to the sign language. Jared will be explaining some of the words that she will be translated to the language, sign language. So in this way, all the people that has hearing problem can communicate and integrate these Taino words that we use every day in our vocabulary. But before that, we're going to be watching a video that we created. Jared was present here, so you can see the integration about the story and the vocabulary in the Taino language.
¿Pueden ver el video? ¿Pueden ver el video?
Can you watch the video?
Okay, perfecto.
Hola, soy Yaret Piñeiro y les voy a estar haciendo un cuento en señas. Miren, se titula El areito de la pluma. ¿Escrito por quién? Por Tere Marshall Lugo. Contaba la abuela Guayacana hace mucho tiempo en Bolice había un calle en el calle que había Dentro del tobillo, aquí anda marca. Con la manga dentro, aquí anda para cortar. Apreciar suavemente.
This is a hammock that was going slowly to the side.
Se levanta, comienza a bailar y a bailar y a bailar.
So it starts to dance and it starts to dance. It was going from here to there.
Bueno, esto fue un ejemplo bien
This
cortito
was an example, a very short example of the integration of the Kamishibai. The story is very long, but because of the short time that we have to reduce the information so you can communicate with Jared. Even she's deaf, she can read the lips, and she learned to speak Spanish when she was little, since her mother taught her how to. And Chismai is a technique that the deaf has their hands free so they can narrate orally and the hands. And having the story of the Taínos, I think there are 5 or 6 stories that we have, but we can teach the kids the small words that they can do with their hands. And then the community, the deaf community, can integrate to celebrate our Taíno culture and our vocabulary. So I'm gonna leave with you, Jared, so she can explain you some signs that we utilize with the words. Maria, good afternoon and good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. I am very happy for the opportunity that you gave me. This is a work that is very pretty and very beneficial. Before I start talking about the Taino words, I would like to present or expose one reality that we have in Puerto Rico. As a community, we have 289,000 deaf people. And still here in Puerto Rico, there's a lot of people that think that deaf people only communicate with a sign language, American Sign Language, but it's a false, because for 3 years I have investigated the sign language from Puerto Rico so we can recuperate our sign language that identify with us, that are part of our identity, like words like alcapurria, empanada. There are some words that are part of our culture that identify us. We have to preserve those words, but because there is no research that compiles all these words, we're going to start doing some research. Actually, there is a bill that we're waiting that has to be approved so they can recognize the Puerto Rican sign language. Why we do this? This is part of a concern as an educator, because when I need to do the education for the kids in American Sign Language, it doesn't have an equivalence in the Puerto Rican Sign Language. Let's say for deer, bear, with other signs that are not for us. They don't represent our animals. We have to look for signs like coqui. We know that in the Puerto Rican central area, we have this sign for coqui. With this sign, we were able to document so that the teachers have a benefit so they know how to present this to the families. there are different vocabulary that they will integrate as a student. They will learn, they will develop their mind, they will develop their thinking. The sign language that belongs to Puerto Rico, it's a very beautiful language. It's rich. It has a lot of grammatic, semantics, phonics. It has a lot of structure. And we have to feel proud of this because it's a combination of all the influence of American and the United States with the sign language, with the Spanish, and for sure there is a little bit.
Pero las señas taínas no han sido documentadas ampliamente. ¿Por qué? Porque no conocemos, por ejemplo, la palabra bohío, que se hace en los maestros, como los maestros
Stand on how they
nosotros
teachers
utilizan la palabra
have
bohío
only one
Le dicen casa,
word that says boyo,
porque ese es el significado de lo que era
because
bohío,
that's the
casa.
meaning of boyo.
Pero
It means house.
realmente la
But
palabra
in
bohío,
reality,
cómo se
the word
escribe esta
boyo, how it is
palabra, está
written, this
representando,
word is written, it's
enseña
representing,
el concepto
it
real
shows
de
the
lo que es el
real
bohío.
concept
Esa
of
fue la
what
pregunta
boyo,
que nos hicimos
of voyage.
Marichal y yo cuando
It's
comenzamos a
this the
trabajar en
word
este
that Marisa
proyecto,
and you
que
did when we
descubrimos
began working on this
no
project, and we
solamente
discovered that
tenemos
not
que
only
limitar en decir la
that we
palabra
have to
casa,
limit
también
to
tenemos
say
que
the word
enseñarle
house,
al
but
niño
we also have to
nosotros
show
la palabra taíno,
the deaf child the
bohío,
Taíno word,
sucayeque,
boigo, sukayeque,
el bohío, pues la señal
el
para
boiro,
bohío,
the saying for boio. This is
bohío,
the sign for
como
boio,
debe ser, bohío,
how
porque
it
se
has to
ve
be, because you can see them
construido la forma en cómo se ve.
constructed
Es un lenguaje
in the form of the
completamente
art.
visual.
It's a complete visual language.
Ahora bien, en el caso
Now,
del
in the
batey,
case
donde
of
celebraban, que había
Pate,
un área donde había
where they
juegos, pues yo
celebrate,
no
where
puedo hacer
there's
la
games,
palabra seña de juego
I
muy
can't
literal,
do the
tengo
sign
que ver
language
qué
for
era
a
lo que
juego,
estaba
for a
pasando
play.
ahí.
I
Lo
have to
único
see
que
what was
puedo
going on,
conceptualizar
but I
para
have
que
to
el
have a
pueblo pueda
conceptual
entenderlo.
or
Y entonces se
visualization so
hacía
I can understand. So I would do
por el juego del
for
batey.
the play, the
Como
Pate
dándole
play,
patadas. Y
like
luego
you
se
pick,
deletrea
and
batey para
then
que el otro
you
sepa
sign
y
Pate,
relacione la palabra
and we
con
relate
la
the word or correspond
conceptualización,
the
porque
word
es
with the
completamente visual.
visualization because
Otra
it's
viene
complete
siendo también
visualization.
el
Another
areito lo
word is
usamos para la
areito.
celebración de la
Areito is a
fiesta.
celebration, the
Si
party
utilizamos la
that we
seña
utilize
literal
the
de lo que
literal sign
significa
of
areito,
what it
pues yo
means,
voy a hacer la
areito.
seña de fiesta.
I'm going to
Y
see
esta seña
the
de
sign for
fiesta es una
party.
seña boricua,
It's
pero
a
no es
party, it's a Boricua
suficiente
sign,
para
but it's not
representar
sufficient
la
to
palabra
represent
areito, que es
the word
la
areito,
palabra taína. Así que
which
lo
is
que
the
nos
Taina
hacemos
word.
es
So what we do is
cuando se utiliza
this
el
is
movimiento
utilize the
corporal para
movement,
que el niño
corporal move
sordo
or
pueda ver
body
la
movements,
acción
so
de
you
lo
can
que
see
ocurría en el
the
areito.
action of what's happening in
Por
areito.
consiguiente, esas son algunas de las palabras que
And
nosotros
those are the
bohío,
words that we use: boio,
areito,
areito,
batey,
batei,
porque hacían el movimiento. Y la otra palabra que faltaría.
Taíno,
Los
and
taínos,
tainos, the
por el
tainos,
color de piel,
taino because
taíno.
of the color of our
La
skin,
seña que
taino.
se utiliza
The sign
boricua
that's
viene
utilized for
siendo el
Boricua is
taíno por la pluma
taino
o
with the
taíno por
feather
la
or
pluma.
taino with the feather.
Pero
But
la palabra que representa,
the word that
enseña
represents
visualmente que tan lejos sea
teach,
posible vendría siendo esto. Y
it's this
también
and that
esta,
and that one
por
as
la
well.
forma en cómo se pintaba.
Because the form
Los
of
taínos,
how they painted their
los
face, the
taínos.
tainos, the tainos.
Entonces,
Well,
¿tienen alguna
do you
pregunta,
have any
alguna duda
questions?
que
Any
deseen?
doubts?
Aquí tenemos aquí la
We have one here.
Muchas gracias. Sí,
Oh, thank
estamos aquí
you. Yes.
pendiente al chat
And
preguntas.
looking at the
Había una
chat to see if
pregunta
there's any
sobre
questions. There was a question
los
about
libros que habían
the
mencionado
books that you had
y
mentioned,
nosotros podemos poner eso en el
and we
chat.
could put that in
So
the
if
chat.
anyone has any
We're
questions at this point, you can put them in the Q&A and I will read them. And we have about a few minutes that we can dedicate to it. Todos tenemos unos minutos que podemos dedicar a las preguntas. Entonces estoy mirando a ver.
5 minutes to
No creo que
dedicate to the
haya por
chat. I
ahora
don't
otra
see that. I don't think
pregunta.
that there's
Déjame
another
ver.
question.
Había una persona que preguntó
There's a person who
cómo
asked,
puede
or someone asked,
participar
how
o
can
apoyar el trabajo que están
participate
haciendo.
or support the
Bueno,
project
pues
that you're
yo
doing?
llevo años,
Well,
muchos
I've
años,
been
tratando de que
trying for years
distintas organizaciones apoyen un
to
proyecto de
get different
entrenar a 10
organizations
personas
to
sordas en el
train
taller de
10 deaf
Kamichibai
people in
para
the
que los otros
Kamichibai
también puedan
workshop,
contar
so deaf
cuentos,
people
porque
can also tell
en
stories.
Puerto Rico, al igual
Because in
que en
Puerto
muchas
Rico,
partes del
just
mundo,
in
hay
many other
mucho
parts of the world,
prejuicio
there's many
sobre la narración oral,
biases
sobre el
or the
cuento,
oral
sobre la
narration,
importancia del cuento,
storytelling, the
sobre las
importance of
personas
storytelling
sordas. A mucha
about
gente
deaf people.
hasta,
There's
o
many
sea, el
people.
prejuicio es muy grande en Puerto Rico. Tenemos que
It's a
empezar
large
a cambiar
prejudice
nuestras
in
actitudes.
Puerto Rico. We have to
Y para
change our
cambiar las
attitude.
actitudes hay que
And to
también
change our
educar
attitudes,
al
we also
sordo.
have to
Entonces,
educate the deaf person.
la propuesta nuestra era
So
hacer un taller
our
Kamichibai para
project
que 10
or
sordos se
proposal was
puedan
to make
adiestrar
a
en el uso del Kamichibai,
Kamichiai
en los cuentos taínos,
workshop so 10 people can
en el
train
vocabulario taíno. Pero
in the
sabes que ha
vocabulary,
sido
Taino
bien cuesta
vocabulary.
arriba el encontrar
But
a
it's
alguien
been difficult to try to
que
find
simplemente,
someone
y
to
yo creo que es por
simply,
ignorancia, ¿no? Que
I don't know
desee
if it's
patrocinar un proyecto como este, porque en realidad son los sordos
in
los
the
que
project,
deberían
because
estar
in
enseñando
reality,
el
it's deaf
lenguaje.
people who need to be
Yo en mi
teaching the
carácter de
language.
educadora y como lo que estudié fue educación
In my
especial, estoy
teaching
muy
cap,
interesada en que
because
todo
I
tipo de
trained in
persona
special
pueda
education,
aprender a
I
utilizar
am
la
very
narración
keen
oral,
on
que es en
everyone
realidad pues
using
la
the
primera forma en la que
oral
nosotros nos
narration, and that's the
comunicamos.
very
Y
primary way
que
that we all
puedan,
communicate.
cuando menos, conocer lo que son
And
los
at
cuentos
least, at
folclóricos
the
de
very
Puerto
least,
Rico.
I
Yo
have a
siempre doy
knowledge
un
of
ejemplo.
the
En Puerto Rico
folkloric
no solo hay
storytelling in
un
Puerto Rico.
mambo, nosotros en
In
nuestro
Puerto Rico,
folclore
it's not just
tenemos
a
unos
boa. We
12
also
guanes.
we
Lo
have
que pasa es que
12
si no
guanes.
conocemos el
The thing
folclore,
is, if we don't
es
know
como la
our
cucarachita Martina,
folklore,
que la
it's
gente
like
cree que nació en
Cucarachita
Puerto
Martina. The
Rico
people think
ese
that it
cuento,
was
y ese
born
cuento es un
in,
cuento
that story
árabe
was born
que
in Puerto
llegó al
Rico, and that was an
Caribe. De
Arabic
hecho, es un cuento que se cuenta en
story that
Palestina.
came
Por lo tanto,
to our
nosotros
Caribbeans,
tenemos
and that's
nuestro
a
propósito
story that's told
principal es
in
educar.
Palestine.
El Kamichibai es una técnica
Our
perfecta para que las
primary
personas
motive
sordas
is to
puedan
educate.
aprender, en este
It's a
caso,
technique
puedan
so
aprender
deaf people can
nuestros
learn
mitos taínos,
our
nuestros cuentos
mythological,
taínos, y puedan
our
contar esos cuentos a toda la
stories,
comunidad
Tainos,
sorda.
and they can
Porque no hay
tell
razón
these stories to
alguna para
all
que los
their deaf
sordos
community, because
se
there's no
excluyan de un
reason
proceso tan
for
importante
deaf
como
people to
lo
be
es
excluded
el
from an
ser parte
important
integral de
process
lo
to
que
be
es
an
el
integral part
reencuentro
of
de
the
la cultura taína, por ejemplo, y ya escucharon hablar
revitalization of the
en Puerto
Kaina
Rico hay cerca de
culture. Like you heard in Tain, there's
más de
close to
200,000 sordos, o sea, una
200,000
comunidad, claro,
deaf people. It's a
muy
vast
grande
community
que debe ser
that
integrada.
has
Tal
to
vez el
be
año que viene, cuando
integrated.
se haga
Possibly
nuevamente el
next year, when
reencuentro,
we once
podamos
again do
tener
the
entonces
reencuentro,
algunos
we
miembros de
can
la
have
comunidad
members
sorda
of
hablando
our
de sus
deaf community
experiencias y
speaking
de ese
about their
encuentro,
experiences and that
reencuentro
reencuentro
con lo que es la
revitalization
cultura
of
taína.
what the Taína
Pues para
culture
mí,
is.
pues tengo un
And on my
voluntariado bien
part,
grande en
I
este
have
proceso.
I'm
Espero que
very
alguien nos
invested in
dé
this
apoyo
process.
y que
I
podamos
hope
comenzar este
that
año
someone can
en
support
ese
us and that we can start
entrenamiento
this
y que
training
conozcan
this
nuestros
year,
mitos
and that they
taínos. Por
know
ahí es por donde
our
empezamos, para que
Taino
la
myths,
comunidad sorda se sienta
so that
parte,
the community, the Taino
porque yo estoy segura que entre los
culture can
taínos hubo
feel part of
sordos
it.
también.
Because I'm
O
sure that
sea,
within
en
the
todas las
Tainos, there's
culturas
deaf
los
people.
hay.
There's
Entonces
always
tenemos
deaf
que
people in
empezar
every
a abrir
culture. And so we have to open
nuestra visión, ¿no? Y
our
llevar
vision to
este
others and
conocimiento a
give
todo el
this
mundo.
knowledge to
Así
everyone.
que aquí estamos leyendo los
And so
mensajes
we're reading the
y me
messages.
contenta mucho ver el
I'm
entusiasmo
very
que hay
happy
de
to see
querer
the
aprender las lenguas taínas, las
enthusiasm to want to
señas.
learn the sign
Tengo aquí
language,
un
Taino sign
compañero
language.
que nos preguntó
And
sobre
we
una
have
seña
someone that
de
asked
Kuki.
Kuki
Déjame ver dónde que está,
sign.
dice,
I want to see what this is. There's some that are coquí and there's semi. They are asking if there's one for semi. If they can copy it again, coquí, a hurricane, and I don't remember what the other one is. Last year, we started voluntarily telling different schools so the children can learn our signs, hearing children. Why is it the hearing because the hearing person also has to learn a sign language because it's another language. Because remember, deaf people represent a culture. As a culture, they have their own language. And so we can communicate with them. We have to become alert, become aware, and know their language. Because in this case, in Puerto Rico, it'd be marvelous if we could all say Taíno words in the same way that we communicate with the Taíno language or Spanish. And Jared is going to do a series of interventions, I imagine, through the web, so people can learn Taíno language. And I have here Coquí's sign, utilizing your three, the thumb and the middle finger and the index finger. I'm going to close it under my chin and I'm going to open it, stimulating the way that Coquí does when it's going to give its sound. Is the Coquí. The other is the areito, is the area. And then you do like this.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you very much,
Gracias a
Ariko
ustedes por
Mabu.
darnos esta oportunidad.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Yo sé que yo vi algunas preguntas
And so I know I
preguntando sobre
see a
lo
question
misionero
about
taíno y quiero resaltar que
Taíno
hoy
visioner
vamos a hablar sobre
or
Jiwataía
visualization.
Taíno,
We're going to talk
que es
about
este libro
Hiwataía
que
Taíno, which is this book
tenemos aquí,
that
y también
I
vamos
have
a
here.
aprender
And
sobre
we're
el
also
Taíno
going to learn
Naiken.
about
Entonces,
Taíno Naiken.
van a ver presentaciones
And
sobre
so you're going to
sobre
see
esto.
different presentations about
Le
this.
paso la palabra a
Now,
Priscila.
I'm going to
Muchas gracias, Tere. Muchas
let
gracias, Yaret. Ha
Priscila
sido
speak.
fantástico.
It's been
Acabo de
marvelous.
aprender
Thank
un
you.
nuevo
I've just
idioma,
learned
¿no?
a new language,
Taíno,
Taíno,
casa, areito.
house, and areito.
Perfecto, muchas gracias.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ahora,
So now,
vi muchas preguntas
I've
para
seen
estas
lots of questions
presentadoras,
for this
incluso la lista de libros,
presenters,
etcétera. Lo que
the
vamos
list
a
of
hacer
books,
es
etc. So what we're going to do
todas esas preguntas,
is
reunirlas
gather all
y
these
después
questions,
de
and then
la
after
conferencia,
the
denos
conference,
una semanita y les
give us about a
contestamos
week,
todas las
and we're going to
preguntas. Muchas
answer all these
gracias.
questions. Thank you very much.
So for those of you who asked a lot of the questions, we'll gather all of them and get the answers for you in about a week's time. Ahora es una alegría compartir el escenario con el doctor Jeffrey Hurley Jimera, a quien he tenido el placer de conocer durante el último año y apoyar el poderoso trabajo que está realizando en la isla de Boriquén. El doctor Hurley Jimera es catedrático de Humanidades, el director del Instituto Nuevos Horizontes, patrocinado por la Fundación Mellon, y autor de Decolonizing American Spanish. Lo acompaña Miosotis Acevedo, estudiante graduada e investigadora, cuyo enfoque es en bioética y ecolingüística. Ella ha participado en debates sobre cambio climático y presentó en la conferencia LASA Puerto Rico. Demos la bienvenida al doctor Hurley Jimera y a Miosotis Acevedo, quienes explorarán nuestra conexión con la Tierra. Adelante.
Chévere, muchísimas gracias, Priscila. Y bueno, también a todo el equipo. Ha sido fabuloso esta actividad, pues lengua de señas, astronomía, política, cultura. Y en esta actividad de hoy, Miosotis y yo vamos a hablar de otra dimensión sobre la ciencia.
And so these are we're going to talk about the science, the voices in the earth.
En Puerto Rico por la ecolingüística taína. Es el título de
And we're going to talk about
Pues thank you very much for
ethnolinguistic
this
Taíno.
invitation to speak today. Our talk has two segments. My introduction, which includes some initial reflections on ecolinguistics and on the role of language in science. And our second speaker, Miosotis Acevedo, who will develop some perspectives on the role of some practical applications to engaging the Taíno language as an access for environmental justice, shared identity, and decolonial science. Some context about our university. I'm a professor at the Universidad de Puerto Rico in Mayagüez. The UPRM is the technical campus, the technical university of the University of Puerto Rico. We are kind of like the Georgia Tech of the Caribbean. The UPR is the only Spanish language land-grant university, and our university in Mayagüez is perhaps the top Spanish language technical university in the world. I'm a little bit biased towards our footprint, but I wanted to just say that because a lot of people don't always recognize what we're doing here and how important it is to NASA, to science, to the scientific community, to a lot of different organizations that have a real important role internationally. Pues quisiera iniciar mis reflexiones con una cita de Priscila Colón y su intervención ecolingüística taína
and
el
his
30 de enero con nosotros
ecological
para el programa
intervention,
Cornerstone
Taina,
STEM to STEAM, que fue patrocinado por la Tigo Foundation.
that was
Ella
participated
comentó,
for Latigo Foundation, and
la
she
ecolingüística
commented,
taína es conectada al impacto
ecolinguistic
global
Taina
porque
is impact
nos
connected
esforzamos a
to
crear
impacting.
recursos
We
nuevos.
make an
Yo
effort to
concuerdo con
create new
eso. Lo que
resources.
necesitamos
And
es
I
lo que
agree
ella
with that. What we
proporciona, que
need
son
is what she gives,
precisamente estos recursos.
because it's these
Esa charla de
resources.
ella activó muchísimas preguntas y formas de
This talk
reflexionar y
that she
estudiar y
gave
crear
many
conocimiento,
questions and
utilizando la
to
lengua
create
taína no
new
solo como recurso
knowledge.
cultural, lingüístico
Utilizing
y comunicativo,
Taina
sino
is not
también
just
como una
a
herramienta
resource,
para la ciencia.
cultural, linguistic, but it's
El
also a tool
Taíno
for science.
ecolinguistics refers to the study of the Taíno language, cultural practices, and environmental relationships. It emphasizes how linguistic expression can reflect and shape our understanding of nature and ecological interconnectedness. If we are able to nuance STEM through Taino sensibilities, this promises another set of scientific methods. While words may seem arbitrary before scientific data, numbers, concrete concepts, I think this is an important moment to rethink that base, that patterning of knowledge, and to consider another, one that is more set in words and therefore in their sensibilities, which will, I think, enable a more responsible scientific practice. And to be sure, these types of questions explore how the Taino language encodes ecological knowledge, worldviews, and sustainable interactions with the environment, and it inserts those into contemporary modes of reflection and analysis. The shortcomings of science, or the culture of science, are multifold. Too often scientific communities prioritize profits over people, over the habitats in which science occurs. Too often science is monolingual, it's English-centric, it is US and Eurocentric. It focuses far too squarely on dollars instead of people and the ecological systems that it impacts. But increasing the cultural experiences in science, in concepts like this one, engaging and building a base of knowledge of Taino practices, these initiatives not only grow the latitude of the Taino presence in the contemporary university, but they also enhance the type of questions that scientists can undertake. Such an approach to this can, quote, bring out a form of criticality, as Kevin Carroll, professor at the Universidad de Puerto Rico in Rio Piedras, has noted. And such applied methods of, quote, translanguaging, as Deborah Costa has noted, has the potential to normalize ways of creating knowledge that are transformadores. Precisely because to insert Taino language is also to insert a philosophy, a sensibility, and a way of being that has a different set of conceptual responsibilities. These are social, cultural, and historical, and they're decolonial responsibilities, but they're in fact more than that. They require linking scientific activity to ways of being and thinking and acting that balance the human presence within the ecosystem in which we exist, o mejor dicho, coexistimos. This, for me, is central to what Taino ecolinguistics can achieve. It provides a new map, a new interaction with each other, with our knowledge, with our surroundings, one that is less burdened by the weight of money, economic growth, and the colonial scientific certainties. And that is the power of language, part of the power of language. Words indicate and express ideas and messages, but they're also experiences, and they have the capacity to create new areas of meaning. Bringing Taino sensibilities into science, into naming and renaming conventions, into the ways that we measure, interpret, appreciate, analyze, and understand the context of where, when, among whom, and why science occurs, in bringing this into the scope of experiential learning, and therefore into experiential science, I think these are incredible times for the humanities and for science. And I'm very excited, especially for people like Priscila Colon, for the activities that she's doing, the questions that are being made and asked in activities just like this one. And I wanted to close with two quotes from students in response to Priscila Colon's activity with us in January. The first one is from Clarissa Zaccarello. Quote, the study of Taino ecolinguistics reveals a fascinating connection between language, the environment, and cultural identity. The Taino language has left a lasting impact on Caribbean Spanish, with words like hamaca, huracán, iguana. These terms not only describe the natural world, but also reflect an indigenous worldview that sees nature as an essential part of identity and life. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Taino language is how deeply rooted it is in the environment. Es muy lindo eso. The second quote is from Zuristay Esteves Cruz. Cito, cada fijo posee un significado, una función en el lenguaje.
Possesses a function of language, and it's the same as when you do puzzles. It's the same. The customs are the trees have a spiritual agency, and they thought that plants have their own identity, and that's all used in this language. To conclude, I only want to say I'm also happy.
Of Taino language's role can shape our understanding, and it can also be a vehicle to promote sustainable practices. By analyzing how scientific concepts are communicated and perceived, by inserting Taino sensibilities into our laboratories, into our ways of doing and appreciating science, and inserting Taino into our thoughts, this can improve and even make more complex our understanding and appreciation and approach to difficult ecological issues, and they can participate in the development of more environmentally responsible attitudes, fostering a deeper understanding of local ecosystems through culturally embedded perspectives, examining the nuanced environmental relationships that are often overlooked in the dominant scientific discourse. So ahora es un honor pues pasar el micrófono a mi colega pues Miosotis Acevedo para sus reflexiones sobre el uso de la lengua taína como vehículo para ampliar el alcance de las ciencias. Jajón.
Bueno, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Miosotis Acevedo Esquilín y soy estudiante de maestría en Artes en Estudios Culturales y Humanísticos del Departamento de Humanidades en la UPR de Mayagüez. Para orientar mi discusión de los usos aplicados de la lengua taína en STEAM, o por su acrónimo en inglés, Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts and Math, quisiera poner un marco contextual sobre el ataque de los recursos naturales y culturales en Puerto Rico, usando el conocimiento de la cultura taína para fomentar una conexión más profunda con la tierra, enfatizar las prácticas sostenibles arraigadas en el conocimiento tradicional y empoderar a las comunidades para que aboguen por la protección del medio ambiente ante las construcciones capitalistas. Ante un riesgo de destrucción ambiental y cultural, podemos reconocer que mientras se
We
preservan
can
y revitalizan
recognize
las
that
lenguas
while we
indígenas,
are trying to
sirven como
preserve
vehículo para la sabiduría
the
ecológica y las
indigenous
convivencias en
languages,
armonía con la
that will help
naturaleza
us
sobre la
to,
explotación con fines de lucro,
with the division
precisamente
and
desafiando
all
potencialmente
in the harmony
reorganizando
of the
el desarrollo
natural
capitalista hacia modelos
resources.
más sostenibles y
And
equitativos.
we're going to be using all the
Ante la amenaza de
sustainable
proyectos
elements
en
of
el
the
puerto de Cabo Rojo, Puerto
and
Rico,
we have been
como
threatened with
preparación ante las
all
obras públicas, estuve
the
leyendo
stuff of
sobre
all the
bioarqueología
programs,
en la zona
ecological
y me
programs
gustaría
in the
compartirles un
zone.
caso
And I
emblemático
would
sobre
like
la lengua
to
en Puerto Rico.
summarize one of the cases
Este
that
estudio arqueológico
got
comenzó en el
my mind.
1993 con
This
una
starts in
excavación que hicieron en Tierra
1993,
de Amor,
where they
en
start
Puerto Rico.
digging in Bocayes.
Los restos humanos encontrados
They
incluyeron
found
restos de
some
30 años después.
human
Fueron
rest,
analizados y publicados
and they
en
were
2023 por el
analyzed and
investigador
published in
Dr. William
2023,
Pesto y su equipo.
Dr. William
En dicho
Pesto.
estudio se
In
demostraron
that
detalles sobre las
story, they
manifestaciones culturales
demonstrate
de los
about the
habitantes que vivían en el
cultural
suroeste de Puerto
people
Rico
that
hace más
used
de
to
3.000
live
años.
in more than
Esta
3,000 years
investigación aporta
ago.
información
And this
sumamente valiosa
investigation gave us a lot of valued
sobre el estilo de vida de
information.
los habitantes llamados arcaicos o
They
preaguacuanos.
started giving us information
Entre
about
lo
the
resultados más
archaical
interesantes
population
podríamos
that used to
extraer que los
live.
habitantes
They
encontrados
also
no vivían
found
en el
that
lugar
all the
donde enterrados,
people that
pero que
were
vivieron lo más
found,
cerca
they
zona,
didn't live
posiblemente
in
en
that
distintos
place where
lugares
they
cercanos.
were buried.
Los entierros muestran articulación autonómica casi
They
completa,
also
lo que indica que los
found
cuerpos
a lot
fueron
of
enterrados por
automatic
motivos después de
complete
morir,
body.
y también se
So
encontraron a su
what it
alrededor
tells us
cosas,
is that they were
piedras y
buried
corales
before
cercanos.
they were dead.
Los
We also
investigadores
found
discuten e
shells and
interpretan el lenguaje
coral
corporal
at
y
that
entienden
time.
que el lugar tiene
They
que haber tenido algún significado
understand
especial
that the
para ellos.
place where
Concluyeron
it
que
was
había una
important
identidad
for
grupal
them.
compartida
They
y
found like there was a
consistente, ya que
group
tenían
that
un
was
espacio funerario
shared.
normal con
There was
prácticas
like a
uniformes,
funeral
ya que
practice at
repitieron
that
como por
time.
ejemplo la posición de los
Some of
cuerpos
the
que estaban
things that they
estirados
found, the
boca
way
arriba
they
y con
were
la cabeza
stretched,
en
that they
dirección
were
al oeste.
like
Los
looking up.
indicadores químicos analizados indican
Also,
que
the
los
chemical
habitantes tenían
composers
prácticas de
that they
entierro que
found,
eran
they were
persistentes por
different
años y
practicals of
generaciones,
burials
demostrando que existía una
that they
memoria colectiva
show
del
that
lugar.
they were different
Me
kind of
pareció muy
memory
interesante
that they
considerar que
wanted to
debería ser parte
preserve.
de la
There
construcción
were
de
some
memoria histórica
interesting
la
parts that they
identidad de
wanted
nuestros
to
habitantes
use
originarios.
because they were
Esta
a
lectura me
collective
ayudó a
memory of
reflexionar
the
sobre
people
el
that
cómo
used
el
to live at that
conocimiento
time.
influye en las
There is a
prácticas de la
lot
ciencia y
of
la ciencia
populations that
con
used to live in
pertinencia
that
al
time,
historia.
but they were
Las tierras de
trying
Puerto
to
Rico, aún hoy,
show
contienen
how
mucha
they
historia
wanted
de
to share
interacciones
their
culturales.
knowledge to the people that will
Y
come
aunque gran parte
later.
de esta historia y de
Some
las
of
riquezas
the
documentales se han
story
perdido
that
para siempre,
and
en
the
la
riches
actualidad, la lengua
that we are
taína tiene una
missing
doble
at this
habitación.
time. Taino
Fomenta la
culture has
sensibilidad
two
en la
things:
relación entre el
the
ser humano y el ambiente
involvement, the
y
sensibility
promueve
of
la
relation
revitalización
with
del
the
conocimiento
environment
de la
at this
historia
time,
precolombina
but
que ha sido
also show us
sistemáticamente
the
borrada.
history of
Dicha sensibilidad está
the times that they had at that moment. There was a lot of different things that they want to stop at this time.
Conocer la cultura y la lengua taína
they should know the culture, the Taíno culture and their language, so people can support this population. I agree with the things that we're talking about today, because we have to know about the language and the things that the sensibility of how this impact our human being. And at this moment, I can ask, what can I do as a student? Last semester, I was able to have an elective where I was studying the Puerto Rican literature, and we were talking about the writer Levins Morales, where she used to write about the stories and the memories of the identity. She was born in the community in the Baja de America, and she's showing about all the writings that she has. She's trying to combine all the story, their biography. So where she was kind of explore everything about racism and sexuality. I want to highlight the text that she said, Essays for Radicals, which she was talking about the Taíno culture. And that's what it makes me think about, that I wanted to learn about a little bit more about this culture. There was a little story about people that used to heal at that time. She was also talking about the resilience. She was talking about where you live. She tells about the stories about what the interludes, about the story, about how the resilience works with agriculture, the spiritual, the medicine, and about how you could raise the children. She's talking about also about the herbs that are used for medicine, which has a lot of curative powers. She also talks about the identity, which is not hereditary. It's something genetic, political, social, cultural, collective, and it's something beyond. And we're also talking about claiming all the vision that is ecological, so we can protect everything in our environment. They also talk about the sensibility that relates with the environment. It's not just for an institution. It's not just to learn. It's also to learn about the Taíno language, about talking about their costume, everything that we lost, everything that we forgot about them. In this time, we're also talking about how we can encourage the organizations, how we can work and save the education in our system. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Now we're going to go over questions and answer. We still have some time that we can, if you have questions for Jeffrey or Omosatis.
Si puedo preguntar.
If I can ask.
Una pregunta para Myosotis. Usted
I have a question for Myosotis. You said that they found a body. Do they have this body in any museum in Puerto Rico? I understand that they found 5 bodies and they were analyzing that investigation, and the analysis that they provided, they had some carbon and they were turning back to the Institution of Anthropology in Puerto Rico. I know that I don't know if they're back in Puerto Rico. If I'm not mistaken, in our last conference, they were dialoguing about that. They said that in Borquén, we don't have a national museum that is for indigenous. That would be a big project that we could do, so we can still conscientize about the study of our ancestors, our indigenous ancestors. We still have to work on that. We have another question.
Given the dispersion of peoples from the Arawakan diaspora, how does the Taíno language connect to environments beyond Boriquen?
Excellent. Thank you for the wonderful question. We, in fact, have un panel más tarde. We have another panel here with, in fact, John and Vanessa, who are going to talk about Taíno as a kind of an axis for diaspora initiatives. I would like to think more about it. It's an excellent question, and I would in fact, all of this conversation today has made me think about the studies of 2 of my colleagues, one of whom has left out the UPR, but about the geneticists and the way that they've done the studies about 10 years ago, and looking beyond outside of Puerto Rico to look at the diaspora populations in the New York area, but also in other parts of the Caribbean to kind of, those are the types of things, because I am certain that the language, the impacts would be similar, that those kind of the language archaeology, physical archaeology, genetic archaeology, those were all kind of parts of one really interesting kind of history that's been erased, como bien dijo Miosotis, borrada sea de la historia, ¿no? Y bueno, otra vez más, o sea, les felicito a ustedes por esas preguntas.
One more time, I appreciate the questions and the time and the opportunity that you have, that we can reflect in, kind of deepen in these things.
Thank you both. And now if you have any other questions, please leave them in the chat or the Q&A. Our guests will be able to answer them there. And if not, we will answer them after the conference. Now I turn it over to my co-host, Yaseli.
It is my pleasure to introduce Doctor of Medicine, Joseph Rosado, an expert in plant medicine with over 40 years of healthcare experience. Dr. Rosado's journey began as a certified nurse's assistant at just 16 years old, and he has since built a career as an award-winning physician, researcher, and published author. Based in Central Florida, Dr. Rosado serves as the Chief Medical Officer for Vital Point Technologies and as a medical provider for DocMJ, offering cannabis and alternative treatments for a wide range of conditions. He is committed to advancing alternative medicine and healthcare equity worldwide. Dr. Rosado's presentation is entitled, "We Are Connected, Exploring Healthcare Challenges Among Taíno and Other Indigenous Peoples." Please join me in welcoming Dr. Joseph Rosado. Bienvenido.
Ooh, that made me emotional. Sorry. Wow. Ooh, it just hit me. Muchas gracias. Bienvenidos. Thank you very much. My presentation will be in English because one of my twin daughters is joining us today and she understands zero Spanish. So that being said, in honor of one of my twins, I'll be speaking in English. All right. Well, I'm going to share my screen now, okay? All right. It appears that I'm in. Can I get a thumbs up or a high five?
Yeah, we see your slides. If you like, you can go ahead and put it in presenter in full
As they,
screen mode.
as they say in the southern portion of the United States, I'm fixing to.
Perfect. That looks great. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right. So, as has been stated already, the title of today's presentation is We Are Connected, Exploring Healthcare Challenges Among Taíno and Other Indigenous Peoples. As was stated, I am and started my medical career at the ripe young age of 16 as a certified nurse's aide. At 18, at 21, I became an emergency medical technician driving an ambulance. At 22, 23, I became a paramedic. At 24, I became a heart cath lab technician. I got a bachelor's degree in clinical nutrition in 1992. At 30 years of age, I became a chiropractor. And in 2001, at 39, at 39, I graduated from medical school in La República Dominicana, or the island of Hispaniola, the east side of the island Hispaniola, or Quisqueya. And then in 2005, 20 years ago, I got an MBA in healthcare management. And the rest has been my trajectory in medicine. I turned 63 2 months ago. And that will be pertinent here shortly. All right. So I invite you to close your eyes as I review my introduction for today's presentation. I want to take you on a short journey, not just across lands, but through time and tradition. Our ancestors, the Taíno people, once thrived across the Caribbean. We believed that health was more than medicine. It was balance between body, spirit, earth, and community. Yet today, many indigenous peoples, Taino and others, face similar challenges: little access to care, the loss of sacred healing knowledge, and systems that don't always understand us. That is why today's talk follows this year's theme: We Are Connected, because the struggles are shared and so are the solutions. You may open your eyes. The presentation will be divided into 3 parts, with part 1 being shared challenges across indigenous peoples. Across my travels across the mainland of the United States, speaking at Native American populations, 3 major challenges appear: access, knowledge, and inequality. Access to healthcare. Many indigenous communities live in rural or remote areas. Clinics are far and few between, and the providers are very rare. Health insurance, sometimes yes, sometimes no, sometimes not accepted, and the copays are ridiculously high. Loss of traditional knowledge. As has been mentioned already, colonization, migration, and modernization have erased or ignored our indigenous healing systems. Our young people aren't always taught our communities' remedies, rituals, or plant wisdom. And of course, healthcare inequality. Studies have shown higher rates of chronic diseases, mental health issues, and shorter lifespans among indigenous populations. But solutions are rarely designed with our people in mind. The Taino legacy lives on not only in our culture, but in our genes. Presently, 10 to 20% of the citizens of Puerto Rico, or the Taino descendants, contain or have the Taino DNA, with up to 61% being the maternal line, the mtDNA, those strong Taino Puerto Rican women that have given birth to all of us. We have a propensity for increased autoimmune diseases such as lupus, vitiligo, also known as a condition of the skin, the white patches on the skin, thyroid disorders such as Hashimoto's and Graves'. But we also have adaptive strengths. Our skin pigmentation, the gene that gives us our pigmentation, aids in protecting us from the ultraviolet rays of the sun, as well as how we synthesize our vitamin D. Metabolic traits linked to yuca or cassava and seafood diets improve our energy and our balance. There is evidence of our resilience that shapes centuries of survival and adaptation. To the right, you will see the sources, so you can take a screenshot if you so choose, and you can later do further reading and investigation. Inherited risks among Taino descendants. Type 2 diabetes. After the Pima Indians in Arizona, where 50% of the population suffers with diabetes, the second most common population in the United States of America, quote unquote, are Commonwealth Puerto Ricans, followed by mainland Puerto Ricans. Hypertension, high blood pressure. My 85-year-old mother is presently prescribed 4 high blood pressure medications, and yet she has suffered 2 strokes in the previous year and multiple mini strokes. Asthma. My first asthma attack was at the age of 12, and my daughter, who's listening today, her first asthma attack was at 13 when she came to the island of Borinquen to visit me while I was completing my internship in Guaynabo. And this is running rampant in our families and in our future generations. Taino descendants have an increased risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. This condition is near and dear to my heart, and I'll explain shortly. Early onset Alzheimer's disease, which occurs in 5% of the individuals with Alzheimer's disease. And why is it important? Why is it called early onset? early onset Alzheimer's disease, which occurs in less than 5% of the population, that people with Alzheimer's disease are diagnosed with this condition before the age of 65. I mentioned at the outset of my presentation that I just turned 63 2 months ago, and I'll explain why that's important. So early onset is more commonly diagnosed among Puerto Rican families. It is associated with a gene that's specific to our ancestry entitled ABCA number 7. Fortunately, there are federally funded research studies going on. I encourage you to contact the Puerto Rico Department of Health or the Department of Health in whatever jurisdiction or state that you live in to see about the possibility of being tested, but more importantly, if testing positive, to participate in the clinical trial. Aside from this gene, we have another one, which is the apolipoprotein E or ApoE, and there is a specific blood test. In 1993, this genotype was linked to Alzheimer's disease, and it is the major risk factor for late onset Alzheimer's disease. Now, I, as a responsible patient, every 6 months have my lab work done and I get evaluated by my primary care physician. Last December, because of the strong family history and my mother having just been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease in March of 2024, and having remembered that my grandfather, her father, was the first person I ever met that had Alzheimer's disease, I went ahead and requested that this lab test be performed, and the results came back positive. I am at risk for late onset Alzheimer's disease. There's my name, there's my date of birth. So I encourage all of you to monitor your blood pressures, monitor your blood sugars, have your lungs checked, but most importantly, have yourselves checked for this because there are ways to prevent the progression of the disease and the condition. Part 2, our wisdom and strength. Healing is in all of our hands. Healing isn't lost. It is remembered. This is not just a story of struggle. It's a story of strength. Our people use tobacco and caoba in ceremonies. The Maya used 500 medicinal plants, many of which modern drugs are based on. For example, white willow bark is where aspirin comes from. Purple foxglove is where digitalis comes from, which is a medicine to treat issues or problems with the heart. Hemp or cáñamo, which provides a medicine called Epidiolex for intractable seizures in children. Children that suffer 200 to 300 seizures a day use this medicine to treat and address that problem. These are not ancient myths. They are valid, effective, and grounded in deep understanding of blood and of body and spirit. Research today backs this up. Our studies show that community-driven care reduces depression and anxiety, and integrating traditional healers into clinics increases patient trust and follow-up. My compadre, Dr. Juan Carlos del Rio, who is formed in Bayamón, is a pediatrician, works for the Native American, the Navajo Nation in Arizona and New Mexico, and they have a special room where the traditional healers come in and work alongside the conventional physicians to bring the best of both worlds. Remember, the healing, when we heal the root, the tree becomes more stable. And in conclusion, or the latter part, how we work together. These are my takeaway points for all of us. When we heal one, we heal the whole. And here's how we move forward together. Number 1, listening to Indigenous voices, not just including us, but letting us lead. our own health stories. Number two, blending traditional and modern medicine. I shared the story of my compadre as a pediatrician, combining conventional and traditional. Number three, cultural safety in clinics, having doctors trained to understand and not judge our beliefs, our philosophies. Space for ceremony, for language, for choice. Number four, shared learning. What works in one community can be shared with others across tribes and across continents. We are here to heal, not harm. We are here to love, not hate. We are here to create, not destroy. As we heal ourselves, we heal each other. As we heal each other, we will heal the world. And in conclusion, my call to unity. We are not just connected by genetics, as I mentioned earlier, or geography. We are connected by a shared hope to heal, to remember, and to be seen. If you are Indigenous, I invite you to keep passing down the knowledge. And if you are not, I invite you to listen, to respect, and to walk beside us, not ahead of us. Together, we create a system that doesn't just treat, but truly heals. And I decided to have a little AI fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rosado. We've got a lot of people interacting in the chat, making connections to their own experiences, their families' experiences, and things that they witnessed. We invite you to put any questions you have in the Q&A feature at the bottom of your screen window. Folks are sending you lots of appreciation in the chat. And so I invite you to check out the chat as well. People enjoy your humor. And people are asking if you're comfortable sharing your email in the chat so people know how to
Absolutely.
reach out
My
to you.
website, just go to my website. My website is josephrosadomd.com. josephrosadomd.com. And my email address is info@josephrosadomd.com. info@josephrosadomd.com.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Lots of gratitude and appreciation in the chat. And we will put that email in the chat in just a moment. Thank you so much. We
Thank
have
you.
another minute for any questions. Please put them in the chat. Oh, we have an incoming question from Diaz Jura. Diaz says, you mentioned stroke. Can you share if that's also more prevalent in Taino people?
The reason why, and most people have a stroke is because they have uncontrolled high blood pressure. And other comorbidities or other conditions, diseases, diagnoses. So, for example, high blood pressure, diabetes, causes or predisposes us to have problems with our blood vessels. And so that led to my mother's stroke, particularly because she decides and believes that by using garlic tea and her natural remedies, she's cured and she'll be fine. And I keep reinforcing that she needs to combine the two, conventional and the natural. But yes, high blood pressure can predispose somebody to having stroke. So it kind of goes hand in hand.
Thank you so much for that. All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Rosado. Really appreciate your insight. Oh, we have one more question. What other foods support the Taino genotype? Miles asks.
All right. And I see here, what about hypercholesterolemia? Yes, elevated cholesterol. Also that all falls in line with cardiovascular problems, cardiovascular diseases, problems with the heart, problems with the blood vessels. But yeah, our roots, our indigenous roots, are plant-based foods. I'm obviously not promoting a vegetarian diet, but studies have shown that individuals that are vegetarian or use and eat foods that are in season from the land tend to work better for us. The challenge with our traditional Caribbean diet is that we have the rice, the white rice, which is processed, the beans that come from a can, the meat that is not organic and is not grass-fed, and then we add roots to it, cassava, malanga, yautía, ñame, more carbohydrates, and then of course we got to have the white bread with a lot of butter or margarine. And so eating that is not conducive to any type of good health.
Yeah, and there was someone in the chat who recognized that part of forcing that standard American diet has also been part of the genocide. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Joseph. We appreciate your perspective. And now I will pass it on to my co-host, Priscila Colon.
Home, thank you so much, Dr. Joseph Rosado. As you were speaking, I was reminded the other day, I went to get glasses, and my eye doctor, who is this wonderful physician who works in the Caribbean, never met him. He said to me that he believes that just as eating the food that your ancestors ate heals your body, speaking the language that your ancestors spoke heals your soul. And so thank you so much. This is exactly the type of connection that I wanted to bring to our people today. And one of the major issues uniting Indigenous communities is language loss. As co-chair of Ad Hoc Group 1 on Education for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, I invite you to take part in the first global survey on Indigenous languages, an initiative led by the ad hoc groups, many of us Indigenous folks and allies from around the world who are trying to ensure the preservation of our languages. By participating in the survey, your insights will help shape policies to protect our languages for future generations. Please note there is a deadline of September 15th, 2025. You can scan the QR code on the screen or visit the link in the chat, which we're going to place there in just 1 second. We hope you'll join us because in safeguarding our languages, we are connected. So for our next video break, I'm happy to introduce Victor Santos, who shared a video presentation on his book, What Makes Us Human, the official book for the United Nations International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Victor holds a PhD in applied linguistics and is an award-winning children's author who writes stories that touch the hearts and change young minds. For you language nerds in the audience, there is a fun Guess the Language game you can play along with. Now please enjoy the video.
Hi, my name is Victor Santos. I'm a Brazilian-American children's book author, a professional linguist, and a proud father to two multilingual and multicultural children. I'm the author of the book What Makes Us Human, which is a book about language and language diversity. It also focuses on the connection between language and culture. And the book has been chosen by UNESCO to be the official book for the United Nations International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which is a period of 10 years that goes from 2022 to 2032, where the United Nations, especially through UNESCO, is trying to make it very clear that indigenous languages are also very important, and many of them are at risk of disappearing. When a language disappears, all of the knowledge that has been embodied in that language, all of the biological knowledge, the world system, the knowledge about plants and about philosophy at the end of the day, goes away as well. And when that happens, it's a loss not only for the people who speak that language, but a loss for all of humanity as well. So these are some of the things that the book talks about. It works as a riddle where you don't really know what the theme of the book is until you get to the last page. And every single page will give you a little clue, either through the text or through the illustrations, about what the theme is. As you can see here on this page, for example, where we are touching on themes of Braille, on the elevators, for example, and the fact that Braille is also a representation of language. Here we have a page where you have a bunch of different alphabets from the world's languages hidden in the plants, talking about just how diverse writing systems can be, etc. So the book has now been published in over 30 languages in partnership with UNESCO, and I'm going to show you some of the editions just because it's really cool, but I want to play a game. I'm first going to show you the book, and I'll give you maybe 2 seconds to think what language it is. And then if you need, pause the video and try to see if you can recognize the language. And then I'll talk a little bit more about language and language diversity. Okay, you ready for a language game? Here's the very first language. Most of you will know this one. English. French. Slovenian. Marathi, spoken in India, in Maharashtra. Basque, spoken in Spain. Arabic. Brazilian Portuguese. The book has been licensed into Persian as well, Farsi Persian, but I don't have a copy yet because it hasn't been published yet. So let's go on to the next one. This is a bilingual edition published in Chile in Spanish and a indigenous language of Chile. It's called Mapudungun. It's the language spoken by the Mapuche people in Chile. Galician, spoken in Spain as well, a Romance language. Catalan, spoken in Spain. Asturian, spoken in Spain. The next one is also a bilingual edition published in Mexico in Spanish and a indigenous language of Mexico called Ñañú, spoken by the Otomi people. Spanish. The book has also been published in German. It's coming out at the end of this year in German, so I don't have the book yet, but German is one of the languages. Next one. Simplified Chinese. Korean. Here we have another bilingual edition in Mauritius, which is published in French plus Mauritian Creole. European Portuguese. Some people say these are different dialects of the same language, and you can actually see that the titles are different as well. Next. Italian. Japanese. Greek. Turkish. The book is going to be published now on February 21st, 2025 in Hawaiian. And February 21st, as we all know, is the United Nations International Mother Language Day. This was published in Mali in a language called Bambara. And here we have another language of Mali called Soninke. Other languages the book has been published in are Wolof from Senegal, Pular from Senegal, Esperanto, and then 6 languages that are Mayan languages in Guatemala. And they are Itza, Mopan, Chorti, Uspanteco, Kaqchikel, and Yechi. So I hope you liked our game, and now I'd like to talk a little bit more about language, language diversity, and language preservation. So why did I decide to write and produce What Makes Us Human? As a linguist, I've always loved languages, and we live in a world where we have approximately 7,160 languages. That seems like a lot of languages, but when you look at the facts, 50% of these languages are spoken by fewer than 10,000 people. 25% of those languages are spoken by fewer than 1,000 people. So we have a lot of languages in the world, a great majority that are spoken by a very small number of people. And when that language dies, all of the knowledge from that language will disappear with it. So I wanted to write a book that would drive the point home that every single language is important, every single language deserves to exist, and we should, to the very best of our ability, preserve the languages that we have in the world. They are a treasure not only to the people who speak them, but a treasure to all of humanity. So today, on the United Nations International Mother Language Day, I would like, first of all, to thank all of you who are watching, because if you're watching this video, it means that you also deeply care about language and about languages. I would like to thank all of the activists out there who are fighting to preserve languages. For example, Wikitongues, the work that they're doing is absolutely amazing. They're helping to revitalize languages, they're helping to document the languages and make sure there's a record for them in the future that can be used also to help revitalize and help younger people in the language to speak it as well, because that's how languages continue to exist. When parents stop speaking the language and kids are not learning it, that's basically a death sentence. So I think what the book is doing in all of these languages, what Wikitongues is doing, is creating materials that will help with the preservation of those languages, with documentation, and also spreading the message about how important it is. Part of the royalties from sales of the book go to organizations fighting to preserve languages, and from the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank all of you and invite you to get to know the book a little bit better. Thank you so much. And if you want to know a little bit more about the book, there is a link at the bottom where you can have access to all of the editions, etc. Bye, everybody.
Home, thank you. Obrigada, Victor, for sharing the beautiful book. Muchas gracias. We want to extend a heartfelt home thank you to Erdmann's Books for Young Readers for their support, and we encourage everyone to check out What Makes Us Human, an inspiring read for the whole family. You can find links to both the English and Spanish versions on our website, tainoconference.org, and we're also leaving the links in the chat. As Victor pointed out, he's publishing these books in as many languages as possible. There are many countries who have now started officially funding publishing in Indigenous languages. So the more that we support his work, the more that is going to continue spreading. So before we break for lunch, I just want to say a big thank you, Home, to the staff. There are 20 people behind the scenes helping this conference go live on YouTube and helping with everything, the chat, interpretation, and so on. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge them. Many of them have been working since early 2024 just to ensure that this event is a success. So from the Casarito and Reencuentro Taíno Conference team, we have Carmen Serrano Luna, Cristian Colón, Dorca Museb, Kelly Valentin, Madeline Fluckinger, Sayali Robles, and our board of directors, Lori Rule, Stephanie Witkowski, and Vivian Grace Kelly. From the Masterword in Mayan Languages Preservation Project, led by Ludmila Golovin, we have Eric Romero, Frankie Estrada, Patricia Cardona Zapata, Susana Say, Tiffany Taylor Contreras, Victoria Tejada, and Winston Scott. And from the ASL Caribe Access team, by their fearless leader, Carol Ramirez, straight from Boriken, we have Alexandra Hines, Francesca Aldoin, Josue Garcia, and Rosaura Rivera. A big home, thank you, Arikomabil, to the teams. Now I'm going to hand it off to Yaseli.
All right, we will now transition into a lively 30-minute lunch break. You can take this time to stretch, grab a bite to eat, and recharge, but don't go too far because we've got some awesome content lined up that you don't want to miss. For the first 15 minutes, you can jam to a Taino music playlist that Rob put together for us. And then at 12:15 Eastern, we'll play several videos submitted by folks in the community who wanted to share something special with you. So enjoy the music, the videos, y buen provecho.
Escucho la cigua cantar, debajo de la guacara voy, moví de bejuco me dan, quisqueya taína guayá, el maíz, el cacheo, casabe del fino, japao. Los indios que ya saben, casabe se quemen buren, remando cayuco yo voy, le tiro la lanza al jurel, debajo del agua yo tan, oigo toca el mayo huacán, guayaba, bijaca y mori, se va caoba, tope, baruco y guesamana, yuca yo tía mapuey, guayaba, bijaca y mori, se va caoba, tope, baruco y guesamana, yuca yo tía mapuey. Lo taíno aborigen, de Bonao, Jarabacoa, a mí me mandan decirte que nosotras estamos aquí. A mí me mandan decirte que nosotras estamos aquí. En el vuelo el colibrí, en el surco de la coa, bailando los areitos, cantándole a los semí, bailando los areitos, cantándole a los semí. Lo taíno aborigen, de Bonao, Jarabacoa, a mí me mandan decirte que nosotros estamos aquí. A mí me mandan decirte que nosotros estamos aquí. En el vuelo el colibrí, en el surco de la coa, bailando los areitos, cantándole a los semí, bailando los areitos, cantándole a los semí. Samana, yuca yo tía mapuey, guayaba, bijaca y moni, se caoba, cope, maruco y guaysamana, yuca yo tía mapuey, guayaba, bijaca y moni, se caoba, cope, maruco y guaysamana, yuca yo tía mapuey, guayaba, bijaca y moni, se caoba, cope, maruco y guaysamana, yuca yo tía mapuey.
Tueyaba, hana con wase, kasakaboa, hamakuiba, haguaybale, hana con wase, datraha, hahomse, datraha, hahomse, hariko mabu, atabe, hariko mabu, hebeyono, hariko mabu, kamekwana, hariko mabu, itaikera kuiribano. Abinaka o madaka, abinaka o madaka, abinaka o madaka. Wateke, 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 wateke. Ukaidale usa via wateke. Ukaidale usa via talatao. Ukaidale usa via asiharalo. Ukaidale usa, ukaidale usa. Tueyaba, hana con wase, kasakaboa, habakuiba, aguaybale, hana con wase, datraha, hahomse, datraha, hahomse, hariko mabu, atabe, hariko mabu, hebeyono, hariko mabu, kamekwana, hariko mabu, itakena kuiribalo. Hariko mabu, atabe, hariko mabu, hebeyono, hariko mabu, kamekwana, hariko mabu, itakena kuiribalo. Abinaka o madaka, abinaka o madaka, abinaka o madaka. Wateke, 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 wateke. Ukaidale usa via Uama atura kiribu, wo uama wawashine, wo uama anasawe. Hey, wo uama atura kiribu, wo uama wawashine, wo uama anasawe. Hey, wo uama atura kiribu, wo uama wawashine, wo uama anasawe. Hey, wo uama atura kiribu, wo uama wawashine, wo uama anasawe. Hey, bia taluku, bia kamuruluno, bia ka ubaradan, bia washukuja. Wo uama atura kiribu, wo uama wawashine, wo uama anasawe. Hey, wo uama atura kiribu, wo uama wawashine, wo uama anasawe. Hey, wodo yaha taíno wodo, 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 yaha taíno. Wo uama atura kiribu, wo uama wawashine, wo uama anasawe. Hey, wo uama atura kiribu, wo uama wawashine, wo uama anasawe. Hey, bia galuku, bia kamuruluno, bia ka ubaradan, bia washukuja. Wo uama atura kiribu, wo uama wawashine, wo uama anasawe. Hey, wo uama atura kiribu, wo uama wawashine, anasawe. Hey, wodo, yaha taino wodo.
All right. We hope you enjoyed that awesome music. And as you continue enjoying your lunch, we invite you to turn your attention back to the screen because we have a series of videos that we're super excited to share with you. First, I'm beyond excited and deeply honored to introduce my Itai family, the Sacred Taíno Songkeepers. In this offering, our beloved Akutu grandmother, Irka Mateo, will share an overview of the Sacred Taíno Songkeepers, and then we'll get to listen to one of their ancestral songs, and Diez Jura, coordinator and teacher of the program, will share how you can get involved with the Songkeepers program.
Dairile Irka Mateo. Durante muchos años he recorrido los campos de Quisqueya escuchando las canciones vivas de las ceremonias religiosas. De este amor profundo nace The Sacred Taíno Songkeepers, un programa que guarda y comparte este legado ancestral. Canciones a la cacica, a Nacaona, canción a los caciques, al sol, a los guardianes del agua, y también mis propias canciones inspiradas en mi experiencia y en los ancestros. Estas canciones de ritmos afrotaínos nos sanan y nos conectan. Hoy tengo el honor de presentarles a The Sacred Taíno Songkeepers, quienes le cantarán una de estas canciones, este hilo que teje este legado entre el pasado y el presente. Que lo disfruten.
Interesado en el programa, mándanos un correo electrónico a sacredtainosongkeepers@gmail.com. Nuestra próxima clase empieza diciembre del 2025.
Thank you so much to the Tainos, Sacred Taíno Songkeepers for that beautiful offering. We encourage all of you to participate. If you want to be a songkeeper, they will teach you all of the beautiful songs. I also saw in the chat that everyone was excited about that last song, Wo Uwama. That is by our very co-host, Ra Hikotea Nyakuno. You can find it on YouTube and a bunch of other streaming sites. Please follow her. She is using music as a vehicle to revitalize our ancestral language, and she sings in the Hiwatahia Taino variant. So next, we have a special presentation, video presentation. So I will turn it to that. And it is a way for us to honor one of our amazing sponsors, Taino, Tech Fleet, who helped us create Taino World. We're beyond excited to spotlight one of our amazing Guaitiao, friend, amigue sponsors, Tech Fleet, a forward-thinking technology collective and nonprofit committed to using innovation for the public good. What truly sets them apart is their inspiring. We're beyond excited to spotlight one of our young students and newcomers to tech, friend, gain real-world experiences by working on meaningful forward-thinking technology collective and nonprofit committed to using innovation for the public good, where families could journey through the islands of the Caribbean. Their inspiring. We're beyond excited to spotlight one of our young students and newcomers to tech, friend, gain real-world experiences an interactive digital museum of sorts that could bring our language and culture to life through technology. And Tech Fleet turned that dream into reality. Let me take you on a quick tour of this exciting new digital journey. Meet our conference mascot, Tanama, the Taino word for butterfly. Tarama guides visitors through a virtual voyage across key islands that form the heart of Taíno heritage. In Cuba, sit alongside Bejique Miguel Sagué Jr. as he shares a powerful Taíno origin story. Explore a 3D semi, the sacred three-pointed stone symbolizing ancestral spirits, bringing spirituality to life right before your eyes. Travel to Haití Quisqueya, Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and immerse yourself in traditional Taíno music. Play instruments such as the Mayohuacan that echo through centuries and meet incredible Taíno and Afro-Taíno artists, including the sacred Taíno songkeepers who keep our musical legacy alive. Finally, in Boriquén, Puerto Rico, trace the evolution of the Taíno language from ancient carved stones hinting at a writing system to the vibrant modern orthographies developed by community members reclaiming our voices today. This immersive educational space isn't just a website. It's a living, breathing classroom and cultural hub, accessible to all ages, designed to inspire pride and curiosity. We want to send a huge ha-home thank you to our incredible partners at TechFleet. Their technical expertise, creativity, and shared commitment to community have been indispensable. Thanks to them, the Taíno World Educational Space stands as a beacon for Indigenous knowledge education in the digital age. We invite everyone to explore this beautiful journey online and share it widely. It's a gift to the global Taíno community and all who seek to understand and honor our roots. Además, este espacio está disponible en español para que estudiantes de todas las edades puedan disfrutar del
This
contenido.
space is also in English, but so everybody can use it in their own language. Simply, you can go to Taíno Conference. Sorry.
Thank you so much. That space is available for anyone who wants to learn. Está disponible para cualquiera que quiera aprender, including artificial intelligence.
Anyone that is interested,
And then place it on your desktop if you really want. So enjoy, everyone. Thank you. And I'll pass it on to Ra.
Priscilla. The next video is from someone who was a student of mine in one of my Hiwa Tahia Taino language courses, and I am now learning Olelo Hawaii from her. So I am excited to introduce my kumu, my teacher, Maile Naehu, a Kanaka Maoli Boricua educator, performer, artist, community organizer, and activist from Molokai, Hawaii. Her teachings are grounded in Indigenous philosophies and practices such as oral storytelling, Hawaiian language, hula, and chant. Maile is also the co-founder of Ka Hale Hoaka, a school of Hawaiian knowledge, where she and her family create cross-disciplinary courses that are used by over 15,000 students of all ages in Hawaii and beyond.
Exploration is innate to our existence. We know our home and who we are. Nothing's gonna change it. Moku on how we're anchored, empowered to go far. Love for the land and people as the compass of our heart.
Show me your cannon, show me your gunpowder.
There's several ways in our culture to gain power.
Everybody's checked in place, temple tower.
Technology to make our enemies cower.
Ona kuaili ia ai o kukaili mokuapau. O ki Hawaii nei ho o mana ai mai ko ke volani mo o kuau. Hali hali mai la na boaku. Kulu na hea ua ki mai na ki kapu. Ana ia puni hoi mai ka mole a ka vela.
Aloha mai kākou. I'm Maile Naehu, also known as Queen Maile on the hip hop stage. I want to share a little bit with you about this incredible project that I was blessed enough to direct called Ho'okupu, a hip hop anthology of Hawaiian history. It's a musical album of 13 songs that starts from the Kumulipo, one of our creation chants at the very beginning of time, all the way till today. We got together some of the best MCs in Hawaii to create this project for all of you, and it can be used in all kinds of learning spaces with all ages. Along with the album, which can be streamed on all digital music platforms around the globe, we created some resources to take it a step further in the learning process. So we have this beautiful textbook here, and In the textbook, we have some background about the project. We have a feature on each of the MCs. We also have the lyrics, translations, reliable sources to take it even deeper if you want to study that subject area more. We have writing prompts, discussion prompts, and poetry prompts. And check out huiokuapa.org/ho'okupu, and you'll find all the links there. And you'll even find a link for a free downloadable black and white version of the book. So we're making it accessible to everyone. Go right away and check out Ho'okupu, a hip-hop anthology of Hawaiian history. Ahuiho, malama pono.
Abusing hospitality.
Our bodies carry pathogens, physically and mentally, spiritually locked, patriarchal condition.
Dismantling our rock walls.
Used to make prisons.
Man against nature is not in our nature.
Your culture we break, introducing the savior. Appropriate and whitewash the meaning of the mission. Convert your cultural harmony to division. Beat your kids to submission. In schools make them listen while we plot it on your government.
Infiltrate our system, now your children be running it.
Sugar cane and pineapple, the sacred covenant. Sugar cane and pineapple, the sacred covenant.
Yes, mine is cool like that. We have another video. This one is actually a poem video from Jordan Lowen Colon, a scholar, poet, and AI ethics professor at Queen's University Smith School of Business. His poetry explores nature, love, grief, mysticism, and ancestral healing. Reflecting his deep engagement in intergenerational wisdom, Jordan is new to Taino language and is excited to continue learning and understanding. So here's the video by Jordan.
Tagui, hello. I'm the poet Al Colibri, and I'm speaking to you today from the land of Caldwell First Nation. I'm so grateful to live and speak on their land up here in
Oh, it looks like the video has been paused. Give me 1 second.
And I was in ceremony when all of a sudden I just felt like this download from the ancestors that was incredibly comforting and reconnecting. And so that's what this poem is today. Gua arikawabu naiko aban. Hewiwo iana kayuka. Kakao kia kirikati. Wa ita lepu abono. Wa ebuno le bu kanoa. Achahawa ayoba kaya no. Aita ni yara le ava hamaka yabo. Yaha alu kainda yeke. We see you, little one, ripening like the yucca, the waxing pumpkin moon. Our blood is your rivers, our bones are your canoe. Wander to many islands, knowing there is a hammock for you here in the village. So again, touching on themes and content from the language itself, but also pulled from this sense of being on an island and being an island people, and recognizing that all of us descendants are spread out and wandering this wide world, and we're invited to wander, but also know that we always have a home. And that's the gift the ancestors gave me, knowing there's always a place here in the village. And so I hope to pass this message on to you as well. Jajom, thank you.
Home, thank you so much to Al Colibri. I saw someone mention in the chat that they were sobbing. That was the exact reaction I had when I first saw it. Just sobbed like a little baby. But that's why we're here. We're here to build community, because this is our little village in Zoom today. Home, gracias. So for those of you who are just joining us for the first time for our second half of today, we have live interpretation available. So I'll now turn it back to Eric Romero to share more details so that you know how to access live interpretation. Eric, I turn it back to you. Okay, it looks like we may have a little bit of technical difficulties with Eric, but that's okay. I'll take over. So we do have live interpretation available in English, Spanish, American Sign Language, and Lenguaje de Señas de Puerto Rico. You can access that. If we go to the next slide, you can access that through the globe icon, the interpretation, and choose the language. You can also mute the original audio if you are joining from a mobile device. If we go to the next slide, we can show how to do it there. So again, tap language interpretation, tap the language that you want to hear, and mute the original audio. Wonderful, thank you so much. And if anyone has any questions, please leave them in the chat. If you have a specific question for the upcoming presenters, please put them in the Q&A. Now we're ready to begin our second half of live sessions. So we'll start with Lingo Bingo. Last year, I received an email from Thomas Gallagher asking for some Taíno translations for a game he calls Lingo Bingo. Curious, I did a bit of research online and I discovered the incredible impact he's making in parks all across New York. Thomas Gallagher is a Brooklyn-based interdisciplinary artist with over 30 years of experience. Beyond his artistry, he is a peacemaker, a dancer, organizer, and activist. Lingo Bingo is a brilliant public art project that invites community members to bridge language and cultural barriers. It transforms the classic game of bingo by replacing numbers with words and phrases from different languages, creating a playful, welcoming space for people from diverse backgrounds to connect through play. Last year, Taíno was featured in Harlem and the Bronx. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Wakat Goitiao, our friend Thomas Gallagher.
Thank you for the introduction, Priscilla. And thank you and Casa Reto for allowing me this opportunity to share my work with everyone today. I'd like to begin by sharing a 2-minute introductory video documenting my Lingo Bingo project. The video was produced by Tristan Daly. Here it is. Oh, let me do that again. Stop share and share again. This is what we went through in the technical stuff, right? Share and share sound. There we go.
It's a Tlane Makayot.
Tlane Makayot.
That's it. That's it. It is freedom. That's freedom.
I am an interdisciplinary artist, and I am doing a project called Lingo Bingo, a bingo game where the numbers have been replaced with words and phrases in multiple languages. And the languages are specific to the neighborhood that the game is played in. And the board is actually an overhead map of the neighborhood. So the free square is actually where they are standing. The person hits a word on the board and they say it aloud. This allows the other players to then say the word as well, allowing them to share the pronunciation of the word, the translation of the word.
Watakan is the fire inside in Taíno, which is the translation of faith.
I think one of the most profound things in the project has been that people discover for the first time that these words, these concepts, these shared values are present in multiple languages across cultures. Obviously, there's a word for food in every language, but when you get into things like dignity or freedom or love, for that matter, when people see that there is a word in another language, they suddenly feel that emotion. They know what that is for themselves in their own language, and they suddenly know what it is in someone else's language. And now they understand where the other is coming from and actually have that connection and bring it into their own bond.
Now, let me see. I'm going to share something. These are the visuals. When I began my Lingo Bingo project in 2024, I was responding to a pervasive conflict narrative scapegoating and demonizing immigrants and refugees. The project offered, you hearing me okay? The project offered an opportunity for neighbors from the community to bridge language and cultural barriers, to speak, hear, and understand the voice of the other. The game format was intended to create a low-risk, playful setting for participants of diverse backgrounds to discover shared values, for participants to share an experience of solidarity that they could quite literally carry away with them. The Flushing Queens iteration was in 5 languages from the community: Chinese, Korean, Spanish, Hindi, and English. People approach when they recognize themselves in a language on the board. This is a surprising discovery, and they would share it with me as if to say, I am here. Why am I here? Curiosity, but also identity come into play, having the space to express themselves in their native language and the time to share with others the distinct personal and cultural meaning the words hold for them. For example, my dialogue with several native Mandarin speakers revealed the idea of solidarity to be less common than the concept of unity, a subtle but significant difference. In the fallout of anti-Asian right-wing COVID propaganda, Tuanjie, the Mandarin word for unity, became the catalyst for numerous exchanges during those events. Invited to take home a word phrase card that resonates with them, a tactile anchor for their memory, players often pick one they learned during their game. What was moments ago the language of the other becomes the voice of their neighbor. Let me switch back over. Stop sharing. Just prior to submitting the proposal for Lingo Bingo, I had the opportunity to collaborate with producer-director Brian Gunnar Cole of Neotero and Wayfinders Circle on a pair of map animations for a film about the Blackfoot Confederacy, Niitsitapi. The design process required a deep dive into the colonial nature of mapmaking, with its underlying dual purpose of possession and control of property. How does one depict an indigenous perspective of territory, concerned with looking after the land rather than owning it? The experience helped me see more clearly how indigenous people, immigrants, forcibly relocated migrants and refugees are directed, in many cases forced, to speak English, to accept the linguistic superiority of a language that is employed systematically to strip them of their land, their beliefs, and their freedom. With the addition of the Wolof in the Harlem iteration, I began to see how bridge languages like French and Arabic, while offering the promise to connect people across language barriers, simultaneously erase the underlying meaning of words in indigenous languages. This is occurring in both spoken and written forms, often as a formalization and simplification of language for the sake of business or official communication. Ideas and concepts passed down for generations, wiped away through standardization. When a player asks, "What is this word?" my fellow facilitators and I would say the word in the language it is written in, rather than default to an English translation. While I wanted the ideas to be recognizably related, I was conscious that certain ideas would not translate easily from one language to another. These challenging translations provided opportunities for dialogue with and between the participants. For example, "Immigrants are welcome here" sounds very different when approached from an indigenous perspective. I found a Lenape analog in a story told by Nora Thompson Dean, chronicled on the Lenape Talking Dictionary website. Temekek nulalintam elepak. Come in, I am glad that you all came. The story is titled alemskak, which translates to "you people leave." When consulting with Priscilla Colon of Casareto on the Taíno words, we discussed how the term American Dream was particularly complicated in relationship to Puerto Rico's status as an unincorporated territory, Commonwealth of the United States. In light of this, Priscilla suggested we substitute the term Achihira Taíno, which translates to Taíno Awakening. Researching a series of Brooklyn iterations for 2025, we continued our dialogue about the revitalization of the Taíno language. She explained to me that for the Taíno, there was no separation between the land and the people. They were one and the same. Through a video she produced, I learned the word hibaro. The word hiba, for tree or forest, combined with ro, for love, bringing to mind the English analog tree hugger. Ironically, these people of the forest were forced off their land, where they lived, into the forest. Still used to cite those of Taíno descent, the previously pejorative term is being reclaimed as a term of empowerment. From this seed, I began to expand the project focus to include environmental awareness within the framework of interconnection. Reading Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer, I found the language to pose a whole host of questions. What would our world look like if we all related to the trees as our relatives, as our elders, rather than as a resource to be bought, sold, and consumed? Is it possible for immigrants and refugees to reclaim their connection to the land after they have been forced off of it through war, violence, and climate change? Are words like solidarity and unity redundant within cultures where the interconnectedness of all life is a core belief? Within my research, I came across words that had multiple meanings apparent only in context, embodying a relational interconnectedness within the word itself. For example, the ancient Nahuatl word Aguilox signifies native identity. It refers to being an inhabitant of Ichachilan continent while also implying ancestral affiliation to Mother Earth. It also means citizen. There is no separation between the people and the land within this word. Emerging from an intricate web of stories, this seed of wisdom is unlike English language words that, in their abstraction, can be defined and redefined in order to suit the predominant narrative. Once planted, this seed will grow on its own, irrespective of surrounding dualistic chatter. Up to this point, the project had relied on the visual contrast of languages in written form to create connections. The integrity of the individual words and phrases was paramount, a celebration of diversity. The game was designed to allow people to play without bridge translating between languages in English. To this effect, there were boards with no English. With the inclusion of my work in the Bay Ridge Public Art and Ecology Biennial, Essential Shore Permeable Future, I wanted to see if I could adapt the game not just to bridge language and cultural barriers, but to transcend the specificity of language in general, and of English in particular. I wanted to tell a story about the intrinsic interconnection of the immigrant refugee experience and environmental awareness in this new iteration, but English was getting in the way. English was, after all, the language used to dismiss climate change, the language used to promote infinite economic growth, and it was the language, one of many, used to suppress indigenous beliefs. English wanted us to believe that we needed an innovative solution, when what we needed was to remember what our mother taught us. How does one ask about a memory of interconnection? For specific language to speak of that interconnection. With 9 languages from the community in this new iteration and events in 4 different locations in the neighborhood, I had plenty of places to look. With every person I met, the idea evolved a step further. I would produce a series of green cards featuring words that speak to our interconnection and interdependence, sourcing words that subvert ego, sourcing words that subvert ego in favor of indigenous identity, words that transcend categorization and objectification, words that break down duality to reveal the whole or the one. Added to gameplay by random selection each round, these green cards replace the words green card or American dream on the board in whichever language they correspond to. Once the cards are in play, they can all be matched to one another, regardless of language or origin. With each story, there is another opportunity to dive deeper. The nicknames that Sicilians use to connect with their environment and across generations. Roman characters that invoke the Crimean soul in defiance of Russian occupation. From Pachamama to Atebe, from Yeya to Yggdrasil, we are all one family. The United States seems to be suffering from selective amnesia, forgetting its foundational principles of welcoming immigrants and providing safe haven for refugees. With this in mind, I produced a complementary set of green cards that could be played to replace immigrants are welcome here with refugees are welcome here in each of the 9 languages in the Bay Ridge iteration. A compassionate reminder that migration is rarely a choice and that climate refugees are still not recognized for asylum under international law, despite their ever-increasing numbers. Do we have time for questions?
That was absolutely riveting. I've held my tears all day. That almost got me. Thank you so much, Ha-Home. Do we have any questions from the audience about Lingo Bingo and this beautiful game? Yeah, I see people saying excelente, powerful. All of the hearts and applauses are coming through. I loved that you touched on hibaro. We have folks in the audience who said that this is the first time they've heard that specific meaning to it.
Yeah.
And
Thank you for that, Priscilla.
Oh, I have loved our collaboration. I didn't know where this was going when I first got your email, but the fact that you're going around the boroughs of New York playing this game and bringing people together through language, that it's absolutely beautiful. And I see folks saying, how do they invite you to Lingo Bingo to their college campus?
I will put my websites in the chat so people can contact me. I mean, the process is generally, since it's specific, since it's local to wherever it's going, right? I mean, it can be done with, there are now like 15 boards in my house. And it keeps growing because I have another one coming up in Crown Heights in Brooklyn in a couple of weeks. And it just keeps growing with every new neighborhood. But yeah, it really is about doing the research for the location. And it works better if it's actually in a neighborhood setting, because then the people come in and they speak the different languages. So they play with one another as opposed to just playing with me, right? But the boards can be brought, like all the different boards from different iterations can be brought all at once, and it can be played like on a lawn with 20 boards across the lawn or something.
Oh my gosh, that would be amazing. So yes, please leave your information in the chat. I know that you also have a website where you have all the different iterations in the public parks.
Yeah.
So if you live in any of those places, please let us know. For example, do you have any upcoming?
Yeah, there is one coming up on the 23rd in Crown Heights in Brooklyn. That's the last of this set of Brooklyn iterations. There was one in Sunset Park, one in Bay Ridge, and then it's open. I have some other people who are interested. I don't know if those are going to happen, but I put them up on the website so people can RSVP and find out. they can subscribe. They can also just, go on the website and RSVP to the specific events. I keep it updated.
Wonderful. So leave that information on the on the chat, and you're getting invitations to Staten Island, San Juan. This is wonderful.
Right on, right on. Sounds great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Priscilla, and thank you all for doing the work that you do. Everyone on the stream today has just been spectacular. It's so inspiring.
Oh, our pleasure.
The tears.
Yes. I'll hand it off now to Yaseli.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Ahora es un honor presentar al doctor John Villavicencio.
Now it's an honor to present John Villavicencio. He works in a business administration in the University of Puerto Rico, and also to Pilar Segura Sanchez, who is studying her master's in the same university. Dr. Villavicencio, he was born in Cusco, Peru. He has had a big commitment to the preservation of the languages, especially the Quechua, which is his natural language. She is a social worker that has worked with immigrants, with children in risk, and all we are giving a welcome Dr. Villavicencio and Segura Sanchez, who are going to do the presentation. Kind of like the name of the presentation is Encouraging the Taíno as a Diasporic Language. We want to give a welcome to everybody that is present here. I want to give thanks. And we have been listening to all the speakers, which have been very helpful. Everything that I have heard, which I have observed, how you have talked about medicine, music, and the person that just talked before me is very important. I go and start thinking about all the memories that I had when I was a child, and all the work that I have done with the refugees that I have come and face. I want to start with this reflection. I want you to imagine that you're in a place that is black with a like a river underneath. Start thinking about a cold. Start thinking about the earth. Start thinking about all these water holes that are feeding this river. You have to start growing. You have to start thinking about all these places that are the communication between the people that are looking for a refuge. How do you transform the experience about learning Taíno to the Taíno immigrant? How can you open a door to all these languages so they can convert in a tool of communication? Creativity and development is everything. How can you use these translations as energy, linguistic energy? What are the concrete benefits for the community using the Taíno language as a legacy with the words in the Castilian, Caribbean Castilian? And I remember in English, like in Miss Colon, I did an interview as the course that I'm taking in this moment in cultural studies, who is the founder or Casareto. This is not only a colonial construction. We're talking about the resistance and the continuity of cultural tales. Once you learn to face the lies, and it's the first step to know that this Puerto Rican legacy has not disappeared. As she mentioned with Priscilla last time, we have been talking about Casareto. We did this magazine in 2020, and the purpose was not only to show the vocabulary, but we wanted to start like a ownership. We did 450 kind of lessons, and you can find them in YouTube also. It's kind of like a you will find like a global classroom. You will find Chicago, Miami, and you can start seeing everything with a different side. As a Peruvian, this is a new experience. With my experience at work, I have helped a lot of migrants to look for a new way. We are showing a cultural, linguistic field. We have mothers that have stopped to talk their own language. They have improved their accent to be able to blend in the places where they are. We are trying to revive the languages. We're trying to conserve those languages. We're trying to, even in those spaces, in those communities, in those education, to try to bring back their own languages. We're trying to, even with fragments, to help these people because they are being obligated to forget about their languages because they have been obligated to migrate. This is a way to rebuild a new community. Those spaces that we have been talking about are very important. When a person migrates, sometimes needs to have those spaces, safe spaces, communities, maybe not public communities like churches. The same community has to be able to have a sensitivity to bring all these new migrants to the field. Like another person said and mentioned a phrase and said, the migrants are welcome in here, the refugees are welcome here. Any migrant that comes to a different country, they want to feel, they want to hear that they are welcome, that they have a safe place. Unfortunately, at this point, there's a lot of politics, especially in the United States, have damaged some of the projects, like in our case in Peru. They have a lot of organizations that have been helping the migrants, that are helping people that has problem with their identity as in their, and we don't have the resources for these projects. There used to be safe spaces, maybe students in different countries. There is when they get to a country, this country is not known for them, and it's hard to integrate with everything. In Peru, I wanted to say that the work with the Quechua is a big example. We are building links where we can help with the universities. We have helped with the culture ministers. We have built some web pages. We have translated in Quechua websites. We're trying to value the language. We have been trying to make these more touristic so people can understand. We have built different cooperatives in the community so they can start learning about the Taíno, about our Quechua. These are people that are dreaming, they have dreams, that people that we are helping so they can, whatever their natural environment is, we can make it to be a touristic place. It's a very hard because they have their own history. They have their own medicine, their plants, beyond everything in online. They have different workshops where they can learn about, we have conversations so we can communicate about all the interaction that we have, so we can build projects to impact the society. We have projects that with environment education, we have different ancestors that have left a knowledge, a legacy, and we would like to bring it up to the social justice. We have a lot of digital spaces where people can get a lot of education, where we can build bridges, we can bring different communities, communities, so they can start fighting for this. I know that we are fighting the same fight, and I am encouraging people so they Taino stop being just like a forgotten river. We're gonna encourage people to start thinking that they can rebuild on this. They can make this to be alive again.
Oh, John, puede activar su micrófono.
Y gracias,
Um,
buenas tardes.
Thank
Y
you. Good
bienvenidos a esta
afternoon and
charla y
welcome.
gracias
Thank
por
you
ese
very much.
aprendizaje tan
Thank
nutriente para
you
mí que
for
yo
this
vengo de otras
very
especialidades.
nutrient-dense
Aliyanchu
theme
kuna
because
kuna
I'm
unjaumin no
coming from
karimasa
other
yahtaita irimaskanta.
specialties.
Buenas tardes, amigos.
Good
Hoy les voy
afternoon,
a hablar de mi
friends.
querido Perú
I'm going to
y
talk to
nuestros
you about
aprendizajes
my
que venimos
Peru
enseñando de mi país.
and
Les
the
hablé en
knowledge
quechua,
that we bring.
mi
I
idioma
spoke to you in
materno.
Quechua, which is my mother tongue.
Voy a comenzar con un
I'm going to
poema.
start with a poem.
Si olvido mi lengua materna
If I forget
y las
my mother
canciones
tongue
que canta mi pueblo,
and
¿de qué me
the
sirven
songs
los
of
ojos y
my
los
country,
oídos? ¿De qué me
what is
sirve
it
la
worth
boca?
having eyes and
Si
ears? What
olvido
is
el
it worth
olor de la
having
tierra y no lo
my mouth
sirvo
if I
bien,
forget
¿de qué me sirven las
the way the
manos?
earth smells
¿Por qué vivo
and
en
if
el
I
mundo?
don't serve
¿Cómo puedo
well?
creer
Then
la absurda
what is
idea
it
de que
worth
mi
having
lengua es
hands?
débil y pobre
How can
si
I
las
keep
últimas
with the
palabras de
idea
mi
that
madre
my
fueron
mother tongue
idénticas? Este poema
is
es de
pure and
Alikedni
lacking if the
Nimtushki,
last words
miembro
of
de la
my mother
minoría
would?
china
This
evenki.
was a
Recordar la
Tushki
lengua
language
materna
from
es
the
recordar el
minority
alma,
Benki
es
people.
evocar a la madre, a la tierra, al canto antiguo.
Remembering your mother tongue is
Olvidarla, como
remembering
dice el poema,
the
sería
earth,
renunciar a
remembering you down.
nuestros sentidos,
And
a
if you
nuestra
forget it,
voz, a
it's
nuestra
to
raíz,
forget your
a nuestra
senses,
raíz
your
y a nuestros
voice, your
orígenes.
roots, and your
Porque con
origins.
cada palabra heredada late una historia,
With
una
every
memoria
word,
colectiva tejida con siglos
it's
de
an
amor y resistencia.
it's an interlacting
Este es el
of love.
sentir que enmarca la realidad del
This is
Perú,
the
un país
feeling that
profundamente
is marked
diverso
in
en
reality
términos
with Peru.
étnicos,
It's a diverse
lingüísticos y
country,
culturales. Uno de los
diverse
símbolos de
ethnic,
esta
linguistic, and
identidad
cultural
indígena es el
country. One
idioma
of the
quechua,
symbols
que
is a
habla
Quechua
aproximadamente
language
el
that
14% de
is
la
about
población. Sin
14% of
embargo,
the
esa riqueza ha sido históricamente
of people
oscurecida
speak
desde la
Quechua.
colonización
This
por
has
una
been
larga
darkened
trayectoria
by
de
colonization,
discriminación
by a
y
large
racismo que aún
trajectory of
afecta gravemente a las
discrimination
poblaciones quechohablantes. A pesar de que
and
más de un
racism
tercio de la
affected to the
población se
Quechua
identifica
people.
como indígena y
About a
más de
third
la
of
mitad
the
como
indigenous
mestiza,
people
existe
and
una
about half
desconexión
are
entre el
considered
legado
mestiza. There's a
cultural
disconnect
y la
between
manera en que se
the
percibe
cultural
y valora el idioma quechua.
inheritance and the way that
Esto se debe
you take
principalmente
and
a que
you
el español
value
es
the
considerado
Quechua
como un
language.
idioma del
This is
progreso y la
because
modernidad,
principally the
mientras que el quechua
Spanish
es
is
visto como
considered
un obstáculo a
progress
esos objetivos.
and
Por tanto,
modern times,
identificarse
then
como indígena en
Quechua is
el Perú no
considered
trae
an
consigo
obstacle.
respeto o prestigio, sino que a
Identifying
menudo
yourself as
implica
a Peruvian
exclusión y
Quechua,
prejuicios.
it
A raíz de esos
brings forth
problemas, desde la década del 90, en
exclusion
el
and
Perú existió
biases.
un auge de
In
identidad
Peru,
cultural
there was a
indígena
cultural
promovida por
identity
diferentes
promoted by
instituciones
different
públicas y
institutions,
privadas.
public
Estas
institutions, and
iniciativas
public
estaban
institutions.
bañados
This
de buena
initiative were
intención, pero han
covered with good
promovido una
intention, but
imagen
promoted
idealizada y comercializada de los indígenas,
uh,
convirtiendo en un símbolo de orgullo nacional llamado marca
a
Perú.
national
Sin embargo, esta
called Marca Peru.
representación superficial
This
contrasta con la
representation
realidad cotidiana de muchas
it's
personas, sobre todo los
is
quechohablantes, que siguen
especially the people who
enfrentando
speak
discriminación
Quechua are
sistemáticamente en
still
diversos aspectos de la
with
vida,
discrimination
como
in
por
different
ejemplo la
aspects of their
educación y
life.
la salud.
For example, their health
A
and
raíz de estos
education.
retos, desde el 2002 el
Because of
gobierno
these
ha impulsado la ley
hardships, the
de
government
la
has put
educación
in
intercultural
the
bilingüe,
law
con el
of
objetivo de priorizar la
intercultural
enseñanza de
bilingualism.
lenguas originarias. Esta medida tuvo
It's
repercusiones
prioritization
positivas.
which
Primero se
teaches their
identificó por las
origin
zonas donde
language,
se
and
hablaban diversos
also
idiomas,
first it was
para
identified
luego
different
desarrollar una
languages,
educación inicial
and
bilingüe
then it
también.
was
Diversas
um,
universidades públicas
different
han creado programas y
universities
cursos de
have
formación
created
docente en
programs
quechua
and
como cursos
courses in Quechua
obligatorios.
as
Estos cursos
obligatory
han
courses.
traído
These courses or classes
buenos resultados, ya que hoy
have
en día
brought good
contamos con
results.
profesionales que
Today,
hablan
we have
tanto el quechua y el
professionals
español,
that
y
speak
así
Quechua
como
and Spanish, and
enfermeros médicos que hablan los dos idiomas para
doctors
atender
and nurses that speak both
a los
languages
visitantes a
so
los
they
centros
can
médicos.
treat
El
their patients.
bilingüismo entre el quechua y español
bilingualism in Quechua and Spanish that are still have their own hardships. many times it's called the transitional steps. Abandoning ketchup is also the strong because parents prefer that their children only learn Spanish so they could have better opportunities. That's the personal study that I have, my personal history. My mother and father would always demand that I speak Spanish because it was the only way to forge a path in the future. Another hardship is the preservation of the language. There's not a common Quechua. It's talking about a family of 17 varieties. Many of them are so different that it makes it difficult to communicate within each other in different dialects. This does not give way for standardization of because the Quechua hablantes identify themselves as a subvariant that with a linguistic identity. Peruvian experience represents revitalization, linguistic liberation, like the Taíno in Puerto Rico. Because of the different hardships, Quechua is still alive, and it's fortified by different initiatives. Studying this process promotes and it guides different hardships like Taíno, because it continues alive in the community and in projects of revitalization by Casareteños. Thank you very much for the time that you've given me.
Si tuviesen alguna pregunta,
if you have a question,
que puedan hacernos.
Sí, voy a mirar ahora. Muchas gracias, Arikumabu. Estoy
I'm going to see, thank you,
ahora,
Arikumabusa. I'm going to see
en el chat.
the chat.
No veo,
I don't see any.
no estoy viendo ninguna
I don't
pregunta
see any
que sea
question
específicamente para
given
ustedes.
specifically for you all.
Pero whoever has a question can put them in the
Pero-
chat and I will read it out loud. Si tienen preguntas, pueden ponerlo en el chat de Q&A y I'll read it.
Mientras tanto, me sacaron una lagrimita con el poema. Muchas gracias por esa.
Made me cry in the poem. Thank you very much for giving us this poem. It was very emotional to listen to it. Thank you very much. That poem was given to me by a long time ago. I read it. I'm a poetry aficionate. And so when I read it, I was deeply moved by it. I always bring it and I always share it with others.
Una persona en el chat está pidiendo si
Someone
puede
in the chat
poner
is
el
asking if
título
you
del
could
poema
put
en
the
el chat para
title
que
of
lo
the
busquen.
poem so they can look for it.
Se llama Mi Poema.
It's called My
Yo
Poem.
lo puedo compartir
I can
a
share it,
el
Priscilla.
link, y ella lo puede
I can share the
compartir
link
con todos.
and she
Yo lo
can
voy a
share it with
enviar a
others.
Priscila,
I'm going to send it to
el link.
Priscilla,
Gracias.
the link.
Okay, si no hay otras preguntas,
If there's no
there
other
aren't any
questions,
we will move on to our next presentation. Let me just moving us around so that you can see me. Okay, so now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Winston Scott, who is the Director of Mayan Languages Preservation Project, who will be introducing the following section.
Thank you very much. It's been an extreme pleasure to be here this morning and this afternoon now and to listen to all these wonderful presentations and to be a part of this. In speaking with Priscilla, she asked that we just talk from the heart, and that's very easy to do when introducing our next presenter, Tata Misael Itzep. I only have 1 minute and I could take a half hour, so I'll do the best that I can to introduce Tata Misael. I've known him for about 5 years. We've worked together. He is born in Momostenango, Guatemala, and has been a translator and interpreter Quiché Español, Quiché English, for almost 30 years. And he's been on the Mayan Languages Preservation Project since day one. One of the things that he will talk about, he'll talk a little bit about his work with the Mayan Languages Preservation Project, but we thought it very appropriate to talk about his experience with language transmission in the home. And I get a little emotional talking about this next part, but he will also discuss how that has worked in his youth, learning Quiche, and now how that's come full circle with his own family. He had 3 wonderful children and a family, and how there have been further connections cultural and linguistically through his work, not only as a translator and interpreter, but as a member of our team, a valued friend, board of advisor member for the Mayan Languages Preservation Project. Tat Misael, kin matioshi chare, ronachela chaka banon, utapetik. Bienvenido. Time is yours.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. Buenas tardes a todos. Es un placer estar acá y compartir con
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here and sharing with others, with you all, my experience. It's inspired me, the participation of all our colleagues. I think it's important, this meeting or this gathering, so we can share opinions, ideas, and fortify our connection, which is the Aboriginal languages. This afternoon, I'd like to say that my name is Misael Itzep, and I'm working for the Proyecto Preservación y Digitalización de las Lenguas, the project of preservation and digitalization of the Mayan languages. I've been working 2 years, starting May of 2023. That's when we began to work this project. It was a initiative given by to digitalize and preserve the Mayan languages in Guatemala. We also collaborate with UNESCO and the International Design of Languages. It was already the decade started in 2022 until 2032. So we're very proud to be participant of this event as well. And we like to create a route, a map to digitalization to share with UNESCO and Design International of Indigenous Languages. I should also mention, we're also making a roadmap for visualization. That's what I was trying to say. And we're also, or this organization also has a governance of shareholders, and we're talking about our plans, our advancements, and new projects in which we can collaborate. So we're very much happy to work in this project that's offered by our leadership to guarantee the community participation and linguistic share for the communities, promoting digital access for the communities, for the indigenous languages in Guatemala. And we are also collaborating within the regions and languages. I'd like to emphasize a little bit more the work that's being carried out. If you can see, we already have, we're gathered more than 3 million words gathered up. Within that are 30 glossaries with their terms, audio, and photographs. And there's more than 300 hours of original audio. If you can imagine, the audio are very short. The audio recordings, we want them, people who visit are interested in learning any of the 22 languages that are still spoken in Guatemala, would like them to learn the pronunciation, the correct pronunciation of the audio, the terms. And if I say mesa for table, in Quiche is going to be Mesha. So that audio is going to take less than 2 seconds. We can imagine the amount of audio recordings that we have specifically for the terms. So you can learn the correct pronunciation. So it's more than 300 hours. We have more than 100 collaborators working with us, are the CASES, young students, workers that share their time in their long work hours. They also cooperate in this project, our project. And I also like to emphasize the 50 books in 3 languages within our communities. Especially, I'd like to talk about the Kichi community, children of the school that made these books express themselves in a very special manner. They made the same stories, the same storytelling from their grandparents, many experiences that their grandmothers could allow their children to express. They expressed it, written expressions, they drew as they imagined, and they also did the audio. So these children are collaborating for the future generations, and that's very important for this project. And having said that, thinking about those generations, our project, within our project, we'd have the opportunity to create Android devices for Kikche, the keyboard, Mam, Kikche, Kohobal, and Universal Mayan. We're talking about a virtual keyboard for Windows or handwriting. We're working on those technological advancements, digital advancements, and we're very satisfied because we spent years not agreeing which alphabet to use. Some used expressions with certain characters, but it wasn't working out. So lately, the last 10 years, we were able to standardize the alphabet. And thanks to that, we're all in agreement as to how we could write certain words in different languages. And so that's an advancement, a very large advancement of the success, I would say, because it's brought us to the creation of the keyboards. And now we don't have to fight. No, it's not written like this. Now we write it in a correct manner. Those are the tools that we've created and also shown within our generations. Those connections, generational connections, I think are very important. You can see my sisters, my family, my nieces, and we also did. We also gave the knowledge for our children. Sadly, they only speak Spanish and English because they were born in this country. But they have that connection with their grandmother, their great-grandmother, with their traditions with our loving Guatemala. They always have that connection. They're always supporting us. Our children were brought up observing both cultures. It's important to bring up the connection with so we wouldn't lose our indigenous languages. That's a result of emphasizing our culture in our home, transmitting the Maya ideas within the work as a translator, as Dr. Winston mentioned. I've been working translating. And the other thing is that I also would like, I'm thinking the experience that I lived with my grandmother. My grandmother didn't speak Spanish because she never went to school. Back then, when Spanish was forced, there was an obligation to learn Spanish. The grandparents were not able to go. But thanks to that, I learned the language, the culture, the nature, how she showed me how to respect it, the customs in the communities, community events, everything was in Quiche. Everything. Whenever you ask
mucho
for a
consejo
bride.
para que
It's very
las,
respectful, very
los futuros contrayentes
lots of
tengan
advice
esa
because
idea de
so
respeto
the
hacia la
future
comunidad, a
so the
pesar de
future
que la
can have
escuela, el idioma
respect
oficial
in the
que
community.
se enseña es el español. Sin embargo,
Even if
estamos
Spanish
tratando
is
de
taught in school, we're always trying
mantener
to
estas costumbres.
maintain
Y otra cosa
these
que se me viene a la
traditions.
mente es que mi
Another
abuela
thing that
no
brings to mind
tenía
comes to mind is that
ningún
my grandmother didn't have
recurso.
any
Es
type
decir,
of
no había
resource.
teléfono, no había,
They had no
bueno,
phone. Well, to
dicho
say,
de otra manera, ella nunca
said
fue a la
another
escuela,
way,
así
she
que su
never went to
única
school.
manera de
So her only
transmitir
way
el
of
idioma y las
transmitting the
costumbres
language and the customs
eran a través
was through
pláticas y de experiencias que ella
talks
había
and
vivido. Así
experiences,
que nosotros
and
ahora
life
estamos muy
experiences. So
contentos
now
porque
we're
estamos en
very
otro
happy
tiempo donde hay muchas
because we're in a
herramientas.
different time where we
Hay
have lots of
mucho
tools.
de dónde echar mano, ¿verdad?
There's many
Así
ways
que
to
la
do things
intención entonces
nowadays.
de
And so
nuevo de
our
nuestro
intention,
proyecto
once again,
es
of our
para
project is to
tener
have
nuestra cultura,
our
nuestros
culture,
idiomas
our languages
para la posteridad, para que nuestros futuros
for the future.
generaciones
So
ellos
our
puedan aprender
generation,
hacia
future
el futuro,
generations can learn
compartiendo nuestra cultura,
future,
el idioma para las
sharing our culture
generaciones
and language for
el
the
uso de la
future
tecnología para
generations, the use
mantener y
of
preservar
technology to
nuestras
maintain and
culturas,
preserve our
enseñar
culture,
sabiduría ancestral para
our
nuestros hijos,
teachings, our
mantener vínculos culturales en
ancestral
el hogar a
knowledge,
través de la
our
participación
connections
familiar.
within our home
Y
with
fíjese
family
que
participation.
hablando de
And
participación
speaking
familiar,
about
tengo
family
el
participation,
orgullo de
I am
presentarles a
proud to present my
Andrew
son,
Sepp.
Andrew
Él
Sepp.
tiene una bonita experiencia
He
con
has a
respecto a
beautiful
trabajar
experience
en este
with
proyecto
regard
como
to
voluntario.
collaborating this
Estoy
project
muy
as a
orgulloso de él.
volunteer.
Él
I'm
también está
very
muy orgulloso
proud
de
of him.
nuestra
He's
cultura.
very
No
proud of
habla
our
el idioma,
culture.
pero le
He
da
doesn't
mucho
speak the
gusto
language, but he's very
compartir y
happy
aprender
to
más de lo
share
que se está haciendo.
and
Y
learn what
aquí
he
también no puedo olvidar
learn of what's
a
going
otra
being done.
jovencita, Jennifer.
And I don't want to
Ella dice,
forget
ha
another
sido
young
muy
person,
hermoso poder
Jennifer.
ayudar junto a
It's been
ustedes,
beautiful to
ya
help
que
us,
nos
help
permiten
you guys,
expresar
she
nuestra
says,
cultura,
which allows us to
idioma y
express our
tradiciones,
culture,
dándole importancia
traditions,
y
and language,
ayudándonos a
given
que no se pierda.
giving it its
Y
due
pero ella dijo
value
algo muy
and
importante. Me he
helping
sentido
us
muy
so we don't
cómoda
forget it.
hablando
She
mi
said
idioma
something very
sin ser
important. I felt
discriminada.
very
Ser
comfortable
indígena
speaking my
no
language
es
without being
algo malo.
discriminated.
Y ahí nosotros
Being an
podemos ver que
indigenous
ya se está
person is not a bad
expresando,
thing.
se siente
We
bien.
can see how
Y
she's
nosotros
expressing
queremos
herself, how she
alimentar ese
feels so
pensamiento
good.
con lo que se
We
está
want
haciendo,
to
¿no? Para que ellos no tengan
collaborate that
vergüenza y que
feeling
puedan,
and not stop it
tengan
so
los
they are not embarrassed.
herramientas para
So they
poder
have their
aprender
tools
el
so they
idioma
can learn
o
the language
continuar
or
usándolo, ¿verdad?
continue using
También
it.
mi hijo dice lo que más
My son
destaco
as
es
well.
haber
He
podido
says the best
conversar
part of
sobre el
it
proyecto
is
con
to
mi
be
padre
able
y
to
hablamos mucho de esto.
talk about the
Y
project
estoy
with my dad,
agradecido por
and we
ser
talked
parte
about
de
this,
este
and I'm
proyecto. Me ha
appreciate
dado la
being part of
oportunidad
this
de
project. It's
conectarme
given
con
me
él de
the
otra manera,
opportunity to
es
connect
decir, con el
my
proyecto y
with
también
him through
con
another
sus
way,
raíces, mis raíces.
connect with
Así que
his
ha sido
roots,
una
my roots, and
experiencia
so it's been an
bastante
experience,
satisfactoria
a very
trabajar
satisfying
en
experience
este
working
enorme proyecto que tenemos enfrente.
and this great project that
Queremos
I have
invitarlos
before
para
us.
que se
I
unan
want
a
to invite
nuestro
you all
movimiento,
to
participando
be
también.
united in our movement.
Aceptamos voluntarios, nuestros
Participating, we're also
voluntarios, si
looking
es que los hay.
for volunteers, if there's
Entonces aquí
volunteers.
termina mi
So
participación.
with
Gracias a
that,
todos por
I'm finished with
escucharme
my presentation.
y
Thank you for
gracias por
listening.
darnos este
Thank you
espacio
for giving
también
us this space
al movimiento taíno y
for
nosotros
the
también estamos ahí
Taíno
apoyándoles
movement,
en
and we're also
espíritu y
supporting you
también
guys
con lo
in
que se
spirit
puede
and in
hacer. Muchas gracias.
whatever we
No
can
sé si
do.
habrá
Thank
alguien
you.
que tenga alguna
I don't
pregunta.
know if someone has a question.
Do we have any questions for Tata Misael about the project or any other things on anybody's mind?
Yes, sí, hay una pregunta. ¿Tienen cómo escribir los
Do
idiomas
you have a way
digitalmente?
to speak, to write the digital?
Languages digitally?
Yes, we do, and that's exactly
Sí,
what
la
I'll
tenemos
be
y es
speaking
exactamente
on
lo que
just
voy a hablar
briefly in the
breve,
near
tocar el
future
tema
here.
brevemente en el
And
futuro
Tata Misael
cercano. Tata Misael mencionó que desarrollamos diferentes teclados de Android con Windows que eliminan los caracteres que no son necesarios en el idioma quiché o en otros idiomas de guatemaltecos. Y también crean caracteres en conjunto y caracteres que son parte de la ortografía del idioma, que fueron desarrollados de la Academia de Lenguas Mayas de Guatemala. Parece que su audio está un poco distorsionado, posiblemente hay interferencia, pero sí hay bastantes proyectos digitales en los que he estado trabajando y también miré. Realmente esta mañana miré las idiomas mayas que estaban destacándose. Fue bello mirarlo en línea. Tengo que mencionar.
The path to digitization is a quite difficult one at this time, as we all know. That is why the ad hoc groups are trying to get together with Unicode to create an easier path to digitization, starting with something as basic as, what are my alphabet characters? How can I then once we decide what those alphabet characters are, how can we put them in a keyboard and actually get the Unicode standardization and then put them in the keyboard? So that is something that we're working on at the global level. So if you feel like you're hitting a brick wall, it's okay. You're not the only one, but we're hoping that we can get something figured out, hopefully during this international decade.
And we are so happy that we were invited to start that process with Unicode for Tatamisaya's language Quiché, as well as Ekchi, which is spoken in the central region of Guatemala. And so we would like to add as many as we can. As you had mentioned before, it is the gateway to that digitization process. So thank you for all that you've done.
I'm looking in the chat. Let's see. Someone wants to know if there's a way to connect with you. If you could leave your information in the chat, whether it's the website, social media, or other, as they have, dice, tengo amigos que son guatemaltecos que puedo compartir con ellos. And so they'd like to share that information. Una pregunta para Misael. ¿Qué consejo tienes para gente quien quiere introducir las lenguas en sus hogares, pero encuentran resistencia o desinterés con la familia?
What if you want to share with your family, but there's resistance within the family? It depends on their age. If children are very young, it's a little easier with storytelling, with words, with numbers. But if the children are a little bit older, then you can take them to their homeland so they can make that connection first with the community where it's spoken, those languages, in order for them to have a better idea because they notice how important it is connecting with their roots.
Perfecto. ¿Están vivas las 22 lenguas indígenas en Guatemala?
Are 22 languages still active in Guatemala? Are the 22? Yes, that's correct. They're still spoken.
Todavía se hablan los 22 idiomas.
The 22 languages are still spoken, even though some
menor número.
are in lesser quantity. There's another question. I think it's concerning the digitalization.
Of what the digitized alphabets look like. ¿Hay ejemplos de cómo se ve el abecedario digital?
Yes, on the second website that I provided, the Mayan Languages Wiki, it's still under construction because we started on a very simple wiki format, and we recently migrated everything over to a Drupal format for security issues, just for usability. It's much more friendly. We're able to get all of the information in, not all of the Mayan languages, but with the 6 or 7 that we have, more regular volunteers for, and they are able to do it. And so we're still getting those over. And I was just checking that right now. It would be in the resources page. And if it is, I want to be able to put that in the chat for everybody.
Wonderful. And to reiterate what Misael was saying, para reiterar lo que Misael dijo, it is first important as a community to
Es
come
importante como
together to create
comunidad
standards for a language. I have worked for many years for government where we were working on languages that had just standardized their alphabet in the 1950s, for example. So coming together as a community to figure out what that standardization is the first step, because as we speak to the Microsofts of the world, of the Apples of the world, the first thing they're going to ask is, does everyone agree on this? Because if you have a part of the community that does not agree, another part that doesn't agree, then you spend a year, maybe two, because that is the development cycle. Having worked with language learning software companies, you could have a year or two of development. And then when you release, let's say, a new alphabet or a new standard format for writing, and then half of the people don't agree and don't use it, now you've lost 2 years' time of development and people hours and all of that. So I encourage all of us, whether it is Taíno or another language, to come together to create groups where we have the correct stakeholders, whether they're the cacique of one tribe and the linguists of another, come together. And, if we meet and we decide, well, we want to take various paths, that is also okay. Because we could take one path or another path and still meet and reach the same objective. So thank you so much. So please check out the chat for the Mayan languages information, wiki information, and we're going to continue on to our next presentation. Jahom, thank you, Misael. Gracias. So I have the honor of presenting our two next wonderful presenters. You have seen them throughout the day already. Cacique Entequina Rahikotea Nyakuno is a Kiwari queer artist and educator from Boriken who teaches and creates music in the Hiwatahia Taíno language. She is the co-founder of Wuru Taíno Tegiro Uo and an enrolled member of Higuayagua Taíno of the Caribbean. Co-founder of Wuru Taíno Tegiro Uo, Dr. Gladys Yacelia Ponte, is an anti-colonial bilingual educator with roots in Haiti, Quisqueya. Also a member of Higuayagua, Dr. Ponte co-hosts the virtual gathering Taíno Voices with Ra. In their session, Decolonizing Our Language Mindset, they'll challenge the myth of linguistic purity, calling us to embrace a more liberating, evolving language future. Dakatapuchi, Dakitai, my family, mi familia, please give a warm welcome to Regional Cacique of Boriken, Antequina, Rahikotea Nyakuno, and Dr. Gladys Yaceli Aponte.
Mikomabu.
Mabu, Priscilla, for that wonderful introduction. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna share my screen now. And I know that this is not the most ideal screen share, but it's what I got right now, and we're gonna make it work. So our section is titled Decolonizing Our Language Mindset within Taino Language Revitalization Work, Confronting Colonial Ideologies. And we're going to talk a little bit about some of the issues that are faced within Indigenous language work, but specifically for us in the community, some things that we've seen, some internal challenges that we think are important to kind of iron out, right? So I'll tell you a little bit about us. So Dairile Rahikotea Niakuno, Tatrahaba Taino Boricua Ikurukuhua Kena Tequina, the Taino Hebeyono Dowaria Boriken Kena Cuba, Dakevia Alu Umacao Boriken. So my name is Rahikotea Niakuno. My Taino ancestors are from Boriken and Cuba. I'm a Taino artist and educator, and I reside in the town of Humacao here on the island of Boriken. And as Priscilla said, I'm a member of Higuayagua, which is a wonderful Taino community that is led by Cacique Jorge, who will be speaking a little bit later. And as Priscilla said, I'm the founder and director of Wuru Taíno Tegiro, which is an initiative that celebrates Taino language and culture through presentations, gatherings, classes, and things like that. And I'm going to let Jaceli introduce herself really quickly.
Miyari, Dairile, Doctora Gladys Yaceli Piahania Ponte. Dakebia alu boriken, that Taino hebeyono do waria Ayitikiskeya. Eleven boriken and my Taino ancestors are from Ayitikiskeya. I am a Taquina, a teacher, and a Matunjero advisor for the Hiwayawa Boriken region. And as Priscilla mentioned, I am a professor of bilingual education and committed to language justice and anti-racist schooling. I'm also a co-founder of Uru Taino Te Kiro'o. So for anyone who's new to Taino languages, here's a little overview. Prior to 1492, the Caribbean was home to a rich tapestry of indigenous language varieties. Taino was and continues to be part of the wider Arawakan language family, which itself contains and continues to contain regional differences shaped by geography, trade, and cultural exchange. Communities across islands and coastal areas spoke related but distinct varieties, each carrying unique vocabulary, pronunciation, and expressions. This linguistic diversity reflected the interconnectedness, yet independent identities of the peoples of the Caribbean long before European invasion.
Thank you, Ariko Mabuya Seni. So we just wanted to give you kind of like just a little bit of historical context. What is Indigenous language revitalization, reclamation, and reconstruction? So for anyone who's like new to this topic, so Indigenous language revitalization, reclamation, and reconstruction are the collective efforts of Indigenous peoples to restore, strengthen, and sustain the use of ancestral languages that have been endangered, suppressed, and interrupted by colonization and other violent systems of oppression. So for me, this is about sovereignty. This is about healing. This is about the self-determination of a community. This is about honoring our lineages and our ancestors and working on something that we can give to future generations. We are going to be speaking specifically from the Taino language variants that we work with, that we know, and that is part of our community within Hiwayawa, which is Hiwatahia Taino. And so if you haven't heard about Hiwatahia Taino, if you're new to it, we wanted to just say a little bit about it. So it says here, like many other Indigenous language reconstruction efforts, the Hiwatahia Taino language team from Hiwayawa began by merging recorded Taino words with words from the closest related Tamay-Puring Arawak languages such as Lokono, Waju, Parojano, Baniwa, Tariana, Wapishana, Garifuna, and others. Given that Taino is part of the Arawak language family, as just already mentioned before, these languages have the closest cognates to Taino dialects. The language was founded by Cacique Jorge Baracute Esteves with the assistance of the late educator Jesse Urani Marrero and the Hiwatahia Taino language research team. The Hiwatahia language team was advised by Arawak linguists such as Alexander Eichenwald, Conrad Ripka, and others. In addition, we have collaborated with native Arawak speakers. The Hiwatahia Taino language dictionary, which I'm going to really quickly hold up right here. It's a nice thick textbook type of book, is a combination of many, many years of research and study. So we're coming from that perspective of this language variants, and you're going to be learning a little bit about the Taino Nike Taino variants from Priscilla. So issues that many Indigenous communities face within language revitalization work. That's not to say that we all have the exact same issues, but these are sort of generalized issues that I've seen, that I've learned from friends who also do this kind of work in their own Indigenous communities, these issues that we all face within Indigenous language revitalization work, historical and ongoing colonial impacts, limited resources and infrastructure, debates of authenticity, documentation gaps and accuracy issues, institutional and governmental barriers, diaspora and displacement, technology and access gaps, emotional and cultural labor, racism and discrimination. So these are some really big issues that we tend to face when we are doing language revitalization work. However, today we want to sort of zero in on some internal challenges that are just as disruptive and just as harmful as these sort of external issues that we also face when we're doing this kind of work.
Yeah, so 3 challenges within our Taino community that we've noticed and want to speak to today are debates that exist about syntax, critiques on accents, and rivalries between variants. All of these challenges are related they're all related to harmful colonial language ideologies or beliefs, including language purism, right? This rigid colonial perspective that aims to uphold a rigidly traditional or quote unquote pure form of language. There's an ongoing debate on syntax. So that's the first point we'll make. And we want to emphasize that focusing on this, on syntax so much can hold us back. So it's important to know that though we cannot fully know the syntax of indigenous Caribbean languages before colonization because historical records are incomplete and they've been filtered through colonial perspectives. These records focus more on vocabulary than grammar and often reshape linguistic features to fit European models. As a result, what we reconstruct today is therefore an informed approximation, not an exact replica of how it was spoken in the past, sometimes guided by related Arawakan languages rather than exact representations.
Another internal challenge that I myself see a lot as a Taino language teacher are critiques on accents. And if that sounds kind of ridiculous to you, it's because it is, but it's true. It really does happen. There is a lot of tension there. And so I want to read from the slide here, different accents don't make a language speaker illegitimate because accent is simply a natural reflection of a person's background, community, and life experiences. We all have an accent. All living languages have variation, and no single accent is more correct than another. In our indigenous Caribbean language revitalization efforts, diverse accents are signs of language adapting and surviving, not evidence of inauthenticity. And I'll give you a really, really quick example that is not so serious, it's more funny. I had a student in one of my classes who grew up as a New Yorican, grew up in New York, Boricua, grew up in New York. And we were having a Hiwa Tahia Taino language class. Most of us are from the island, from Boriquén. And one of the things that he felt really subconscious about, and I'm going to use his words, he was like, why is it that when I say the words on the slide, Ra, I sound so hood? And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, I just sound so hood. I just sound like so New Yorker. And it's like, because you are a New Yorker. And that's okay, because in this day and age, our people are spread out. And so it's important for me to let students know that however they're coming into the class is okay, because I don't want them to turn away from their own opportunity to reconnect with their culture, their lineage, their language, because of these internal tensions that they have, or these feelings that they have of feeling like they're not doing it correctly, because there is no such thing as doing it perfect. And so what to me is important is that you're coming to the class with an open mind, with an open heart, and that you want to learn as much as possible. So that's just one little example of things that we see. And it might seem small, but there are a lot of people who feel like that, a lot of students who come to class feeling like they are not enough. And I never want someone to feel like that in a class. Rivalries between variants. So no language variant is better than another. Obviously, we know this, but there is still this tension that we see happening amongst people in the community. We see this a lot on social media, where people feel really bold to express these ideologies. Languages are living systems. Standard forms are often colonial inventions. Variation is natural and actually universal. Community ownership matters. How we go to the language, how we own it, how we live it, it matters. Purism can only be exclusionary, which leads us to our final point, which is that linguistic purism, which is, all these things that we've mentioned are branches of this ideology of linguistic purism. This idea of a pure language untouched by outside influence overlooks the reality that all languages naturally evolve through contact with others and internal change. They have internal changes. The notion of purity is not a linguistic fact, but is subjective and oftentimes politically driven construct. In many cases, this idea of purity mirrors racist and white supremacist ideologies that value racial purity and view mixing as a degradation. When applied to indigenous language work, purism can reproduce itself and look like colonial hierarchies, marginalized mixed heritage speakers and exclude communities that are most affected by language loss. We of course want to get as close as possible to the language and bring it into our daily life. And we dream of a time when it is everywhere in our communities. But when we say we're striving for excellence, we're not saying that we're striving for perfection. Those are two very different things. And there's an amazing indigenous language activist from Alaska. His name is Lance Twitchell. And he was giving a talk at Sealaska Heritage Institute. And in his talk, which Priscilla and I have talked about this talk because it was such a good talk, he says, I'm not in the business of perfection. He as a language teacher, he teaches Tlingit. He says, I make mistakes all the time. And that's okay. I'm not trying to sound perfect. I'm trying to, spend my whole life devoted to the language. And so that's the approach that we are talking about. A language lives in the people who breathe life into it. So naturally, languages change because time changes. That doesn't mean that we cannot honor our ancestors in the ways that our ancestors did things. But today in 2025, we're driving cars and we have cell phones and we have social media accounts and we're shopping at the grocery store. So our lives are very, very different than the lives of our ancestors 500 years ago. But that doesn't mean that we are not, that they're not in us. So we can still get close to language and close to our culture and close to our spirituality, while also acknowledging that we're living in a very different time.
Yeah, so as we're thinking about decolonizing our language mindset within Taino language revitalization work, we want to highlight 4 quick key methods that may be helpful for you. First, as a professor, a lot of my research and my work with public school teachers centers on understanding language and multilingualism through a translanguaging perspective. Applying translanguaging principles from this perspective is a powerful decolonial tool for Indigenous language revitalization. So I'll tell you why. First, this theoretical lens recognizes that language is living, right? It's not fossilized. That means that language practices are not rigid, they're dynamic, and they develop as we use them in community, in interactions with others, right? And as time passes, as Ron mentioned. It also recognizes that multiple variants of languages have always coexisted within communities, and that these rigid linguistic boundaries are colonial constructs. From this fluid community and center-based perspective, we can respect and appreciate the dynamic ways language evolves through its revitalization. So translanguaging creates room for revitalization efforts to thrive. Also, under this point of nurturing with support, we want to remind you that where you channel your energy matters. So channel supportive energy and action towards language initiatives that you value. Attend classes, put your energy into supporting artists, teachers, medicine people in the community, shop Taino businesses, invest in our yucayeques. Super important to really think about where you're channeling both your spiritual energy and your physical and action energy, right? Towards those initiatives that you really care about.
Another approach that we think is really important is to intentionally heal colonial wounds. And this might sound kind of like duh, Ra, but actually it's an ongoing practice for the rest of our lives to be committed to working towards anti-colonial spaces and dismantling this, not just on the outside, but within ourselves, and peeling back those layers so that we are truly decolonizing, re-indigenizing, and healing ourselves. Because if we show up to Indigenous spaces with a colonial mindset, then we're bringing that to the circle, and that is not fair. Another thing that to me is really important, and that is sort of a big pillar within Wuru Taino Tekiro Uo, our initiative, is to celebrate our successes. Rejoice in the amazing work that is happening in our community by so many wonderful people. Rejoice in all of the things that people around you in the Taino community have accomplished, and look towards the future, right? Because it cannot just be me Priscila, Yaceli, Cacique Jorge, Ika, dreaming of amazing Taino future. It has to be all of us visualizing this so that we can manifest it. When we, like, as Yaceli said, when we put our energy and we channel our energy into a vision, then we can make it happen. It cannot just be a few people. It has to be the collective dreaming about this, working towards this, and rejoicing in what we have and where we're headed in order for us to actually manifest a time when we have Taino in schools, Taino road signs, Taino at the grocery store, Taino all over the place. And so with that, we hope that that was helpful. With that, we leave you. Ariko Mabu, Hahom, thank you, gracias. Here are our social medias. Here's our email. And, Wuru Taino stands with all colonized peoples. And so we want to end by saying free Palestine, free Boriken, free Sudan, free Congo, free Haiti, and all colonized peoples. So if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Oh my gosh, that was beautiful. I'm fired up. This is an amazing presentation. Any questions coming in from the chat? We have the link to Uru Taino Te Kiro'o. What you speak about just resonates with me. The work that I'm doing here, the work that you're helping me do through your support is about bringing community together, wherever we may be, whatever island we may be in, whatever variant we may speak. We're here to support each other. And what resonated with me, Ra, you just said, celebrate the successes in our community, right? I celebrate the success you're having with Wuru Taino Te Kiro'o, with Taino Voices, with all of the beautiful spaces that you create. I celebrate Cacique Jorge Esteves for all of the work that he's been doing for many years. And we, in turn, it's like that old adage of like, each of us is feeding each other. And so as a community, we nourish each other and we grow stronger. So thank you for that. Let's see if we have any questions. How can diasporic Taino like me get involved with Taino organizations in Turtle Island?
I would say that you can reach out to us, to Wura Taino, you can reach out to Casareto, you can reach out to Higuayagua, and we're all on social media, so you can reach out there and find out about events that we're having, classes, workshops. And, Casareto, as you will see later, provides a lot of educational content online. Higuayagua is a Yucayeke, a community, and we offer a lot of wisdom shares and circles for our community to come together and learn together and grow together. Uru Taino, we offer a lot of workshops and classes. So that's really how you start to get involved. If you're new to the community and you're just coming in and learning, the best thing to do is to start connecting with people, because it's people that make the community, right? So you want to start connecting in the classes, in the workshops, in the events, virtual or in person as well.
That's beautiful. And we also Yaceli just put in the link to Higuayagua Caribeña Taino. I love this quote. So Madeline writes, the distinction between dialect and language and the notion of standard or proper languages are all European constructs. That's correct. There was actually Javier Hernandez, who's the creator of Taino Naiki, says that the difference between dialect and language is really the difference between who had the bigger sword. And so the colonizers end up being the ones who say what a language is versus dialects. I also want to put this into perspective. Our community, as Ra said, is having internal challenges because we're fighting over which variant is correct. And it reminds me of a quote Cacique has told me many times. Cacique Jorge Esteves has said, 4 years ago, we didn't have one Taino language. Now we have 4. That's amazing. We should celebrate that. And to give you a perspective, the Pashtun people have 21 dialects, 21 that they all speak. So we should be celebrating. And if we get 6, 7, whatever that may be, as long as we're speaking them, as long as we're happily celebrating each other's successes, I think we're on the right track.
I want to add really quickly to what you just said, Priscilla. I want to add really quickly that those variants, those varieties of language that of indigenous Caribbean language have always existed. They existed prior to 1492. So what we're seeing now is not any, is on par with what we've seen in the Caribbean with varieties of not just language, but also culture and ways of doing things. The Caribbean has always been a really diverse place with a lot of movements. So today, how things are is not any different. So I think that sometimes people get hung up on that because they don't know that history.
Thank you so much. And we'll end it with there. If you have any other questions, please put them in the chat. Somebody asked if we would be able to get all these resources after the fact. Yes, we are collecting all of these questions from the chat, from the Q&A, and we'll send you all of the resources. Hahom, arigomabu, gracias, thank you, merci, to our co-hosts. So next, it's my pleasure to introduce you to 7,000 Languages, a sponsor of our event for the second year in a row. Please enjoy this video. And now I'll turn it over to Jennifer Weston, Executive Director of 7,000 Languages. Mabríka, welcome, Jennifer.
Betty washte mitakiapi winikisak taya wachian kapikde le plesan washtewi amachiapi na ia woslahe wichoti e mataha toka ola na niake yuzapi e mataha. Natasuis Jennifer Weston, Nutoma Standing Rock at Ka Natai, Massachusetts at Natanakont 7,000 Languages. Warm greetings to all of our relatives here today. I greet you in the Wampanoag language, indigenous to the land where I'm sitting today here in Massachusetts. And I introduce myself to you in my native Lakota language and my ancestral names that I carry forward from my relatives at Standing Rock on the Standing Rock Tribal Nation in North and South Dakota. It's such an honor to be here with you today and to introduce you to the work of 7,000 Languages. We're a young nonprofit in our 9th year, starting in May, and we collaborate with Indigenous and endangered language communities globally to create locally driven language courses utilizing the Transparent Languages software platform. And it's such a pleasure to be here learning from all of you about the tremendous work underway to reawaken, revitalize, reclaim, and inspire young generations to use Taíno together. Priscilla's course, developed with Casa Areto and a tremendous group of scholars, linguists, educators, and folks at Transparent, and our 7,000 Languages team is one of our newest course creations. I'm going to put a link in the chat to our website where you can browse more than 50 language courses available. They've all been designed and created collaboratively with local language leaders, and we're so pleased and honored to be here contributing to this tremendous gathering. I understand it's your second gathering, and I look forward to sharing and learning in the future as you continue to grow your speaker community and inspire more and more young people to write poetry, pray, sing, and teach one another in these beautiful languages. Thank you, Priscilla, for the opportunity to join you in this tremendous event today.
Oh, thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate it. And as Jennifer alluded to, we have been working on a collaboration now for quite a long time. So I'll turn it over to the exciting launch of the Taino Naiki for Beginners course. I'm thrilled to share that the very first digital course to learn the Taino language, Taino Naiki for Beginners, is now officially live. For the first time, English speakers can learn Taino at their own pace for free on any device and from anywhere in the world. Whether you're at home, in a classroom, or across the ocean, you now have access to our ancestral language, once thought lost but awakening one word at a time. In this course, you'll do more than memorize vocabulary. You'll explore Taino grammar, culture, and heritage through reading, listening, speaking, and writing activities. You'll hear spiritual leaders in our community share origin stories and more. With immersive video content and 360-degree images, the language truly comes to life. This course has been a labor of love, 4 years in the making, and it was made possible through a powerful collaboration between Casa Reito and 7,000 Languages. We were also honored to have Javier Hernandez, the creator of the Taino Naiki variant, serve as a special consultant. Y eso no es todo. En las próximas semanas comenzaremos a trabajar con estudiantes y personal de la Universidad de Puerto Rico en Mayagüez para completar la versión en español, Taino Naiki para principiantes, que esperamos lanzar para diciembre de este año. To sign up for the course, simply go to the Casa Reito website and click Learn for Free on the resources page. We'll leave the link in the chat. May this course be a blessing to our community for generations to come. Bo Guatucan, many blessings, muchas bendiciones. Thank you all. I hope that you enjoy the course. It is a gift that I hope to give, and I'm sure we're going to continue adding more. And Hahom, thank you again to Jennifer and the team over at 7,000 Languages. If you would like to learn more, whether it's about this course or creating your own, whatever language you have that you would like to create a course, just contact 7,000 Languages. They're going to help you, give you the training. They will, guide you through the process. This is a free process that is available through their collaboration. And so far, I believe 7,000 has, I'm talking like 50 plus courses from all over the world in many, many different indigenous languages, right, Jennifer?
Yes, and we just recently launched our new call for 2025 fellows, and this is where many of our courses originate from, is young people who are inspired through their studies or through elders in their communities, or sometimes through other peers to build and create courses together. We have a 10-week fellowship, and our applications are due the 24th of this month, and many of our 53, I think, courses have originated in this fellowship program. So we're always looking for additional resources and institutional partners so that we can host more devoted language educators. But thanks again. This is such a triumph for Taino Naiki, and we're so proud of the work that has been accomplished together. I also wanted to briefly mention that a key partner with 7,000 Languages this year is also the National Native American Language Resource Center, and their contributions have also helped us to feature the work of Casa Reito and other partners in launching 4 new courses this year, and we'll be continuing work with them over the next 4 years to add additional courses to our current roster. So thanks again, everyone, and just really appreciate the opportunity to learn with you today and celebrate the gifts that you are returning to your community. And I know that our ancestors are proud of us. So thank you.
Now I'll turn it over to Ra.
Rico Mabu, gracias, thank you. So our next video is from Kiwari Taino Itai, Queer Taino family, which I'm really excited about, and so I hope that you enjoy it.
Kiwari Taíno Itai, Queer Taíno Family, Familia Kiwari.
Kiwari Taíno Itai nació de unos estudiantes queriendo aprender y conectar juntos de corazón a corazón más profundamente, como personas queer. Miyari da irile diezura, and Kiwari Taíno Itai to me is a space where we get to connect, where we get to explore our identities, and where our entire selves are welcomed and celebrated.
Miari dairi leje anuihi alo rivera. And to me, Kiwari Taíno Itai is a space where we share wisdom, stories, tears, and laughter. It is a community space connecting folks all across the diaspora. To me, it's beautiful.
Kiwari Taíno Itai es un espacio donde nos unimos a compartir, aprender de nuestros mayores, hacer cantos, círculos de sanaciones, círculos de cacao, areitos, ceremonias para los solsticios y equinoccios y mucho más. Es un espacio donde nosotros podemos venir y ser reconocidos, celebrados y expandir quién somos como gente taína. Interested in joining Kiwari Taíno Itai? Welcome. Bienvenide. Manawa. Reach out and we will connect with you and add you to our WhatsApp community and see you at the next meeting. ¿Interesada en conectarte con Kiwari? Mándanos un mensaje y te añadimos a la plataforma y nos vemos en la próxima reunión.
Okay, Ariko Mabu for that awesome submission. Let's see. Now, actually, I'm going to reintroduce Dr. Winston Scott, Director of Mayan Languages Preservation Project, who will speak on the amazing work that is being done by the organization.
Thank you so much. Again, it's a pleasure. On a personal note, I was speaking with Priscilla not too long ago. What a joy this is. What I was looking forward to this so much. Is the father of a 7-year-old who all of my in-laws live in Boriquen. I had to pull out this book because when she was born in 2018, one of the first books that she received, oh, it's kind of blocked there, from my mother-in-law, who is from Utuado, was the ABC Taíno. And so it's just been a thrill to learn more about all of the efforts that are going on, scholarly community and otherwise. And I'm just so thrilled to be here today. And again, speaking from the heart, I get the opportunity just to talk for a few moments about some of the community successes of our collaboration. Tata Misael had introduced as part of his presentation that our organization works with the Centro Tecnológico Bilingüe in Tucurú, Alta Verapaz. And it is our honor to work with such amazing teachers, students, and administrators in Tucurú. This is primarily a Quechua speaking community, but their school is dedicated to bilingual education for the younger kids, as well as trilingual, putting English in there for some of the older kids. Again, piggybacking on what Tatni Sale said, we have created through our community project keyboards for Android devices and for Windows. And the way we came up with that is that our North Star has always been that the community dictates and determines what their needs are. And so the best thing that we can do as a project as a whole is listen. And I've heard that today many times and can just only echo that always, is that in our preservation efforts and digitization efforts, we need to listen to what the community wants. We don't know better than the communities that we work with how to teach their children to read better than them. They know how to teach them. They know the stories that they want to pass. They know what they want to have in their homes, how they transmit languages. So we are always listening, and that goes for all things that we do, both with the digitization effort and with our Junta de Asesores, our board of advisors, to create our glossaries. A good example of this is that Tata Misael can tell you that at first the glossaries that we work with began as out of necessity to help different communities here in the United States who had migrated and had needed assistance with legal and medical interpreting. And it quickly became apparent to us as a collective unit that what we really needed to do was create pages, terminology, audio, not based on, as we've heard today, colonial ideas and colonial terminology, but to listen to what our community members wanted as part of these pages. So I highlight the school to show what we've done with these keyboards, and better stated, what they've done with them. Listening to the director, the students, and the teachers, they've been able to use these keyboards in the classrooms, on their Windows computers, as well as more and more social media posts in Kekchi. But we've used this as a pilot program, hoping to collaborate with the larger Ministry of Education in Guatemala. Primarily, what we've seen is the motivation for the students to write in their native language. We just had the thrill and the opportunity to go spend some time with the school just a couple of weeks ago, and a lot of the students expressed how engaged they were, how much motivation they had to see their own keyboard on their Android device. So it goes more beyond a symbolic gesture. It gives them the motivation to write in Kekchi in this instance. But we also have those in Mam, Quiche, Acateco, Panjobal, and one that involves a universal orthography for Mayan languages of Guatemala. They've used these keyboards to amazing things, and you can see in the examples there that they've produced books, they produced art to accompany the books, and are currently in process of creating 50 ebooks that will be linked with QR codes so that those books might be accessed in written and in audio formats.
Winston, would you mind sharing your screen?
Am I not sharing?
No.
I requested.
Oh. There we go. Thank you.
I am so sorry. I'll just go back really quickly here to show you the school and the teachers, but also now some of the different measures that they've taken. So we have a lot of use of the keyboards in the school classroom in and of itself, and the students were so pleased to show their work. Where we're going ahead through the glossaries and with the keyboards, collaborating with schools and with our project, Misael had mentioned that we have more than 100 volunteers, as well as just a handful of full-time staff that work on the terminology and the glossaries, and listening to the people who this affects most. They've wanted to, you can see the Mayan numeral there for 93. And that's just an example that we're helping to get more documentation, not only on the pronunciations of the numbers, but this is a need that the communities have addressed, that they say we can only count to 13, or I can only count to 50, and then I'm lost. So one of the biggest needs that they've asked is that we communicate more how to improve their ability to count in their Mayan languages. And this is just a screenshot from the page, which you can visit, and the links that I provided in the chat earlier. But we have up to 9 languages where they have the distinct pronunciation, the distinct terminology for these numbers. But the school is now working on creating a community newsletter using the keyboards, social media accounts, and what we hope for is that widespread collaboration across language communities. And we also want to continue the preservation efforts, of course, in oral tradition, but also the children have expressed wanting to create new books and new materials that they come up with themselves. They want to be able to tell their own stories in their own languages. And to do that, we, as Priscilla had mentioned, we are deeply involved in different collaborative efforts with Unicode, starting from the bottom up, and just couldn't be more proud of the school and the team members, beginning with Taf Misael, who you all heard from today, and just really excited to be here as part of this conference. And personally, I've learned so much. And we hope that you'd all be able to check out some of the work that we're doing and join in our efforts. And again, thank you.
Nahum, thank you so much. Round of applause for the wonderful efforts being done by the Mayan Languages Preservation Project. And now over to my colleague, Ra.
Thank you, Ariko Mabu. I'm now gonna introduce our next presenters. So next, we have Noel Gayako Tagap Cruz, Associate Professor of Hawaiian Studies and coordinator of I'ola Haloa Center for Hawaii Lifestyles at Hawaii Community College. Waoli Viritua, the Nua Nauane, Program Coordinator of I'ola Haloa Center for Hawaii Lifestyles, and Drew Kapp, Assistant Professor of Geography and Department Chair of Social Science and Public Services at Hawaii Community College. I actually had the pleasure of meeting them virtually many months ago when Priscilla connected all of us. We were discussing a trip of them coming here to visit us in Borikeng. That trip has not yet happened, but we're looking forward to the day that we can welcome you here. So I'll pass it to Noel, Waoli, and Drew.
E kane hualani e kane hualani e aloha kaua kau ka hopu ho kahi hele ke alaloa aloha ka makuku ka pa ka waine e waine lohiau nai ka maikani he makani lohiau hau mai o loko e kane hualani e kane hualani e aloha kaua kau ka hoku ho kahi hele ke alaloa aloha ka makuku ka pa ka waine he waine lohiau nai ka maikani he makani lohiau hau pumai o loko e ano ai ke aloha ia kako pakahi a pau aloha. We just did Hey, which in our culture is about ritual string formations. And that particular Hey has to do with our volcano deity, whose name is Pele, and her travel to find her father. And in doing that, she finds her function, she finds her passion. And when we do that Hey, we usually hold it up to the sky and capture the energy of the sun, because in our tradition, the sun is Pele's father. And in doing it, we tap into the Pele here in our bodies so that we can find our passion and our function and what we can do to make sure that we're contributing positively to our Hawaii community and all communities. But aloha, my name is Noel Tagab Cruz. Again, I'm the coordinator for I'ola Haloa. I'm an associate professor. I live in the Moku, or the district of Puna, in the Ahupua'a, or land division of Ola'a on Hawaii Island. Aloha.
Aloha, I'm Hau'oli Viritua. I come from the Moku of Hilo on the island of Hawaii, from the Ahupua'a of Waiakea.
Aloha mai kākou. My name is Drew Kapp, and I'm originally from the land of the Wampanoag and Nipmuc in Connecticut and Massachusetts. I live on the island of Hawaii as well, in the district of Puna, in the Ahupua'a of Kia'au, in this amazing forest whose name is Oma'olala on the slopes of Kilauea. And my ua, or my rains, are the ua nahu nahu, a rain that is so intense that it has this biting feeling on your skin, nahu nahu. And an ua'ava is another rain that's typical of this area, which is a rain that is tinged with uahipele, or the volcanic smoke that's typical of this area too. Ano ai. Aloha, everyone. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for allowing us to be part of this amazing conference. I'd like to share a little something about our institution. We represent Hawaii Community College, which is a relatively small but super important community college on the island of Hawaii. We have 3 campuses, and our primary campus is in the community of Hilo on the windward or rainy side of the island. And we also have a campus in Kona as well. Most of the students who attend our college are from the island of Hawaii, and a large majority of them are Native Hawaiian students as well. We have a lot of different disciplines. I happen to represent geography, as mentioned before, Ora, in her introduction. And so I'm a little bit different from my colleagues here. And that's one of the many departments. And maybe they can share a little bit more about a really important department for us.
So Iola Halua is our Hawaiian Studies program, or it houses our Hawaiian Studies program, including an academic subject certificate. We have what's called the Paipai Ohua Native Hawaiian Student Success Services, where we offer tutoring, mentoring, spaces that students can utilize for work or to rest or just to have some downtime. We also have a media lab, and pretty much our services are open to anyone. You don't have to be Hawaiian. You don't have to be a Hawaiian Studies major. We welcome everyone to come into our space, and our doors are definitely open to our community because that's who we serve. And be kind of a little bit funny kind if we didn't do all these things. And the reason why we're Iola Halua Center for Hawaii Lifestyles is that for Halua, the image that you see on the bottom is our kalo, which in our tradition says that they're the elder sibling of us. And as the younger sibling, it's our job to care for Halua, but it's also our job to care for our elders, who are our aina, our land, our oceans kind of thing. And the lifestyle is because it's not something to be observed. It's not something to participate as a third person. You're in it and you're doing the things that Hawaiians have been doing, and you're part of the process kind of thing. It's a first person, you're right in it with us experience. We also house our protocols program, like the hay that you just saw a few moments ago. And we do protocols across our campus, and we even help other communities with protocols. We also do extramural funding so that we can continue to do things that maybe the institution doesn't have the funding for, or maybe we have to show the relevancy of it. But we've been doing it for over 20 years, and we're going to continue to remind the university and the college that they're in Hawaii and they should service the Hawaiians.
One of these activities is what we call Pamamau, and this is what introduced us to Priscilla and Ra. Pamamau, the word itself, is made up of 2 distinct words: pa, to touch or to be touched, and mamau, or mau, far or beyond our horizon. The pa that we talk about here, the touching, is reflective of like the moonlight or a breeze or sun rays. And it's something that is gentle, but yet it could be religious or it could be emotional, but mainly impactful. And that's what Pamamau is for us. It's our opportunity to go beyond our horizon and have some sort of impact, but also be impacted by the experience and bring that home to our community.
And for Hawaii, just like all of our indigenous cousins out there, we have a long history of exploration where we get on that big ocean and we go make connections. We go to establish and remind ourselves that we're ohana, we're family members, when the world tries to tell us that we're different. So Pamamau is the way that we can physically leave Hawaii and remember that we're related and that your health is our health and vice versa. So what we do is we select a small group. We do intensive training with them so that we can learn about the indigenous people that we're going to visit. But what we also do is that we learn, or we remember and we teach others our own stories and our own dances and our own songs and chants, so that when we go out into the world, we can bring Hawaii with us and we can celebrate the resiliency of Indigenous people. And it's actually quite humbling, and it is grounding, because we know how it is to get caught up in the bureaucracy and the paperwork and the politics of things, but Pamamau lets us have that time to only focus on reestablishing connections, to have this dialogue, to see what it is that you're doing, share what we're doing, and then be inspired, so that when we come back home, we have a task, and we have to institutionalize something, or we have to do some kind of service back to our college. And this past March, we were supposed to go to Boriken, but it had to be postponed, but we haven't given up yet. We just know that right now it has to be on a break, so that we can go and see our cousins that we're really excited to, and we know that it's going to happen. We just have to figure out verbiage so that when we travel, it doesn't raise red flags to certain things and institutions.
It's true. We're in a particular environment right now where certain things are a little bit more challenging to accomplish, but we are committed to it. So mahalo nui. Thank you very much. Thanks, Noel and Haoli, for sharing a little bit about Pamamau. And I'll just say a little something about our relatively long history of Pamamau, this initiative or program that's been going on for about 20 years. Back in 2005 is perhaps the first Pamamau that was initiated. And at the start, there was a strong urge to connect with Indigenous cousins in Oceania or the Pacific. So Pamamau were conducted in places like Samoa, the Marshall Islands, Aotearoa with Maori folks. And more recently, in the last decade or so, this has been extended to folks on Mokuhono or Turtle Island, right? So we've had the privilege and honor of visiting folks and learning from folks like the Lakota, the Blackfoot, Cheyenne, Ojibwe people, Choctaw, Wampanoag, and the Hupa and Yura people, for example, most recently. So we have a relatively long history of doing exactly what Noel just described. Here's some images of different activities that are associated with Pamamau. And these images represent not only our experiences in these different places with Indigenous communities, but they also represent some of the preparations that our hui or our group makes before embarking on a Pamamau, right? That kind of intense training that we call a ho'au moe, a time when we actually like literally sleep together in a particular space, right? So that we get to know how we will work together as we travel together. Yeah, so you see images that represent both of these things. And we also, one of the things too that we often do is we ensure that we make Hawaii connections when we go to different places. So for example, some of the images on this slide speak to our specifically seeking out Hawaii connections abroad for us. I think here we'd like to just share a little bit about what Pamamau has meant for us personally, but also professionally too. Oli, do you mind sharing?
Yeah, I can. So one of the most impactful moments we have was when we went and spent some time in Maine. For me, we at Hawaii Community College, a part of our protocols program is welcoming anyone visiting our campus with a kipai pai, which is built around traditional welcoming ceremonies. And when we went and visited Maine, their community welcomed us, and before we could see them, we could hear their drum beats, and it was moving for me in a way that it revitalized in me the impactfulness that that protocol has, and that shared protocol that we might share across multiple Indigenous communities. So it was important for me to bring that back home and start training more of our kauhale, our campus community members, in these protocols, so that way when we have them, more folks can participate and share that impactfulness with folks beyond our community.
So a beautiful thing about Pamamau is that we encourage people to bring their families, and there's a few photos of my children that participate in Pamamau. And we know that it's not just about the professional. We know it's about the person behind the profession and really doing that deep investment into them. And it's our way to indigenize and expand Hawaiian studies to other programs, units, individuals. Drew is a great example of that. We call him Hawaiian Studies outside of Hawaiian Studies. He has incorporated a lot of his learning into his classes to a point where he's outshining some of our own Hawaiian Studies faculty members because of how much he incorporates into his class. So the nice thing or the good thing about Pamamao is that when we take more people to visit our cousins, they understand the relevancy of indigenous cultures and how it can be used within academia, which is kind of like common sense to us, to all of us, but other people, I guess, need to feel it and see it, which is why we're happy to do it, and why we continue to push to do it. And for me, Pamamao is fun. It's exhilarating. It's a lot of work, but in the end, it's really about making connections and feeding one's spirit. So even though I'm the coordinator and it's part of my job to do it, it's one of the things I like to do when I have to, and helps keep me balanced when I have to do all the other things that aren't as fun or engaging kind of thing.
Mahalo. Yeah, and so for all of us, we bring our experiences, our ike, or the knowledge that we've had the privilege of acquiring, our personal experiences back to our classrooms if we're instructors, or back to our programs, and shift our curriculum and pedagogy. And for me, especially because I'm a person who's a geography person, interested in the role of Indigenous language in environment, in place names. That's something that I devote myself to a lot, and I'm very interested in the role of Indigenous languages in place names and the reclamation of those Indigenous names. This is something that we're all involved in Hawaii right now, and very, very proud of that effort. And just for me, it's a natural fit. Geography is really conducive to, having this Aina-centric or Earth-centric, environmental-centric kind of focus. And I'm really appreciative about how I learn about land and water and people and non-humans connections when we visit different communities all over. So yeah, and personally, it's a humbling experience. It deepens my respect and my reverence for our different Indigenous communities, the knowledge that's shared, and our world in general too. I think one thing before we move on from this slide that we wanted to address too is what we're thinking about a vision for Pamamao. And I think Hau'oli, you might have a little something to share about that.
Yeah, so we've been in discussion for a while about the possibility of hosting communities within our community if they were interested in doing a Pamamao and visiting us. But then there's also the opportunity for us to visit other folks, and we thought that this might be a great space to make those connections. So yeah, please reach out. And it gives us a chance to meet face to face, or like the title of our presentation, He aloha, he alo.
Yeah, we're currently writing grants so that we continue to be able to travel outside our horizons. But one grant in particular is looking at how can we fund our cousins to come to Hawaii, and we can show you our aina, we can show you some of our practices. Because most of the time it's just us going to other communities, and we know that funding is limited. So we wanted to look at other ways we can make it a true exchange, where we come to you to experience your aina, your land and your oceans, your mountain people, your wind and your rain people, and then we bring you to Hawaii so that we can reciprocate that aloha, that warm greetings that have been extended to us. So we're just putting it into the universe that we're gonna be able to see our Taino relatives in the future, and then the vision is that we continue to go out and make connections, because I think that's what we need in this world, knowing that we're not alone, and your success is our success.
And we just wanted to share some of the creative work that's come out of our Pamamao experiences. These are different poems. Some are haiku that speak to the sentiments and the feelings and the experiences that some of our colleagues who are administrators, who are students, professors, staff members have expressed. You can just take a moment to look at these. And I think with that, we're going to wrap up and mahalo you folks. So thank you very much for sharing space with us today, for allowing us to be part of this conference and weaving us into this beautiful day. Mahalo nui.
Ariko mabu, hahon, mahalo to you three. Priscilla, do we have a minute for questions? I know we're a little bit behind, but is there enough time for one question in case someone has one?
Yeah, let's add in a question, and definitely if you could put the your information in the chat, Drew, Haoli, or Noel, for people to be able to get in contact, because it seems like we're getting a lot of folks in the chat saying yes, they're in.
Yeah, that was one of the questions, is how do we contact you? Yes. I don't see, are there any questions? Maybe I'm not seeing them. But there is a lot of love in the chat. There is a lot of like, this is incredible. Thank you.
Oh, mahalo. Yes, again, mahalo for the opportunity to allow us to share. We always are looking for ways that we can connect and be more collaborative in the world. So mahalo, mahalo everyone.
There is one question from Amy Molina Moore. Hi, Amy. And it says, how is Pamamao incorporated into the wider community beyond college students?
So Pamamao, when we teach our protocols, that comes from our community. And we have this woman that in the 70s went into academia. I think she had like a 5th or 6th grade education, and she went into the university system and started teaching Hawaiian language and culture. And from her work and other of the kapuna, the elders in our community, that's how we were able to establish Hawaiian studies. Because before, they were able to get through the door because the university thought it was just arts and crafts. And even our own community kind of gave them backlash, because why are you going into that Western institution? Why are you doing all these things? You're pretty much exposing the bones of our ancestors. And this woman, her name is Edith Kanakole, said, one day your children and your grandchildren are going to go into the university system, and they need to know that just by coming to college or to a 4-year institution, they're still in Hawaii. And we have to remind the institution that they're here to service our people. So from the 70s till now and into the future, our community still continues to have a big place in the things that we do, especially for Iola Falua. When there are community events or activities, even when we do Kipai Pai trainings or prepare for Pamamao, there are opportunities where we can have community members come and inform us about the places we're going to visit, or maybe some of the traditions that they do. So it's not only for the college, it's just we know that we focus here because we still have a lot of things that the college needs to improve on and help with, but our community still is a very big part of our identity, and we make sure that we don't forget them. I hope that's what you're asking, that kind of thing, but we can I can expand more if you want to email me, and then we can talk.
I think also hula communities, our hula halaus, our hula schools, they do a lot of things that aren't called pamamao, but I think that holds the same foundations where they go out and they hold cultural exchanges through hula.
Oh, mahalo, ariko mabu, hahon, gracias. Thank you for being here and for answering that question. I think now we're going to pass it back to Priscilla, who's going to introduce the next presentation.
Absolutely. So it's my pleasure to reintroduce you to the American Federation of Teachers. So please enjoy this short video before we move on to our presentation.
I won't live to see the future that I fight for. Maybe no one gets to reach that perfect day. If the work is never over, then how do you keep marching anyway? Do you carry your banner as far as you can, rewriting the world with your imperfect pen, till the next stubborn road picks it up in a picket line over and over again, and you join in the chorus of centuries chanting to her. The path will be twisted and risky and slow, but keep marching, keep marching. Will you fail or prevail? Well, you may never know, but keep marching, keep marching, 'cause your ancestors are all the proof you need that progress is possible, not guaranteed. It will only be made if we keep marching on. Keep marching on. Keep marching on. Keep marching on. Yes, the world can be changed 'cause we've done it before. So keep marching, keep marching. We're always behind you, so bang down the door and keep marching, and let history sound the alarm of how the future demands that we fight for it now. It will only be ours if we keep marching on. We must keep marching, marching, marching. 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 Come on, keep marching, marching, marching. Keep marching on. Union power.
So in these challenging times, when education funding is being cut and the Department of Ed faces dismantling, organizations like the AFT and AMPR continue the vital fight. So please join me in a heartfelt ha-hom. Thank you, aricomabu, gracias, to the American Federation of Teachers and La Asociación de Maestros de Puerto Rico for their unwavering commitment and partnership. And all of you here today, keep marching. Ahora tengo el honor de presentar la última presentación antes de nuestra ceremonia de clausura. Durante el primer Reencuentro Taíno Conference en Boriquén, tuve el privilegio de conocer en persona a don Justino Narváez, educador comunitario, así como al profesor Manuel Martínez, presidente de APRODEC, Alianza Pro Desarrollo Económico de Ceiba. Juntos, estos dos visionarios
Together,
están transformando
two of
áreas
these
de la
people,
antigua base
they are
naval,
transforming
Roosevelt
two of
Road,
the antique base
el Centro
naval base,
Ecoturístico del
the
Este,
Roosevelt
Isabel
Road,
Rosado Morales,
in
un centro
a place
completamente
that is touristic in
autosustentable
Isabel
que
Rosando
promueve
Morales.
el
It was a
ecoturismo,
center that
la
it has
cultura
been
y la
promoting the
educación.
ecotourism.
Comenzaremos esta última sesión con
We're
un
going to
video
start
que han preparado para
the
guiarnos
last
por el
session
batey, la
with
plaza,
a video that will
cinco
guide us to the
elementos y
Batey and the
explorar su
5
significado como
events.
un espacio de
And
naturaleza,
give us the
pasado
meaning
y el
of the
presente,
space, the
el
present, the
idioma y la
past,
cultura,
the
la
language,
tecnología
the
moderna,
culture,
la
the
arquitectura
modern
ancestral.
technology, and
Veamos.
the ancestral architecture.
Tao a puchi o ta guai tiao nagu. Gua caprode capuchi a checa hahom guakiatekina Priscila Colón. Atuma gua Ulawa alu Taíno naing yutu. Oria apasiaha wina nakang mung seiba boriken.
Hola, familia y
Hello,
amigos de
family,
Reencuentro Taíno.
friends with the Reencuentro
Nosotros, la
Taíno.
familia de Aprodec
We, the
y el
family of
Centro
Aprodec
Turístico del
and
Este,
the
queremos
Ecotouristic Center,
agradecer
we are
infinitamente
very
a nuestra
thankful
pequeña Priscila
to
Colón
our Priscilla
por la
Colon
invitación que nos hace a
for the
participar
invitation
en
that
este
she gave
encuentro
us to
taíno
participate in this
desde el Centro
Taíno
Ecoturístico del
Reencuentro,
Este
since
en Ceiba, Puerto Rico.
from here, from the Ecotouristic Center in Puerto Rico.
Vamos a mostrar
We're going to show you very briefly the 5 elements of the batey, like a way to honor our ancestors. We're going to be doing it in the similar way to the way they did it. We're going to focus on the importance of our connection with with nature in every activity that we do daily. The batey of the 5 elements, it constitutes one ceremonial place, which is compounded with 5 elements that make the character of our relationship with the creation and with the creator.
Los 5
The
elementos
5
son
elements are
el agua,
water,
Taíno,
in Taíno, it says ni, which is represented with the fountain
fluye
that
constantemente.
flows constantly.
Simboliza
It symbolizes the transparency, purity, abundance,
vida,
life,
renovación,
renovation,
liberación,
liberation,
presencia
presence,
santificadora
sanctification
de la creación.
of the creation.
El otro elemento, el fuego.
The next element, fire.
El fuego,
The fire,
está
Watu,
representado
it
por la
represents
hoguera central
with the fire in the center, Watuka, which is light, it's
acción
heat,
fecundante,
action,
purificadora,
purifying, and
es
lighting.
amor
It's
inquebrantable,
love,
es justicia,
it's justice,
poder
it's power, a
del
power that it transforms the spirit.
el aire,
The wind
Jurá,
heals,
representado
Pura,
generador
which
eólico,
represents the Aelok,
principio fundamental de la existencia,
which is the principal fundament of existence, is the freedom, creativity,
conexión,
connection,
expansión,
expansion.
originador de la vida,
It's the origin of life.
la tierra,
Earth,
que representado
which has been represented by
y la
the
silueta
with
de la
the
luna
plantation,
como tiempo
with
de
the moon for the time of the harvest.
maleabilidad,
It's
fuente de vida,
flexibility, fountain
provisión,
of life, provision,
suelo de cultivo que sostenta la creación,
fields of planting that supports the creation, people.
representado por las
It has been represented by for the handprints of the people that united in communities can express the empathy, the welcoming, the gratefulness, which are conducted by the community and the same mindset.
de los 5 elementos
The batey of the 5 elements in the center, in the East Ecotouristic Center, it's circular, which works for 2 functions. Batey, ceremonial batey. The batey, we enter by the east, and we are directed to the south, Uchipuna.
en el sur,
in the south,
frente al ave sagrada,
while you're in front of the Wanaha,
sonamos el fotuto,
we sound the cojuto,
cuyo sonido nos
which
permite abrir
the
los
sound
portales
opens the portals
de la inocencia,
of the
la
innocence,
acogida,
the welcoming,
la apertura
the opening,
y empatía
and the empathy.
y el hágase.
And
Luego
after
nos
that,
dirigimos al
we're
oeste,
going to go through the west,
Wapuna.
Wapuna,
Frente al ave sagrada, el Múcaro,
which is going to be in front of the Wugano. We start with the sound of the fotuto, the portals of the balance, the equilibrium, instruction and protection, and the capacity of to see ahead where people can see. We walk then to the north,
Palapuna,
Palapuna,
ante el ave sagrada,
where in front of the colibri, which is the sacred bird, with the sound of the fotuto, we open the portals
del conocimiento
of the knowledge
adquirido a través
that we
de las
have acquired
experiencias
through all the
la formulación
experience,
de objetivos y las respuestas
the
concretas
formulation of
a
the
las
objectives
interrogantes
and the answers
planteadas.
of the challenges that we have encountered. We're going to be
Hacia el
walking
este,
to the east.
Huiná. Con
Huiná.
el fotuto abrimos
With the fotuto,
frente
we're
al ave
going to
sagrada de
open
nuestros ancestros,
with our sacred bird, the
los
Waraguao.
portales
We
de la
will open the
iluminación,
portals of the
la
illumination,
la puesta
elevation.
en acción de los objetivos formulados.
When
O
you
sea,
start with the objectives
¿qué
that you
voy a
have
hacer
formulated,
de
what I'm
hoy
going to
en
do
adelante?
from now on.
Luego
And then
tocamos
we're going to go
frente
in
al
front of the
fuego y
fire,
entonamos
and we are able to sing and we sing our prayers.
Jajón, Apuche, Abo, Ashua, Watu, Ayalera, Wakiraja, Okona, Alata, Sokai, Wata, Tainoti, Babamulyaha, Bomatum, Hankatun.
El batey de los 5 elementos no es
Batey
solo
of the five elements is not only in the structure.
es una vivencia.
It's like a life
Es memoria ancestral.
experience. It's a memory of
Es
our ancestors.
un recordatorio
It's a
de que
reminder
somos
that we
agua,
are
fuego,
water, fire,
aire,
wind,
y comunidad.
earth, and community.
Somos parte
We
de la
are
creación,
part of the
no
creation.
separados a
We
ella.
are not separated from them.
Desde el Centro Ecoturístico del Este,
From this center
les
in the
extendemos la
east,
invitación
we
a
are
vivir este
inviting
espacio,
you to
a
leave this
caminarlo con
space,
el corazón
to
abierto
walk with the
y a
open
sentirlo
heart,
como
and to
suyo.
feel it yours.
Que el paso en el batey sea una
That the
oración,
step in the batey could be a
cada
prayer,
elemento una
that each
lección
element one lesson,
y cada encuentro una
and
transformación.
every encounter one transformation.
Que la paz,
The
el amor y
peace,
la
the
sabiduría
love, and the
ancestral
wisdom
nos guíen
from
siempre.
our ancestors guide
Que las
you
puertas del
always,
cielo
and that
se
the
abran
heaven
para
doors
ustedes.
opens to you.
Hankatu.
Con mucho respeto y alegría, demos la bienvenida a don Justino Narváez y al
Now,
profesor
we're
Manuel
going to give them
Martínez, quienes
time,
son nuestros
Mr. Narvaez and Mr. Martinez, that
sus
are here with
preguntas.
us so they can answer your questions. We're going to give the time for the questions from
¿Alguien
the
tiene una
public.
pregunta para
Does anyone have a
nuestros
question
invitados?
for our guest?
Ajá, ya viene una pregunta. ¿Cómo podemos
There's a
contribuir a
question.
este
How can
espacio?
we
¿Cómo podemos
contribute to
crear
this
más
space and
espacios
how
así
can
en
we
nuestro
make more create spaces like this in Boriken?
Nosotros tenemos
We have
una página de internet,
a web page, aprodec.org. You can go there and you can communicate with us.
tenemos una serie de formularios
And we
para la gente
have
que
some
nos quiera ayudar.
forums that people that want to
ahí explica
cooperate with
cómo
us.
pueden
And
ayudarnos.
in there, you will find
Y
explanation
bienvenidos
on
a la
how to
página de
help it.
nosotros.
And you're welcome to come to our website.
¿Es aprodec.org o
Cualquiera de los
aprodec.com
dos,
or
.net,
.net. You can use either or. I left all the information in the chat if you want to hear for those who wants to contribute. Or visit.
the site, please go to aprodec.net. Manuel, ¿nos podrías
Manuel, can you tell us some of the things that the guests can enjoy if they come to visit you?
Sí, cómo no.
Yes, of course.
Antes yo estaban preguntando
Before,
qué quería decir Hankatu.
And what does it mean, Hankatu?
Para nosotros,
For us,
nosotros teníamos aquí una
we
anciana
have
taína que siempre
a
nos recibía con
Taíno
eso.
elder that always welcome us
como un
with those
saludo, pero es
words.
también una
It's like a
bendición.
greeting, but it's a blessing also.
Para nosotros quiere decir
For
que las
us, it
puertas del
means
cielo
that the
se abran para
door
ustedes.
of heaven will open to you.
Qué bonito, gracias.
Bueno, pues aquí estamos desarrollando un
Okay,
edificio que
we are
estuvo abandonado
developing
por
a
mucho
building
tiempo,
that was
que fue parte
left a long time ago,
del
which
espacio
was
donde estaba
part
la
of the
Marina de los Estados Unidos
space
por mucho tiempo.
where
Estamos tratando de
the
recuperar
Marine
ese
of the United
espacio.
States was there for a long time.
Y
We tried to recuperate that
tenemos una
spot.
cafetería,
We have a
tenemos
cafeteria,
donde se pueden quedar aquí.
or we have a place where you can
Tenemos
stay.
hospedería, tenemos
We have
hacemos
hotels.
unas excursiones
We have
dentro del
some tours
terreno de la antigua base
in
naval de Puerto Rico. Hay
in this
35
land.
yacimientos
There are
arqueológicos que nosotros
35
conocemos,
archaeological sites
pero
that
nada
we
más que
know,
hemos estudiado el
and
10%,
we
así que hay
only have
muchos más
studied 10% of
yacimientos
them, and there's
arqueológicos.
more
Y
archaeological
pues
sites that you can
tenemos
visit.
unas
And we
excursiones
have
que
some
vamos a
tours
visitar y estamos
that
cada vez
we go
aprendiendo
and
más.
visit, and we learn every time that we go there.
Muchísimas gracias. ¿Alguna
Thank
palabra
you
que
so
nos
much.
quieras dejar?
Some words that you would like to leave us today?
Una de las cosas que nosotros
One of the
hacemos
things
antes de
that we do
previo
before
a la
or
entrada al bachillerato
previously,
nosotros
before you come to the
es
5
enseñar
elements, we teach you
unos ejercicios de
some
enraizamiento
exercises
y
for
el alfabeto
relaxing, and
pictográfico
we
agua que
shows you
los
the
componentes
alphabet,
básicos
which
para
gives
que
you
ellos
the
puedan
basic
conversar.
components
De
so
hecho,
you can talk.
la mayoría de las
In
personas
fact, most of the
salen
people that
conversando en
comes
taíno
here
desde el
live
primer encuentro
and start conversing in
que lo
Taíno
que
since the
falta
first
es
beginning.
que se hagan
What we're
que
missing
constituyan
is
más grupos
that we
que
can
sirvan
create
de
more
grupo de
groups
apoyo
that
para
come and
practicar.
serve support
Inclusive
groups that
tenemos
can
el
practice
menú
over here.
en taíno
We have the
y en
menu in
español
Taíno,
y
in
en inglés.
Spanish, and
Y
English.
si haces
And
tu petición
if
en
you
taíno,
ask
pues tienes
or
un
you
descuento.
request, if you do it in Taíno, you will have a discount.
Y así por el estilo.
And this is
Para
what we
los que saben
do. So we can
a que
encourage
se
people to
integren.
come and come and stay with
Como
us.
único podemos triunfar y
The only way that we can be
nuestra
successful and
lenguaje
revitalize
cultural
our
es
Taino,
desde
our
abajo,
culture, is if we start from the roots. If we start from the roots.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Y ha sido un placer
And it has been a
estar
pleasure to be
sirviendo a
serving
ustedes desde acá,
from here,
desde la isla de
from here,
Boriken.
from the American island. It is a pleasure with us. And you know, the next year, I want to be one of the first ones in the line asking for food in Taino. Thank you. You're so kind.
Thank you so much, everyone. We are now heading into our closing ceremonies. We have some amazing speakers for you. We're going to close this day off for us. So I will hand it off to my co-host, Ra.
Okay. So I have the honor of introducing the principal chief or cacique of my tribe, Huayagua Taíno of the Caribbean, Cacique Jorge Baracute Esteves. He's a cacique, a father, a friend, and a mentor to many, including myself. He forms part of a handful of Taino community organizers who many years ago began doing the important work that has allowed so many of us to grow up knowing our history, culture, and language. Back in March, when I was confirmed as cacique of Higuayagua Boriquén, Cacique Jorge offered words of guidance to me. And to me, as a young cacique, there are many things that I'm experiencing now for the very first time, but things that he has experienced many times over. I took his words to heart because I know that he had walked this path for a long time. And in many ways, without the guidance that I now have, because I have people like him in my life, people like Irka and other folks who have a lot of experience and knowledge, I am grateful for the trailblazing work that Cacique Jorge has brought to our community, such as the Hiwa Tahia Taino Language Dictionary, and which he brought to life with the support of the language team and Arawak language that he worked with. I'm also grateful for the amazing work that he did at the Smithsonian Museum of the American Indian for so many years, including organizing a Taino exhibit and symposium. Currently, Cacique Jorge resides in Quisqueya, Haiti Quisqueya, offering community gatherings and ceremonies where he teaches Taino people about culture and language and history. Cacique Jorge, I don't know if you're ready, but I'm going to pass it over to you.
Uepa. Usa kasakaba batoma, dairile cacique atuno baracute con catecuas, lanca y guayawasauca, lantaino carilucono, tawariko wariaka kari lankisikeya, wariaka inkayeke haibon aluka sibawitku. Wow, what a day. I mean, this has been amazing. I had no idea that you guys had put together something as powerful as this. I want to thank Priscilla for this amazing job that you've done on this, and the two moderators who I think I got to get to know you guys, right? I've known you for a while. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. So let me see if I got this right. I want to share my screen. Okay. So I don't know how this got there, but anyway. So it's true that our blood remembers what history forgot. Back in the 1980s, this is how the Taino movement, at least in New York, how it got started. It was a group of people that got together one day to explore indigeneity. You know, everyone had stories of that grandmother that was Taino, that grandfather, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, at that time, I felt that it was time for us to do something about it, to change that narrative, to attack the extinction myth head on. So did I freeze? I'm so sorry.
You're back.
Okay. Somehow my screen is not moving. Okay, there it is. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Okay, we got that. Okay, so I want to start by remembering Bobby Gonzalez, Martin Casibeopil Beguilla, René Sibanacan. These are leaders that have crossed over. They were true trailblazers. I mean, they did an amazing work, and they need to be remembered. Also, other people, Jose Atoy Barreiro, Bejique Miguel Sagué, Valerie Tureyari Vargas, my wife, Alejandro Cuyaribo Santos, Cacique Tomás Baibramael González, Jaime Caurisco Rodríguez, Candy Warishi Soto, Daniel Waconash Rivera, Elba Naka Lugo, Cacique Gypsy Running Cloud, Cliff Matias, and Luis Casian Calderon. Back in those days in the 1980s, these were the people that were there. These were the ones who began this movement. And then we ran into this. As enthusiastic as we were, as happy as we were that we were finally, our family was finally coming together, we've had opposition. At that time, most of the opposition was coming from outside, from scholars. And this is something that the late Gabriel Hasli Vieira wrote. He said, these proclaimed Taínos are nothing more than ex-gang members pretending to be Indians. Once this Taíno fad dies down, they will go back to their gangs. Well, he's crossed over, may he rest in peace, but we did not go back to our gangs. We continued growing and growing and growing. I'm sure that if he was around today, he would be astounded to see how big this movement has gotten. That's how, one of the reasons why Iguayagua came into being, because for me, it was all about education. Our people, like here in Quisqueya, for example, a lot of the people have knowledge of Taínos, but it's always like in this distant past that they can't seem to reach. Mostly because we're taught in schools, just like in Boriquen, that the Taínos had all perished. So there's this disconnect. So Iguayagua came together to do serious research, looking at every book, looking under every stone, and that's how our tribal group grew. And I'm proud to say today that we count on over 3,000 members, registered members. And just to show you how the Taíno movement is not dying, this is just for Iguayagua. In the past 3 months, we've had over 95 new members join the group. So Hasli Vieira would be astounded to see how this is growing. So just to list a few of our accomplishments, I know I don't have that much time, but one of the things that we've done is create this group, this page called Tiboko. So one of the things, it was created by Cacique Alexander Tequinacule, one of our caciques in Iguayagua. And it's a platform that is created by us and controlled by us. It runs on a server in Canada so that it can't be touched by certain forces out there today. But what we have on here, we have language lessons. It functions very similar to Facebook. This came about because there was Facebook was threatening to do away with groups, and we became concerned about this. And Alexander, while I'm explaining this to him and telling him this concern, he created this platform. He's amazing. So, like I said, it contains language lessons and language tools. Right now, we're in the process of opening this up to 5 tribes from Manitoba who are partnering with us on language. One of the features of this page is that we have Alexander created this translator that it translates from Spanish to Hiwatahia or English to Hiwatahia. It's 93.7% accurate. If you look online, you'll find that most language translators are only 90% accurate, but ours is getting there. So that's one of the things that we're doing. And we're now working on our 3rd and probably final edition of Hiwatahia. And another thing that we have going is that we created this Iguayagua tribal tree. This is created by Zoila Bibiopia Kenny. Basically, what we had this idea was to see just how connected we are genetically, genealogically. And as we started putting this together, we began seeing that almost everyone within Iguayagua and connected to, of course, all the other Taino groups, we're all related in one way or another. For example, my wife has Dominican and Cuban connections that she never even knew that she had. So for us, this is the way in an effort to show that we're not just a bunch of random people getting together and saying that we're Indian or that we're indigenous descendants. We are connected by blood and by history. Past things that we've done during Hurricane Maria, we sent over 3 truckloads of goods to Boriquen. This is what community is supposed to do. We're supposed to stick together, not drag each other through the mud and do that those kinds of actions, like Aracelis and Ra were saying a little while ago, Cacique Ra was saying a little while ago. our community faces lots of challenges, whether it's challenging language, versions of language, whatever. But these things are not positive and they don't take us anywhere. During the COVID epidemic, our relatives down in South America, the Tariana and Baniwa people, they lost over 200 people in their community due to the epidemic. So we got together and we sent them money and we sent them food and try to help them as much as we could. And they sent us this little thing and adopted us as brothers and sisters of their community. And to me, that was one of our proudest moments because they were really desperate when they reached out. They were really desperate for help, and nobody and from the Brazilian government was listening or paying attention to them. So with that, since I know that I don't have too much time, I want to say, like our ancestors, modern Taino people are relentless. We have come a long way since the beginning of the Taino reclamation movement, creating a very real yet uncertain us. But the truth is, we have much further to go. The new generation of Taino is strong and driven, but they face the same problems that plagued us in the past, ourselves. Sadly, the adage, "you are your own worst enemy," describes us Taino to the letter sometimes. The only ones who can stop us today is ourselves. But that's not going to happen. We will persevere because the whispers, hopes, and dreams of our Hebeyono, our grandmothers and grandfathers, are all around us, within us, eternal, especially here on our island homelands. So with that, I want to say, Aricomabu, thank you, gracias, y el Taíno vive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cacique Esteves. Please leave in the chat any questions you have. And of course, you can always look for Hiwayagwa Taino online. Now it is a profound honor to introduce our closing keynote speaker, Dr. Jose Barreiro, Elder of the Nación Taína and Smithsonian Institution Scholar Emeritus. Dr. Barreiro's decades of work, spanning Native publishing, human rights, and the reclamation of Indigenous identity across the Americas, have transformed hearts and institutions alike. As Assistant Director for History and Culture Research at the Smithsonian's National Museum of the American Indian, he helped shape national narratives of Native survival and resurgence. On a personal note, his books, Taino, a Novel, and Dreaming Mother Earth, were foundational in my own journey to reconnect with my Taino roots. Please join me in welcoming our elder and guide, Dr. Jose Barreiro.
Oh, goodness. Taiwei, Taiwei. Wamatunga home. Thank you for the invitation and for your generous introduction to my person and my work. Thank you for the theme of the gathering. We are connected. We are connecting ourselves. Thank you especially for the invitation to provide some closing thoughts. I'm always reluctant to follow Baracute. Jorge speaks with such passion from the heart and experience, and I admire him greatly. We put in a stint ourselves together at the Smithsonian where we knocked down a couple of doors on this topic. It wasn't easy. The Smithsonian is just as reluctant to change the narrative as anywhere else. But it worked. It worked from within the National Museum of the American Indian. It was a real pleasure to be able to do that and to work with Jorge all that time. I am so impressed with this significant, totally necessary gathering that's been pulled off by the Hiwayawa community and many others, but I know the heart of the people and the connective tissue is so much of that nature of that community building impetus. Truly significant, truly important at this moment to see, for me, an amazing amount of creativity, genial creativity. Maybe in English it doesn't translate as well. Genial, genial in Spanish, no? To see that and to call out that strong principle of what's possible. So my special appreciation to Ra and Priscilla and all their team, their work. I'll mess it up if I try to name too many people, but I can see the common effort. I smoked my tabaquito this morning to give thanks for Taíno, for our indigeneity. And I went spiritually to the prayer of our beloved elder, Francisco Ramirez, Cacique Panchito. It is the prayer of our Guajiro, Indio, Taíno, Campesino elders in the mountains of eastern Cuba. It's not from a book. It's from continuous oral tradition. This is the Spanish version of the book on Panchito and his leading of a 40-year fight for recognition inside of a very tightly experienced governance in Cuba to be able to pull through that and to end up developing such documents as this now, and to give the lie to the extinction, and to be able to count our people in a registry. They're up to 30,000, the lineage, 30,000 names. We thought it was maybe a couple of thousand. And then people started naming. And much of this in the mountains, much of this community-based, agriculture community-based. And it's in the indigeneity of our Caribbean islands. The Oriente Cubano are in that Guajiro Indian people, and how much that has survived. My work over 50 years has been indigenous nation building, community building, assisting in any way possible in the self-determination and self-sufficiency in community building. The Taíno language in the mountains, it's of the earth itself. There's, of course, much Taíno in the Spanish, especially in the Spanish dealing with the natural world. We all know the medicines, the contours of the earth, the places. All the trees are named in Taíno. Huge variety of trees in those eastern mountains. And the people themselves carry that knowledge. So I've worked with that. That's the language, the hands on the earth, the planting, the cropping of medicines, the knowledge of culinary traditions, the keeping of indigenous seeds, seed banks. In a moment when that community context, working together from the children to the elders, suddenly is completely necessary because there's a paralysis economically. The country is quickly paralyzing economically, and so food is starting to become scarce. The salaries don't pay for much, and so the call is for agriculture, for the indigenous roots: yuca, ñame, boniato, malanga, corn, beans, a full nutritional meal. The methodology of working dry corn is still going on. So I'm just saying that in the Taíno world, there's much variety. And of course, it's wide and far, many islands, wide diaspora, much in common, much diversity. And it is also it's academic research. It's also revitalization, our people coming together, connecting, the connectivity. This gathering has been so amazing, from Dr. Sullivan this morning, his work on Tibes, and Jared Piñeiro, the visualization and action in the language as she moved for us. So much the passion of Representative Espaillat, the militancy. I really appreciated the militancy of Evelyn de Jesus, the insights of Bonilla, Victor, and so much today. But you asked me to comment as an elder, not so much work and scholarship work and my own experience. And as an elder, I go to the beginning today. I was heartened by Irka and her prayer, how equal, same it was with Panchito's prayer, Panchito's oral tradition. Panchito, pre-literate, what they call now illiterate, but full of incredible knowledge. And that oration that he intones before any big meeting in the community, Caridad de los Indios, La Rancheria, an autochthonous community within a Cuban socialist system. Not an easy hold, It's possible. We're growing in the land. We're growing in the spirituality. We're growing in the education and the language. I've been myself kind of turned off a little bit by the language explosion in our community. I didn't know where to turn. I trust Jorge, of course, and your work, but there's other stuff coming at you all the time. And the sense, like you pointed out, one of our biggest pitfalls at this particular moment, the toxicity that sometimes accompanies that issue and other issues. Easy these days with the work, the social media, easy to get mean, easy to be angry, easy to quickly reject somebody else's notion. They're wrong, we're right, we're not. And your call was beautiful. Your call within that presentation on your language work, beautiful, incredible. I'm so blown away by all the language presentations. I have no excuse anymore. I gotta dive in. I gotta find myself the first dummy's guide to Taíno language and then go from there. But it's wonderful to see so much, and your presentation especially using that particular issue of the language and the many different conflicted elements in it to call for that ease, to lay aside that lateral violence. And as my elder, Jan Longboat, one of the clan mothers of the Mohawk Nation, Canada, she said, we need lateral kindness. We need to stress lateral kindness in everything we do. Put aside the meanness, call it out. We don't need to be that way. We don't need to. We can disagree all we want. We don't need that to break ourselves apart because the children are watching. It's that same clan mother, from I reside in the Mohawk Nation at Akosasne, where my wife and family we live, and they speak of that seventh generation yet to come, and they speak of that. Doing it for the generations, doing it for the children. And it's a real thing. I've seen it in the longhouse. The clan mother gets up and tells her chiefs, this day does not belong to you. It belongs to the seventh generation. Your decisions must take into account all of that. And to see that spirituality in the place that was just described a little bit ago by, I think it was Manuel and Justino and that group. Incredible that these things have happened. Same elements, the water, the wind, the Thanksgiving address of the Iroquois. Very fine document. So all of that ties together. We're part of something. We're at a crucial moment. And this had to happen. This had to happen. This conference, this moment. And the deep call, how Urka put it, I think, if I can find it here, she had a beautiful message this morning. The same prayer, clarity, truth, courage to speak from the heart. deep compassion without judgment. There's a teacher, there's an elder. I see how Erica has grown and how Jorge has grown, and the young people, to me, Priscilla, and everybody else that is putting this incredible talent into our Taino movement and building community. Hahom, hahom, matung hahom 1,000 times. I like it. I wish I could speak as a young man and not as an elder. It kind of takes its toll to be an elder, like Clint Eastwood said not long ago. Getting old is not for sissies. So I love you all. All the best. Let's do it again.
Oh, hahom bumatum, and we are so privileged to be able to drink in the wisdom from you here today. I am absolutely honored. As I said, you were one of my foundational teachers. As they say, when the student is ready, the teacher will come, and you came to me through your written work, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much. So what a beautiful day it has been, full of powerful presentations, love, sharing, and deep camaraderie. As we close, I invite my co-hosts to briefly reflect on what today has meant to each of them. So Yaseli, I pass it on to you.
Arikomabu, Hahom, gracias. Thank you all so much for gathering with us today. I want to close by thanking each of the presenters for sharing your voices and your stories. So powerful. I got chills throughout so many of your presentations. For me, it was especially powerful to hear from so many wisdom keepers in our Taino community. And it was just as meaningful to hear from our indigenous relatives from places like Guatemala, Hawaii, Peru, and beyond. Our ancestors live in us and they speak through us. And today you brought their wisdom, healing, and strength into this space through your offerings. So thank you. From the ancestral songs to the words of resistance and remembrance, you have reminded us that we are connected. And to the audience, I'm so grateful for all the loving energy each of you brought into this space. The chat has been on fire since we started. I hope that today has nourished you as much as it has nourished us, and that you're leaving feeling just as inspired and affirmed and deeply rooted in your identity and community as I am. Ariko mabu, hahom. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Yaseli. Harikomabu. Ra?
Arikomabu, Yaseli, Arikomabu, Priscilla, and of course, Arikomabu, Hahon, gracias, thank you to everyone who participated in today's conference and to everyone who tuned in, all of you, the audience. And of course, a big thank you to everyone who helped make this happen. It's a lot of work, y'all. We truly hope that you as the audience are walking away feeling like you have more knowledge and more connection. And I also want to add that today is the Ibekati, the full moon, Luna Llena. So I think it's really meaningful that we've gathered like this today on the Ibekati, on the full moon. I know that events like this will continue to happen and that they will continue to strengthen us within the Taino community, within our language efforts, education, and all the different things that we have going on, and also strengthen our efforts and our connections with other indigenous nations, because that's what we want. We want to continue to grow together, collaborate together, because we cannot do this and take on the forces by ourselves. We need to work together. So we hope to see you in the next one. Priscilla, I give it over to you so you can tell us when that will be.
First, I need about a year's break before we can do the next one. So as I was trying to figure out what I would say for this closing, I've just been asking myself the question of, what does this event mean to me? So to me, it is the dream of our ancestors made real. As one of our speakers, Noelle, told me about a year ago when we spoke, she said to me, our ancestors have conspired for this moment. for us to find each other again using modern technology. I often wonder, did they know? Did they dream that one day we would reconnect across oceans and borders? For me, this conference is more than an event. It is a reencuentro, a reunion, a powerful reminder that we are connected across time, across lands, across generations. I want you to picture for a moment our ancestors who once traveled thousands of miles by canoe or on foot to come together, driven by purpose, by kinship, and by ceremony. Imagine the ball tournaments where relatives from across the Caribbean gathered in joyful competition. Imagine Cacique Anacaona, the great diplomat, bringing our people together in ceremony. Imagine the areito, the gathering of remembrance where our people pass down history through song, dance, and story. Today, we achieve that. We united in spirit, in purpose, sharing and learning for future generations. That is what our ancestors longed for. And each of you who joined us, who shared your stories, your hearts, you are part of that sacred vision come to life. So from the bottom of my heart, Bomatum, thank you for your presence, your generosity, and your love. Until next time, Taíno Ti. Thank you, everyone.